Section 1 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Fong. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fezandi. The Secret of Artificial Reproduction. Author's note. This first sketch is scarcely a story. It is merely a statement of what we shall see accomplished in the course of a very few years. Scientists now are able to fertilize the ova of the lower animals and raise the embryos to maturity in glass jars. We shall undoubtedly soon be able to do the same for the higher animals. Is this Dr. Cuttenbach? Not quite. I am Dr. Hackensaw. Well, you're the man I want, I reckon. My name is Silas Rocket, and I'm a reporter for the New York Morning Growl. Our editor learned that you have just made an important scientific discovery, and I was sent to interview you. I'm very glad to see you, Mr. Rocket, for although my experiments are not yet completed, I have met with sufficient success to justify me in claiming to have made one of the greatest discoveries of the century. A discovery that from a financial point alone will bring in enough wealth to pay off the entire cost of the late World War. Is it possible? Why, from what I heard, all that you had discovered was the secret of artificial reproduction. Yes, Mr. Rocket. But it is evident you do not realize the value of the discovery. Let me first show you my methods, and I shall afterwards explain to you what a fortune they represent. The doctor led the way to a series of test tubes ranged in order in one corner of the room, and pointed proudly to them. There, Mr. Rocket, said he, are my billions! The reporter's face fell as he cast a disappointed glance at the insignificant row of test tubes of different sizes. The doctor noticed the look and smiled. Kindly give me your attention for a moment, and I will demonstrate. You will, first week, second week, third week, etc. Notice that this series of test tubes is labeled tubes being larger for each succeeding week. To make you clearly understand the process, I shall start from the very beginning. Dr. Hackensaw picked up a wide-mouthed jar in which was immersed a peculiar substance floating in a greenish liquid. This, explained the doctor, is a living and growing ovary taken from a dog immediately after death. You may perhaps be aware of the fact that when an animal dies, it is some hours before the internal organs die. When a steer is slaughtered, its heart, if cut out immediately after death and immersed in a non-coagulable blood solution, may be kept beating for days. In these tubes, I have a specially prepared culture fluid of my own in which any living organ may be kept alive indefinitely. This ovary you see floating in this jar was taken from a female dog and contains a number of what the scientists call ova, or eggs, that somewhat resemble the frog's eggs you find in the ponds in spring. These are really eggs, or egg cells as they are called, and when matured and properly fertilized, each has the power of growing into a living puppy. 9 weeks is the time required for the growth of the fertilized egg cell of a dog into a puppy ready to be born. Only 9 weeks? Yes, for a dog. For a cow or a human being, the period of gestation is 9 to 10 months. Well, in this first test tube, half full of my culture fluid, I place one ripe ovum, or egg cell, and then I add a very small quantity of sperm cells from a male dog. One single spermatozoan or sperm cell will suffice to fertilize the egg, but I add a number of them to make sure. Will all these tubes produce dogs? All on this table, yes. On the next table are my kittens. Beyond this, guinea pigs, and on the fourth table contains the embryos of rats. What's the use of producing more rats artificially? We've got enough of them as it is. Cats and dogs too? We can get them by the cartload if we want them. Of course, these are just for experimental purposes. You can see here every step in the growth of the embryo. In the early ones, you see a sperm cell and an egg cell uniting. In the other tubes, you see the fertilized cell growing larger and splitting into two new cells. There is a tube where you see the puppy at the end of the week. I place it by the side of a week-old kitten embryo, and you cannot perceive any difference between them. It takes an expert to tell whether this week-old embryo will develop into a dog, a horse, a chicken, or even a baby. Do you mean to tell me, cried Silas Rocket, that you could grow human babies just as easily as you can these puppies? Just as easily. There is no difference in the process, save that it takes 9 or 10 months to grow a human baby from the egg cell, whereas the prenatal period of the dog is only 9 weeks. After all, though, soliloquized Silas, what is the use of producing more babies? We have enough, and more than enough already, and can get plenty more when we want them. Perhaps so, although I think that under some circumstances, as for instance, in France at the present moment, there would be a demand for extra babies to replace the soldiers killed in the war. Yes, I understand that, cried Silas Rocket. But I confess, I don't yet see how you expect to make a fortune out of your discovery. Who is going to pay you for all the artificially raised cats and dogs and cats and babies, when any one can get all of them he wants as a free gift? At this moment, there came a knock on the door. Come in, cried the doctor. The door opened, and in stepped Samuel Lyons, the genial head of the Lyons conglomerated menageries. How do you do, doctor? Said he as entered. Have you got those half-dozen trick ponies you promised me? They're all ready for you, replied the doctor. If you step this way, you can take a look at them. I just took them out of the jars yesterday. They are now in the stable, with their foster mothers. So saying, he led the way into an adjoining stable where 8 beautifully marked colts, scarcely a day old, were lying in a box stall on the straw. They're beauties, doctor! Cried the circus proprietor enthusiastically. And I'll send you that $50,000 check I promised you tomorrow. I must go now to see about arranging to send for them. Well, Mr. Rocket, said Dr. Hackensaw after Mr. Lyons had left, do you understand now where the profits from my invention come from? I can't say that I do. Where is the advantage of raising these colts in glass jars instead of raising them in the ordinary manner? In the ordinary manner, replied the doctor, one mare raises 1 colt a year. Now, a mare's ovaries contain hundreds of egg cells, many more than she could ever raise colts if she lived to be as old as Methuselah. These egg cells ripen quickly in my culture fluid. So by buying prize stock, stallions, mares, bulls, and cows worth tens of thousands of dollars apiece, I can raise hundreds of valuable animals from each pair in a year instead of having to wait hundreds of years for them, as would be the case if I followed the natural method, to say nothing of the risk of losing the parents by death or accident. What about the expense? The expense is not so great as you might think. My culture fluid is manufactured principally from odds and ends from the slaughterhouses, which I boil into a kind of rich bouillon. When I begin making it in large quantities, the cost will be very reasonable. Even at the present cost, I find I can manufacture leather very profitably. Leather? Exclaimed Silas Rocket. Yes, you are no doubt aware that the leather from unborn calves is very valuable and is much used where a very high grade of leather is desired. Well, in my laboratory, here I can manufacture unborn calves by the thousand at a very handsome profit. Furs, too, will be very remunerative. There is no limit to the number of seals, minks, ermine, and other valuable fur-bearing animals that I can raise by my method from a single pair of parents. From hides and furs alone, I can easily make $1 billion net profit within a couple of years. Dr. Hackensaw paused a moment, as if in doubt, and then added, I shall now show you something rather curious. I do not expect any financial returns from it, but it is interesting as a scientific curiosity. It is what I call a dog-a-cat. And with these words, the doctor went to a covered cage and drew there from a curious creature, half cat, half dog. It had the head of a dog, but the body and claws of a cat, and arched its back with pleasure as the doctor patted it. You see, explained Dr. Hackensaw, this creature is a cross between a dog and a cat. With my method of artificial reproduction, it is the easiest matter in the world to cross two animals that are not too far apart in the scale of nature. For instance, my dog-cat was made by the union of the egg cell of a female dog with the sperm cell from a tomcat. You will observe that certain characteristics of one animal seem more powerful than those of the other parent. Thus, the head of the dog is here prepotent over that of the cat, while the body of the cat is prepotent over that of the dog. Returning the animal to its cage, the doctor proceeded to a table where were racks of test tubes and rows of glass jars of different sizes. You will observe, continued the doctor, that most of my experiments are made in vitro, that is to say, in glass containers. This table contains hybrids of all kinds. There is my favorite corner in the laboratory, for while most of my experiments have been unsuccessful, I have succeeded in making some crosses that not only have never been made before, but that it would be impossible to make otherwise. There, for example, is a cross between a rat and a pig. You see, the union has been partially successful, for my embryo rat pig is a week old, but it is dying, and the creature will never be fully formed. I have made numerous attempts to cross a dog or other quadruped with a chicken, but so far have been altogether unsuccessful, although in 1 or 2 cases the egg cell and sperm cell seemed to unite and grow a little. In spite of this failure, I tried even wilder experiments. I tried to cross a dog with an oyster and a cat with a rose. With a rose? Exclaimed Silas Rocket. Why, I didn't know that flowers had any sex. Yes, indeed. Almost all flowers are hermaphrodites. That is to say, they bear male and female organs in the same flower. The yellow dust or pollen in a rose is the male element that I endeavored to cross with the egg cell of a cat. Then, too, I tried to fertilize the ovules or egg cells of the rose with sperm cells from a cat, but without the slightest success. What good would it do if you could cross a cat with a rose? That is a thing no one can know. We can be sure of one thing, however, that some crosses will one day be made that will give mankind new species of animals or plant animals that will be of the highest value. I myself hope to succeed in producing a plant more useful than wheat, corn, or the potato, and an animal more useful than any of our domestic animals. I believe that someday we shall have a horse that will give milk like a cow, bear wool like a sheep, lay eggs like a chicken, bark like a dog, and be as good to eat as a hog. There's a combination that's worth trying for. A farmer can have all his domestic animals united into one, and have but a single individual to feed and attend to. But, of course, years of experience will be required before we can hope to achieve any such result. Yet, there is no limit to what we may hope to effect by judicious crossing and careful selection. Well, Doctor, thank you very much. I have had a most enjoyable visit and have secured material enough for a first-class article. I shall now have to go. One moment, said the doctor. I have still something of interest to show you in the stable. You haven't seen my cows yet. Silas Rocket hesitated and looked at his watch, but there was something in Dr. Hackensaw's face that promised new wonders. Very well, Doctor, said he. Let us go and see the cows. I haven't many cows, observed the doctor apologetically, and they're all scrubs. But for my purpose, there is no use in paying high prices for purebred cattle. Any strong, healthy cow does as well as the most expensive registered stock. I don't understand you, said Silas Rocket, puzzled. I thought you raised only the very best pedigreed stock. So I do. That is, I obtain my egg cells and sperm cells from the very best stock in the United States or Europe. But often, after the fertilization of the ovum is complete in my test tube, I introduce the egg into one of these cows, with the result that I obtain a purebred calf from a scrub cow. This calf you see here is worth $10,000. It comes from a celebrated bull and a prize cow. Yet the egg grew and developed, and the calf was born in this scrub cow you see here, which I bought for only $50. A $10,000 calf from a $50 cow is what I secure by my method. But is the calf as good as if it had been born by its purebred mother? Precisely as good. Once the egg is fertilized, the characteristics of the calf are fixed, and the nourishment it receives in the cow will no more change it than you could change a horse into a dog by feeding him on meat. To prove it, you need only look into the next stall, where you will see another cow with her young. Silas Rocket peered into the stall long and earnestly. There is nothing there, said he, except a young puppy. Yes, said Dr. Hackensaw. That's a full-blooded St. Bernard, and yet the cow you see there was his mother. Impossible! Yes, or rather the cow was his foster mother. The pup's real father and mother were thoroughbred St. Bernard dogs, but after fertilizing the egg cells in my test tubes, I introduced the egg into this cow, so the pup was really born from a cow. But how can a dog that lives on meat grow inside a cow that lives on grass? Just as easily as a puppy can be raised on cow's milk. What worried me was not the question of food, but the difference in the period of gestation. A calf lives 9 months inside its mother, while a puppy lives only 9 weeks. But the cow solved the problem by giving birth to the pup after 9 weeks. And now, Mr. Rocket, continued the doctor, if you will kindly step into the house, I will show you the result of my latest experiment in this line. So saying, the worthy doctor led the way into a sun parlor, and gently drawing aside the curtain from a crib, he displayed to the astonished gaze of the visitor the countenance of a 3-weeks-old girl baby. There, Mr. Rocket, said he. There is a baby that was born from one of my cows, and yet you couldn't tell her from any other baby, except that she is more perfect in every respect. I wished to adopt a child, but I resolved to have one that would be as near perfection as possible. So I hunted through the United States and Europe until I found just what I wanted. A young man who was an almost perfect specimen of physical manhood, with a fine intellect as well as a healthy body. He is the father of my little girl here. The mother was a beautiful and refined young girl, with a figure that would make a sculptor rave. The father and mother have never seen each other. He never left the United States, and she never left Europe. I hesitated long whether to raise the egg cell in one of my glass jars or in a cow, but finally decided on the cow, and here is the result. A baby girl that promises to be perfection itself when she grows up. Yes, Mr. Rocket, I have solved our eugenic problem. By means of my discovery, the human race could be perfected in the course of a very few years. By selecting the finest types of manhood and womanhood for parents, I could grow artificially hundreds of thousands of almost perfect children, and in a few generations, mankind would scarcely recognize itself. End of section 1.
Section 10 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. The Secret of Hypnotism. Author's note. The problem of the freedom of the will is a very old one. The modern biological theory is, however, that man is an automation and that each of our actions is caused by some stimulus, either external or internal. Such being the case, the man who should learn how to use the proper stimuli could compel all other men to do as he pleased, and so would become ruler of the world. Surely, Doctor, you don't mean to say that you believe in hypnotism? Well, yes and no. I have no faith in the public performances of hypnotism. All those I have seen were obviously frauds. As to the books on hypnotism that I have read, I am convinced that the authors were sincere, but that they were cleverly duped by their subjects. Of course, everything depends on what you call hypnotism. If we use the word to express the influence which one mind exerts over another, everyone must admit that the thing exists. For we have daily proof that a weak mind can be controlled by a stronger one. When a father calls to his boy to cease his play and come in and do his chores, the boy comes reluctantly against his will. The will of the parent here controls the will of the child. Yes, but through the medium of language. Not necessarily. A look or gesture may suffice. All our acts are the automatic results of external or internal stimuli, and often inanimate objects act as the stimulus, as we see in the case of the alarm clock, whose ring causes the sleepy and unwilling workman to get up against his will. Not against his will, because he set the alarm himself the previous night. True, he made up his mind beforehand to rise early, and this predisposition acts as the stimulus. But since we are on the subject of hypnotism, I will let you into one of my secrets which I had resolved never to reveal to any living man. Silas, I have discovered the secret of hypnotism. Hypnotism? What in the world is that? Hypnotizing at a distance. I have found the means of hypnotizing people miles away and compelling them to do what I wish. What? Impossible. Dr. Hackensaw smiled. Yes, said he, I enjoy accomplishing impossibilities. You are doubtless aware that for many years learned men wrangled over the question of the freedom of the will, whether we have any choice in our acts or whether they are determined by external causes, just as a prestidigitator forces us to select a certain card in the pack when we believe we are choosing one for ourselves. The modern biological theory is that man is an automaton and that all our acts are the result of external or internal stimuli. We see, smell, or hear something, and we respond to the stimulus excited in our senses. I suppose so, but the reactions are very complex. Yes, in civilized men. In savages they are much more simple. Well, Silas, while experimenting with electrical waves of very high frequency, I found that these waves could act as stimuli on human beings, and after a long series of observations I have succeeded in making an instrument which I call a hypnotizer, for want of a better name. By properly tuning and directing the waves from this instrument, I can compel anyone within a range of 5 or 10 miles to perform practically any action I wish." "Prove it to me, Doctor, and I will believe you," said Silas Rocket with a grin. "Very well, I will prove it on yourself. Sometime today I shall send you a hypnotic wave and compel you to perform my bidding. That there may be no mistake, I shall write down and seal in this envelope the order I have given you. Open it at 11 o'clock tonight, and you will find that you have carried out my orders. Will that convince you?" "Perfectly, so long as the action is not one that I perform every day, such as eat my dinner, or something of that kind." "No, indeed. Take my word for it, the action is one you have never before performed in your life. By the way, how is Miss Gloria Mundy, the charming young lady you met during your summer vacation?" "She is quite well, and more charming than usual." "I suppose you have told her so, and asked her to marry you?" "Well, no. I've never yet mustered up courage enough to do so. I am afraid my answer might be no, and I prefer not to risk anything yet." "You are wrong, Silas. Remember the old adage, 'Faint heart ne'er won fair lady.' Think over it. Well, goodbye." After the reporter's departure, Dr. Hackensaw sat down before his telehypnotizing machine while he consulted a rather long list he held in his hands. The fact was that the doctor, having perfected his apparatus for hypnotizing people at a distance, was not content unless he used that power for the good of the subjects themselves as well as for the good of mankind in general. "My power is limited," thought the doctor. "I cannot change a person's nature, but I can prevent him from committing a bad action and can force him to do a good one. Let's see. The first on my list is a lazy man who allows his wife to slave at the washboard while he sits with boon companions smoking his pipe. I will make him do one good day's work anyway." So saying, the doctor pressed the keys of his instrument for a few minutes and then turned to the second case. "Number 2, said he, "is a swindler who has robbed a poor widow of her savings. I will compel him to return the money to her." Again the keys worked, and the turn of the third case came. This happened to be a woman who was believed to possess vital information in a murder case, but who refused to make it known. As Dr. Hackensaw believed the suspected murderer to be innocent, he worked the keys of his instrument and compelled the woman to come to him. She had been left at liberty by the police in the hope that her actions would afford them some clue to the real murderer. When the doctor had the woman before him, he compelled her to make a full statement of the affair, and with the knowledge obtained was able to secure the acquittal of an innocent man. And so the doctor proceeded with his list. Brutal parents he forced to sign papers releasing all claim to their children. Corrupt judges and other officials signed and sent in their resignations at his bidding. He forced politicians to appoint good men to office, and in a word he endeavored to use the boundless power he possessed for the welfare of his fellow men. True, he did indulge in one joke. He compelled Silas to put a dozen raw potatoes in a handsome box and send them to his lady love. The doctor chuckled as he thought of Gloria Mundy's face when she opened the box, but was recalled to himself by the unwelcome attentions of a fly who persisted in using the doctor's head and face as a walking track. "I must really perfect my telehypnotizer," cried the doctor aloud. "If I could only hypnotize animals as well as people, I could compel every fly and mosquito in the room to commit suicide by flying into the water pitcher. And barking dogs and yowling cats at night could be quieted in a jiffy. Come at once, urgent, Hackensaw." Such was the message received by Silas Rocket several weeks after his last visit to the doctor's laboratory, and he hastened to obey the summons. He found the place in confusion, the assistants all excited, for the doctor had locked himself in his private office for a couple of days and refused to stir from it or see anyone, and received his food by means of a basket let down from a window. When Silas's presence was announced, however, the door of the private office opened, and the doctor's familiar voice bade him come in. Here he received a fresh surprise, for Dr. Hackensaw had barred himself inside a strong iron cage, which was a closely woven metallic netting which completely surrounded him. Silas was tempted to laugh, but something in the doctor's expression restrained him. "You think I'm crazy, don't you?" were the doctor's first words. "Well, I am not. If I stepped out of this cage for a minute, my life wouldn't be worth a straw." "Why, what's the matter?" "The matter is that my telehypnotizer has been stolen, and the villain now wants to murder me, so as to remain the sole possessor of the secret." "Have you any idea who the fellow is?" "Yes. It is Dope Peters, the man who ran off with my tele-automatic girl, and that you helped me to catch. I was a fool to let him go free. When he was in my employ here, he must have pried around and learned of the existence of my telehypnotizer, and last Saturday night he broke in here and carried the instrument off in a high-powered automobile. Luckily for me, he didn't quite understand how to work the machine, or I should be a dead man by this time. As it was, I had time to enclose myself in this wire netting which protects me from the hypnotic electrical waves. As, however, he could hypnotize my assistants and make them break the netting, I have taken the further precaution of getting inside an iron-barred cage. There I am safe for a while, but my hypnotizer is so simple that the villain will soon be able to work it as well as I can. "Simple?" exclaimed the reporter. "How can you make an instrument be simple that enables you to make people do any one of 1,000,000 different things?" "Easily enough," replied the doctor. "You see, the natural instincts that govern a man's actions are comparatively few. Our usual motives are fear, curiosity, envy, jealousy, hate, the sexual instinct, despair, sympathy, cupidity, etc. The list of important ones is not very long. My telehypnotizer must first induce the subject to walk in any desired direction and stop in any desired spot. To achieve this, after tuning up the instrument to accord with the position and mentality of the subject, the needle of the dial is turned in the direction you wish the person to take, and the start or stop button is pressed. As soon as the subject has gone to the spot indicated, you press the cupidity button if you wish him to steal, the sympathy button if you wish him to render assistance, and the jealousy or despair button if you wish him to commit murder or suicide. With the 25 keys of the apparatus pressed down one at a time or two or more together, hundreds of thousands of combinations are possible. Now, Dope Peters has already mastered the most important of the combinations and has been using his new power in a way that will soon make him master of the world, unless I can find some means of checking him. And yet I dare not leave this cage, where I am none too secure as it is, for he can, if he thinks of it, direct the captain of a company of soldiers to come here with his men and shoot me. Here are some things he has already done. First, in order to secure wealth, he ordered a wealthy woman to bring her money and jewels to some specified spot where he can secure them. He also makes her steal the jewelry of her friends and thus saves himself the trouble of tuning up the instrument several times and also the danger of having several women to deal with. Then he has ordered the clerks in charge of his police records to destroy them and has compelled the witnesses of his crimes to commit suicide. In this way, he hopes to secure immunity and to be able to enjoy his new wealth in peace. Then he is designing to make a pretty girl he has seen fall in love with him. Luckily, however, he has not yet found the love combination on the machine, for she is a beautiful girl belonging to one of our best families, and it would be a shame to have her life ruined. Then, too, the fellow seems to be getting ambitious. I can see that he wants to secure power, and it will be easy for him to secure any position he desires, and become either president or a power that is even greater than president, a political boss. With his hypnotizer and his money, there is no goal he cannot reach. But suppose a foreign nation should step in and try to stop him. Pooh! He would simply hypnotize their generals and have the armies surrendered or turned back. He would hypnotize the admirals and obtain mastery of the fleets, and the same for the airplanes. Nothing can stop him once he has thoroughly learned how to use the machine. Then what is it you expect me to do, Doctor? How am I to get at him if he has power to make me do anything he pleases? How can I accomplish more than an army of 100,000 men? Remember, Silas, that a flea can get in where a lion can't go. Thanks for the comparison, but what am I to do? Listen, Silas, here is the address of the place where Peters is staying tonight. Take a good look at the place in my television apparatus so that you can find the spot without trouble. Take this small box with you and place it in Peters' room in the top drawer of his bureau. I'll keep an eye on him. He's not at home now. Telephone me just before entering the house, and I'll let you know if the coast is clear. But, Doctor, not another word. Go. And remember that the lives and happiness of all the rest of the world depend on you doing your part well. From the day Dope Peters had stolen the doctor's machine for hypnotizing persons at a distance, New York City had been startled by a series of the most sensational robberies that had ever been perpetrated. In the most selected gatherings, jewels and other valuables disappeared when there was no one present to whom any suspicion could be attached. Private detectives were set to work and were astounded to find that the thieves were persons of rank and wealth for whom money had no temptation whatever. Evidently, there was an epidemic of kleptomania raging. Women who tried to save their jewels by placing them in safe deposit vaults and wearing imitations were no more fortunate. They came back a day or two later, took out the valuables again, and lost them. And they told strange tales of the fierce temptation that assailed them to get the real gems again, and the wild desire to go to lonely spots and there throw away necklaces and bracelets that had cost thousands of dollars. And in every case, when the obsession left them and they returned to the spot, it was only to find that the jewels had disappeared. In another case, over $1 million worth of jewels were stolen in one night from one of the best patronized of the safe deposit vaults. The precautions taken by the firm were so great that the collusion of over 20 different trusted employees was necessary, men who had held their positions for years and whose integrity was above suspicion. Yet the jewels or other valuables had vanished, and the tales told by the guilty guardians were passing strange. Tales of irresistible temptation coming suddenly to them and overcoming all their principles. Yet none of the employees had received a reward of any kind for his assistance in performing the theft. Dope Peters was jubilant when he returned home that night. He was literally rolling in wealth. As yet, he had not tried to dispose of any of the jewels or securities. The amount of cash he had secured was far more than sufficient for his present needs. He feared no detectives. If any got on his track, he would simply hypnotize them and send them off on the wrong scent. Only two things worried him. The first was that he could not find the love combination of the machine, and the second was his fear of Dr. Hackensaw. He knew the doctor's wonderful powers of invention, and he felt that his only safety lay in the physician's death. But the doctor, in his wire-meshed cage, was proof against the electrical hypnotizing waves. Still, Dr. Hackensaw was mortal. "It's got to be done," cried Peters aloud, "and the sooner the better. I'll hypnotize the man who prepares his food and have it poisoned." So saying, he sat down in front of the telehypnotizer and pressed down one of the keys. But at the first touch of the instrument there was a tremendous explosion. Peters himself was blown to atoms, and nothing remained of the telehypnotizer but a mass of shapeless bits of iron. Dope Peters had been master of the world, but his reign was a short one. "You did your work well, Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw. "Yes, it was an explosive that I had in the can I gave you. It was arranged so as to go off the first time the telehypnotizer's keys started the electrical waves going. It had to be done, and the world is better off without Dope Peters." "But how about your apparatus?" "Well, the world is better off without that, too. I should have had to destroy it anyway. No man is fit to be trusted with the power of hypnotizing his fellow beings at will." "How about the stolen valuables?" "They are all safe, except the few dollars Peters spent. I watched the fellow through my television apparatus, and I know all his hiding places. The jewels can be easily recovered." "You are a wonder, Doctor," cried Silas in admiration, "and I'm sorry you lost your instrument." "I am not," said the doctor quietly. "I was often tempted to use my power for questionable ends. I might some day have succumbed to the temptation if, for example, I had fallen in love with a girl who loved another. I might have hypnotized her and commanded her to love me instead." "I should have given a great deal yesterday for such a power," said Silas, "but today I shouldn't care a fig for it." "Ah, then Gloria accepted you, did she?" Silas Rocket looked at the doctor in amazement. "Are you a mind reader, Doctor?" he cried. "Not quite, but I know you proposed to her today because I hypnotized you and ordered you to do so. If you will look at the sealed memorandum I gave you, you will find my order written out. I saw you were hesitating to propose, and I felt sure Gloria Munday would accept you, so I thought I would hasten matters a little. No thanks, please, Silas. Don't thank me until you have been married 10 years. Then you will know whether you will want to thank me or murder me." End of section 10.
Section 11 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. Journey to the year 2025. Author's note: science is, in reality, nothing but the prediction of the future. The astronomer, from his knowledge of the past, can predict the positions of planets for hundreds of years to come. The chemist knows in advance what substance will result from combining a certain acid with a certain base, and the engineer, in his blueprints, shows what the appearance of his new machine will be. To forecast what the progress of humanity will be in the next 100 years is too complex a problem to be solved with any degree of accuracy, but certain inventions and discoveries may be readily foreshadowed. "You're a smart man, Dr. Hackensaw," remarked Silas Rocket, "but I'll bet there's one thing you can't do." "Indeed? And what is that, pray?" asked the doctor, smiling. "Is it to make Gloria Mundi fall in love with you?" Silas Rocket blushed. "No," said he, "I don't need any help in that direction. What I should like would be to take a trip 100 years forward into the future." "Is that all?" cried the doctor gaily. "Why, that's easy enough. I'll take you there any time." Silas Rocket's face fell. "You don't understand me," he said. "I don't want you to put me to sleep for 100 years, pickled in carbon dioxide the way you do with other men. No thanks. What I want is just to take a short run to the year 2025, and then come back to the present time again. If such a thing were only possible, I should come back a rich man." "How so?" "Why, I'd simply take note of some of the greatest inventions that had been made during the century, and patent them now. I'd soon be the richest man in the United States." The smile on Dr. Hackensaw's face broadened into a sardonic grin. "I'll gladly do what you want, Silas. The thing is simple enough. But as to making your fortune, I fear you will be sadly disappointed. Do you imagine for a moment that if Ben Franklin had been allowed to spend a few days in our century, and had then gone back to the year 1776, he could have accomplished much? He would know how to make a locomotive, a telephone, a dynamo, an automobile, an aeroplane, and a radio apparatus. But of what use would they be? He would have no capital with which to put his machines on the market, no facilities for mining and transporting the coal required, no gasoline for his automobiles and aeroplanes, no business that would warrant the installation of telephones and wireless. No, Silas, a new invention cannot be successfully launched until the world is ready for it. Human progress is necessarily slow. People in 1776, even more than at present day, were opposed to all innovations, and Franklin would have been long dead before the simplest of these devices would have been adopted. Every great invention requires a host of preliminary steps, and then there is the arduous work of educating the public up to it. But that's neither here nor there. If you want to make a short trip to the year 2025, I'll send you there at once, and guarantee you a safe return, too. "But how will you manage it, Doctor?" asked Silas, surprised. "Simply enough. I will merely give you an opiate, and by leading your thoughts to the future as you fall asleep, you will almost certainly dream of the year 2025. Silas Rocket made a wry face. "What use would that be to me?" said he. "In my dream I should learn nothing new, because a man can dream of nothing he doesn't already know." "Indeed," returned Dr. Hackensaw. "You forget that the human brain is a wonderful organ, especially when under the influence of a stimulant. I will promise you an interesting and instructive trip, and you will certainly see many new inventions, though I doubt if, on your return, you can make any profit out of them. At any rate, you will be back in an hour, so you risk nothing. Here, swallow down this potion, and while it is taking effect, I will lead your mind in the right direction by speaking of some of the things you are likely to see." "Where am I?" cried Silas Rocket, opening his eyes and gazing about him in wonderment. "I hope you are not hurt, sir," said a soft feminine voice in his ear. Silas Rocket looked up and found he was supported in the arms of a young girl about 20, who was looking at him anxiously to ascertain if he were wounded. "Where am I?" asked Silas again, his bewilderment increasing. "And who are you, pray?" "My name is Radia Sparks, and here is my identification button, FN1728NY. I suppose you flew here and met with an accident. By the way, you've lost your identification button." "My identification button? What's that?" "Is it possible you don't know? I see from your clothing and speech that you are a stranger, but I thought everyone in the world today had to wear an identification button." "What place is this?" asked Silas. "This is New York City," returned the maiden. "If you feel well enough to fly, I'll take you to my home, where you'll feel more comfortable. Have you your pocket wings with you?" "My pocket wings?" "Yes, to fly with." "But I see you haven't them. Luckily mine are strong enough to support the two of us." So saying, the young lady drew a roll from beneath her dress, unfolded it, and in a moment a small flying machine with a propeller underneath was ready for action. "Where is the engine?" asked Silas in surprise. "There is none. The power comes by wireless impulses from the earth that set the propeller spinning. If we sit close together, the two of us can fit in the machine. See, I turn this knob, and up we go." And as she said the words, the plane ascended in the air. It was soon evident, however, that the weight of the two persons was too much for the machine. "We shall have to land," observed the young lady. "Luckily, we are over the travelling walks." A moment later, the two found themselves on the roofs of the houses, where 3 travelling sidewalks, if sidewalks they could be called, going at different rates of speed, were in constant motion in one direction, while 3 others were travelling in the reverse direction. Silas and his fair companion moved from the slowest to the most rapid walk, and there sat down in comfortable armchairs. "Set your chair dial for number 1272, said Radia, and she showed Silas how to turn the dials. "You see," she explained, "the chair is now set so it will travel straight to my house without further attention." "Is all travelling done on the roofs of the houses?" asked Silas. "Yes, the streets below are for the vehicular traffic. Here on the roof we have the gardens. And, as you see, at every street corner our chairs cross from one block to the next on the moving bridges." "And are all the houses of the same height?" "Practically so in all important centres in New York. Each house occupies a whole block and surrounds a central garden. Roadways lead to this garden for pleasure vehicles. All deliveries of goods are, however, made at the front door on the streets. Visitors either make use of the back doors in the garden, or enter from the travelling walks by doors in the roof, but they generally fly in through one of the windows." "I see," said Silas. "By the way, what do you do when it rains? I suppose you have a glass roof to raise over the sidewalks so you won't get wet?" Radia turned and looked at him in surprise, and then laughed merrily. "Why, what an idea!" she cried. "No, of course we have no glass roofs, though I believe there are such things in some out-of-the-way countries. But we don't allow rain in the cities." "You don't allow it?" "No, the weather makers have orders never to make it rain in New York, except on special occasions. And then a week's notice must be given, so people can remain at home during the shower." "I see, your weather is made to order. You have the rain for the farmer and fine weather for the city man. But how do you satisfy everybody?" "We don't, but we have local option. Every month the people of each locality decide by vote what weather they want for each day of the coming month, heat, cold, rain, or shine, and they get what they want within certain reasonable limits and provided the expense is not too great." "The expense?" "Why, yes, it costs money to control the weather. It takes a large amount of power, in the form of heat or electricity, to bring down a shower, keep it off, or move it to some other locality. Of course, power is cheap. We get it from the waves, the tides, the heat of the sun, wind, and the internal heat of the earth. But such large quantities are required for weather purposes that the cost is considerable. But here we are at home. See, our chairs have stopped." Silas looked all around him on the roof, but he could perceive no sign of a door. Radia noticed his puzzled look and gave a light, silvery laugh. "Wait till I open the door," she cried, and then slowly and distinctly she pronounced the words, "Open Sesame!" At the sound of her voice, a door in the roof noiselessly opened, and the armchairs on which they sat automatically continued their journey. "Was it the sound of your voice that opened the door?" asked Silas, puzzled. "Why, certainly," replied the young lady. "Almost all our locks are phonographic. We first make the record by speaking into the phonograph, and after that the lock will only open when the same voice repeats the same words. For unless the needle travels in the same groove, the electrical contact is not made and the door will not open." "But how do you manage when several persons are to use the same lock?" "Each person makes his own phonogram, and the lock will then open to any one of a dozen different voices, each repeating its own special words. When strangers are expected, we use a broader needle in making the records. Then the lock will open for anyone who pronounces the given words, or else we speak through a special horn that changes the voice. so that the lock is not set for an individual voice. But doesn't your own voice change somewhat at times? Yes, indeed. Once I came home so hoarse that my voice wouldn't work the lock. In another case, I had an attack of malaria and was shivering so hard I couldn't articulate the words. In both cases, I had to hire a room downstairs until my family returned. But here we are in my room, and as you must be hungry, we might as well have some dinner. Silas Rocket looked about him in surprise. The room was absolutely empty. In shape, it was square. There were no corners, no moldings or panels to accumulate the dust. For ease in cleaning, the corners of the room were all rounded. There was no fireplace or mantelpiece and no carpet. Not even a door was visible. The armchairs that had brought them had vanished, and the opening had closed again. Not a chair, table, or other article of furniture was in sight. To Silas, it appeared more like an empty room in a hospital than anything else. "You have sanitary rooms, all right," said he, "and they must be easy to keep clean." "Yes, indeed," replied Radia. "The rooms scrub themselves clean every day, automatically." "I see. But you speak of dinner, and yet there doesn't seem to be the ghost of a table, chair, or stove present. And what is more important than all, there doesn't seem to be anything to eat." Radia laughed again, and her laugh was so infectious that Silas found himself joining in, though he hadn't the faintest idea what he was laughing at. "Before I attend dinner," said Radia, "what kind of air will you have?" "Air?" echoed Silas in perplexity. "Yes. Do you want ocean breezes brought in from 500 miles out in the Atlantic? Or do you want mountain breezes from the Adirondacks?" "Oh, I see," said Silas. "You bring your air to the houses in pipes." "Yes," returned Radia. "Our houses are dustproof, and we only use filtered air. And you can have it warm or cool, any temperature you wish." "I'll try the ocean air," said Silas. The young lady held herself erect, and in a clear, distinct voice she uttered the command, "Sea breeze!" Immediately the room was filled from an unseen source by the bracing salt breezes of the Atlantic. "You have good servants," observed Silas. "Servants? Oh, that was no servant that turned on the breeze. It was simply another phonographic lock. We have no servants, but use phonographic locks instead. I can order any one of 1,000 things by merely shouting the proper word. You see, this is my bedroom, dining room, parlor, library, music room, etc. The furniture is all of the folding variety and appears or disappears at command. It is stored behind the walls of the room. I shall now order the table and chairs to appear." "Dining table for 2, she called. At the words, the wall noiselessly opened and a small table with 2 chairs moved into the center of the room. "Now," said Radia, "what will you have to eat? That round spot in the center of the table is a phonograph transmitter. Press the button in front of you to connect the instrument with the restaurant, and then order anything you want. It will be served immediately." "I prefer that you should give the order," said Silas diffidently. Radia smiled and ordered a delicious dinner such as Silas in all his life had never tasted before. Each dish, as ordered, descended from the ceiling piping hot, and the young couple made a hearty meal. "Now then," said Radia after the last mouthful had been eaten, "perhaps you would like to take a trip around the city. I have an extra pair of pocket wings that you can use." To Silas, that afternoon was spent in visiting the shops and factories was a revelation. He saw displays of goods such as he had never dreamt before, and machines that possessed almost human intelligence, so complex and delicate were the operations performed. Mankind, he found, had changed but little in the 100 years, but mechanical inventions had multiplied to an enormous extent, and marvel after marvel appeared before his delighted eyes. The clothing worn by the men and women especially interested him. It was soft like silk, and yet between the outer and inner airtight tissue there was a vacuum, which served to keep out the heat in summer and the cold in winter. He visited the schools, saw lessons in geography and history taught by speaking movies in natural colors. In physiology, too, the movies were used to show the functioning of each organ. The lectures that accompanied the movies were up-to-the-minute talks by the most celebrated scientists. The walls of houses were all built with a vacuum, and this acted as a silencer as well as a preservative against changes of temperature. A man could sing at the top of his voice or run his phonograph at midnight in his room, and no sound would be perceptible to his neighbor in the next room. He saw people walking across the Hudson River with their feet encased in weighted floating shoes, what you might call water skates. He saw other persons walk head downward from a ceiling like flies, special suckers on their shoes enabling them to walk up the sidewalls and cling to the ceiling. He greatly admired the lighting arrangements in the houses, for at the command "light," the room would be flooded with daylight from some invisible source. He flew to the suburbs with Radia and watched how the farmers passed the soil of their farms through sterilizing machines that killed all the weed seeds and disease germs. Then, pure cultures of beneficial microbes and properly prepared humus and fertilizer were added, and the soil, when planted, needed no weeding. But it would be impossible to detail 1/100th of the things he saw. His head was in a perfect whirl as they turned to leave the farm. "Ah, Radia," said he, "I don't know how to thank you for this wonderful day." Then, seeing that she was having some trouble with adjusting her flying gear, he added, "Here, let me fasten your wings for you." Radia looked superbly beautiful as she bent down to allow him to fasten the clasps of the aeroplane to her shoulders, and it is no wonder if the poor man completely lost his head. "Radia," said he with his soul in his eyes, "Radia, will you allow me to kiss you?" "No, indeed," she replied, blushing. "Kissing is against the law. On account of sanitary reasons, no one is allowed to kiss." Then she added, more gently, "I have read about kissing in books, and I have often wondered what it must feel like to have a man's lips touch yours." "I'll show you, Radia," cried Silas. Beside himself and seizing her in his arms, he gave her a long, ardent kiss. The young girl blushed crimson, and breaking from his embrace, darted up into the air. In an instant Silas had buckled on his own flying machine and had followed her. But he had been too excited to fasten the clamps carefully. Something slipped, and he felt himself falling. "Well, Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw, "you've been gone just 1 hour. I hope you've brought back enough ideas for inventions to make your fortune. But what in the world did you mean by crying out, 'Oh, Radia, Radia, just one more kiss, please'?" And Dr. Hackensaw smiled sarcastically. Silas Rocket blushed scarlet. "Doctor," said he, "if you ever tell Gloria Mundi about Radia, I'll never forgive you. Women are such jealous creatures, she wouldn't understand that Radia was only a girl 100 years in the future, and a dream girl at that." End of section 11.
Section 12 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Emily N. Bova. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Bizandi. The Secret of the Philosopher's Stone. Author's Note. Our most advanced chemists nowadays believe that the large majority of our so-called elements, if not all of them, are really compounds of simpler entities, and that the time is not far distant when we shall be able to change any element into any other. The fact that the sun and stars contain very few elementary substances seems to show that if we could obtain sufficient heat, we could decompose any of our present elements into the primitive particles of which it is composed.
"Hist! Shrimp! This is the place. Here's where the old geezer makes the stuff, and it ought to be an easy job for us to cart off a whole load of it. Why, the windows aren't even fastened."
As he said the words, Dago Jake, with a deftness that betokened long experience, noiselessly pushed up the sash, and a moment later the two burglars had entered the room.
"It can't be real gold, then,"
whispered the young fellow called Shrimp.
"You can bet your life the window wouldn't be left open if this was the real stuff." "It's gold, all right, Shrimp. I know, because I got hold of some of it and had it tested. Old Doc Hackensaw makes it himself, and as he can make it by the cartload, he doesn't think it worthwhile to have it watched. Besides, he thinks that no one outside of his own men knows the secret. He doesn't know that some of the fellers had blabbed. But hush, I hear somebody coming. Let's slip behind these boxes in the corner.
The two rogues had scarcely time to conceal themselves before the door opened, and Silas Rocket and Dr. Hackensaw entered the room. "Yes, Silas," said the doctor, continuing the conversation he had already begun. "I have found it. I have found the philosopher's stone that the old alchemists vainly sought, the secret of making gold, and better yet, the secret of transforming any element into any other."
Whew!
Whistled the reporter. "That is a discovery, and no mistake. If I understand you, you have found means of changing the common metals into gold?" Dr. Hackensaw's lips curled contemptuously. "Yes," said he, "but that is only a minor part of my discovery. Personally, I wouldn't give a snap of the fingers for 100 tons of gold. This room we are in is chock full of gold that I made from lead, and yet I am going to change it back into lead again." "What?" "Yes," continued the doctor, purposefully misunderstanding his companion. "An atom of gold is nothing but an atom of lead with 2 helium atoms knocked out of it. Or, as another man states it, if you expel 1 alpha particle from lead, you get mercury. And if you expel a beta particle from mercury, you get thallium. Then expel another alpha particle from thallium, and you get gold. Well, I have accomplished the change. This room contains several $1,000,000 worth of gold. But, as I said before, I'm going to change it all back into lead again." "What in the world are you going to do that for?" asked Silas in surprise. "Simply because this gold would do more harm than good if I tried to make use of it." "A little of it would do me a lot of good," remarked Silas, whose pocketbook was always empty. "Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw solemnly, "I am now able to manufacture gold in any quantity I desire, at the cost of a few dollars per ton. And yet I am not going to make any more of it, because it would be a bad thing for the world if gold were produced in large quantities. Gold is now very valuable as currency, or as a means of exchange between nations. If made in quantities, it would be useless for this purpose, and its value for other purposes would by no means compensate for this loss. Cheap silver would be very useful for the manufacture of electric wires, because silver is a better conductor of electricity than copper. But gold, though it would be useful as a lining for kitchen utensils and other purposes of the sort, would be of small use in the arts, no matter how low the price. The benefits derived from an unlimited supply of gold would not begin to make up, for mankind, the loss of gold as money or a means of exchange. Then, too, the manufacture of gold on a large scale would bring about a financial crisis, such as the world has never before experienced. The present financial conditions in Austria and Germany will give you some idea of what would happen. Why I had not sold $1,000,000 worth of my synthetic gold before I was visited by confidential agents from the different governments of the world, begging me to desist unless I wished to be the ruin of hundreds of thousands of families. "I can't say that I understand you, Doctor." "Is it possible? Why, you see, all our banknotes are on a gold basis, and all bonds, loans, rentals, contracts, etc., are made either on the basis of banknotes or of gold. Now gold at present is worth nearly $21 an ounce. If I manufactured it at 25 cents per pound, it would be worth only 1/1000th of what it is at present. In other words, a man having $1,000 in banknotes, bonds, money in the bank, or other credit would find he could buy only $1 worth of goods with it. The contractor would have to fill his contracts at a cost 1,000 times greater than he had figured on. Creditors would lose practically all the money owed them, while all debtors would benefit by having the greater portion of their debt cancelled. In that case, remarked Silas, it would seem to me that it might not be a bad thing for humanity at large. The rich would lose, but the poor would gain. Dr. Hackensaw gave him a pitying look. Yes, said he, that is the socialistic argument. Take the capital away from those who have it, and distribute it among those who lack it. This is a comparatively easy thing to do, but the fallacy is that the capital, thus divided, would be soon dissipated. At the same time, the incentive to form new capital would be destroyed, and the world would revert to a condition little better than savagery. It is capital that makes civilization possible. But enough of this lecture. Of course I agreed at once to stop making gold, and to change all I had in stock back into lead again. And you really possess the power of changing one element into another in this way? Yes. I have been working on the problem for the past 30 years, and had solved it theoretically years ago. The decomposition of the elements is merely a question of obtaining sufficient heat. Heat is the real philosopher's stone. The reporter looked incredulous. Yes, continued the doctor, the spectroscope shows us that the sun and the stars, which are at a very high temperature, possess elementary substances very rare on the earth. As our earth at one time formed part of the sun, the inference is plain. Many of our common elements must have been changed into some other form in the sun. In a word, the heat must have decomposed them into simple elements. And analogy would lead us to believe that a still greater heat would decompose those elements still existing in the sun. I don't see how mere heat can make such a change, hazarded the reporter. The heat forces the particles of the atom further apart, and thus sets them free to form new combinations. When the electrical furnace was invented, I thought my problem was solved, but the temperatures obtained are far inferior to those needed. Of late, methods have been found for obtaining an exceedingly high temperature for a duration of a second or so. But of course, such explosions of heat, if I may so call them, are unsatisfactory for practical purposes. What I required was a continuous heat at a hitherto undreamt of temperature, and I obtained it. Here Dr. Hackensaw paused, then continued after a moment. The tremendous amount of energy required made coal too expensive as a source of power. I accordingly used wave power transformed into electricity. This electricity I step up, or boost, to inconceivable voltages or amperages as I desire, and then change this electricity into heat of temperatures so high that the figures would mean nothing to you. A special form of audium that I have devised forms part of my apparatus and aids in intensifying heat, just as the ordinary audium amplifies sound, for heat, like sound, is nothing but a vibration. To change my electrical current into heat, I use, as a resistance, the vapor of the element that is to be decomposed. Thus, if I am decomposing lead, I first vaporize the lead, and then pass the electric current through this vapor, the vapor forming the resistance. The tremendous heat obtained separates the atoms of lead into atoms of simpler elements, and by removing those that are not desired, and bringing together in their nascent state those which I wish to combine, I am able to manufacture any element out of very cheap materials. For instance, gold, as I have told you, is merely lead with 2 atoms of helium removed. Hence, after raising my lead to a temperature sufficient to decompose the atoms, I remove the helium, and the remaining gases, when cold, combined to form gold. It is still easier to change the gold back into lead again, for I merely add the right quantity of helium vapor to the gold vapor, then heat both together, and when cold I have lead instead of gold. Silas made a grimace. The idea of changing lead into gold evidently did not appeal to him. Dr. Hackensaw continued. At first, I used temperatures much higher than were really necessary. I have found that under certain conditions the atoms will dissociate or decompose at much lower temperatures than others. A high-frequency current, for example, seems to set the elementary particles of the atoms vibrating at greater speeds. At any rate, it enables me to dissociate the atoms at greatly reduced temperatures. Ultraviolet rays also help, and combination is also sometimes useful, that is to say, the joining of another gas to the one I wish to decompose. But, doctor, objected Silas, what will be the use of your apparatus if you cannot make gold? Dr. Hackensaw smiled. Silas, said he, I'm going to make the most precious element that exists, one that has an intrinsic as well as an artificial value. And what is that? Radium, replied the doctor. All this worthless gold here will be transformed into radium. And what will you do with all that radium? It won't be worth anything if you make too much of it. You think so, but you forget the energy stored up in radium. A gram of radium gives off 36 billion helium atoms per second. If you don't believe me, you can count them for yourself. In doing this, it liberates a large amount of energy. It has been calculated that a gram of radium, in turning into lead, as radium naturally does in time, gives out some 3 million horsepower-hours of energy. In other words, if it takes 20 years for the radium to throw off enough helium particles and become lead, and I have found means of hastening this natural change, 6 grams of radium will be sufficient to run a 100-horsepower automobile continuously, day and night, during the whole 20 years. But I do not use the radium only for running automobiles. It is useful for all purposes where a motive power is required. Like electricity, it is a source of energy, and there is practically no limit in the uses to which it may be put. It may be used to produce heat, light, or power at will. It is compact and easy to carry. The 6 grams can be put in your coat pocket, even allowing for the bulk of the special radium-proof containers I have invented. Your automobile may be as light as a buggy, because it requires no engine. You place your 6 grams of radium in the machine, turn a lever, and off you go. There is no noise, no smoke, no jerking, no smell of gasoline. Off you go in your auto or airplane, and if you want a meal on the road, your radium will cook it for you. It will keep you warm in winter and cool in summer. It will furnish light for your car and run an electric fan to keep flies and mosquitoes away. You can even have an ice box in your car, for the radium will evaporate ammonia and enable you to manufacture ice. I have also invented means for inserting small amounts of radium in the weaving of cloth, so that your clothing will keep you warm in winter or cool in summer, the temperature being under perfect control. But why continue the items of this enumeration? There is practically no limit to the uses to which radium may be put. It is also foolproof, for the container is strong and cannot be opened unless you smash it open on purpose. A very simple mechanism prevents the emanations from escaping except when the can of radium is placed in the proper position in the machine which it is desired to run. A lever turns on or shuts off the emanations at will. I am already arranging for public automobiles, or rather radiobiles, as I shall call them, stationed in every street. All of my subscribers will be furnished with a 6-gram can of radium. Whenever they wish to ride, they have merely to pop this into the first auto they find and ride to their destination. My radium, as I told you, may also be used for lighting purposes, either by transforming the energy into electricity by means of a dynamo, or by using it for the softer forms of glow light, less trying to the eyes. But here, I am keeping you up to all hours of the night, and you must be tired. I'll give you further explanations some other time. Only, let me tell you one thing. That metal door in front of you leads to a radium-proof room in which there is so much radium ready for the market that at present prices all the gold in the world would not be sufficient to buy it."
"Phew!" whispered Dago Drake to his companion. "That was an awful long-winded yarn, wasn't it? But I'm glad to know the radium is worth more than gold. It's easier to carry, too. Here's the metal door the doctor spoke of. This one marked 'Keep Out! Danger!' Great snakes! The door isn't even locked. This is luck and no mistake."
A moment later, the two rogues were in the radium-proof chamber and surveying a pile of closed boxes of different sizes.
"This is the stuff!" cried Dago Jake, seizing one of the largest boxes labeled "Radium, 3 pounds." "You can have it," said Shrimp contemptuously. "Me for the gold." "All right, but these 3 pounds of radium are worth more than all the gold you could carry."
"Is that so? Let's see the blamed stuff."
"I can't. The darned box doesn't open."
"I'll open it," cried Shrimp, and seizing a fire axe from the wall, with a few lusty blows he succeeded in breaking open the case in which the pure metal was contained. Then he gave a cry, but only one, and he and his companion fell senseless on the floor. Dr. Hackensaw was saying good-bye to Silas Rocket when he was startled by the violent ringing of his radium alarm, an ingenious device he had installed to give him warning when any particles of radium happened to get loose on the premises. With the greatest haste, the doctor donned a radium-proof suit, and giving another to Silas, he rushed back to the storeroom to see what was the matter. He pushed open the metal door to the radium chamber, and a single glance told him the whole story. The two charred bodies were beyond any earthly help, so the doctor turned his attention to the loose radium. With Silas's help, he had soon imprisoned it in a new container, and then, by means of a special vacuum suction apparatus, he removed the radium emanations from the air, and the machine had soon condensed them into metallic form again. By the time this was effected, all that remained of the two thieves was a small heap of calcined bones. End of section 12.
Story 13 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chris Fong. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fizandi. The Secret of the Artificial Gills. Author's note. A fish breathes underwater by means of its gills, which extract the air imprisoned in the water. It should be a comparatively simple process to devise a machine that would do the work of the gills and so enable a man to live indefinitely underwater, like a fish. Well, Silas, what do you say to a little trip in the Hudson River today? In the river? Echoed Silas Rocket. You mean on the river, don't you? I said in the river, and I generally mean what I say. Come along with me, and I'll show you my latest invention. What is it? It's what you might call a set of mechanical gills. You know, of course, that although a fish lives in the water, it cannot exist without breathing air. This air it obtains from the water itself, for a large amount of air is imprisoned in the water of brooks, rivers, and even in the ocean. Place a fish in water from which all the air has been removed, and the fish will drown. That is to say, it will suffocate for lack of air. But every stream or pond contains air. In the stagnant ponds, the air is brought down by the aquatic vegetation. In the running stream, the water is aerated as it splashes through the atmosphere. A fish's gills are designed to remove the air from the water and so allow the fish to breathe. Now, the idea struck me that there was no good reason for allowing the fish a monopoly of the ocean. A fish's gills are by no means a complicated piece of mechanism, and I saw no reason why they should not be artificially imitated. Artificial gills? Cried the reporter. You mean gills that would enable men to live and breathe underwater? Why, that would be like a fairy tale! Dr. Hackensaw curled his lip contemptuously. Yes, said he, it is like a fairy tale. But all the fairy tales of the olden times are becoming the facts of the present day. You read of the magic carpet that carried its owner through the air, wherever he wished to go. One aeroplane does the same thing today. The old fairy tales speak, too, of a magic telescope and ear trumpet that enabled its owner to see and hear what was happening at a distance. Our telephone does the latter, and our television apparatus will before long do the former, on a scale undreamt of, even in the old stories. In the Arabian Nights, you will likewise read of a race of men and women who could live and breathe underwater. Well, with my artificial gills, I can enable any man or woman to do the same thing. Is it possible? That is indeed a marvelous invention, Doctor. And yet, I must say, I fail to see what advantage your apparatus can have over a submarine. A submarine would seem to me far more practical and useful. The water is too cold for a man to live in it long. Then, too, there are dangers of all kinds. A submarine is a protection. It can be heated, and a man can remain in it for days in comfort. While, if he were obliged to live underwater, like a fish, he would have enough of the life at the end of a couple of hours. There is some truth in what you say, Silas, replied the doctor, but come along with me and you can test the matter for yourself. Here we are on board of my steam yacht, observed Dr. Hackensaw. You will readily understand that in New York City I could not go openly into the water with my artificial gills without attracting a crowd. Hence, I have constructed a special chamber in the hold of my yacht from which I can enter the water at will. If you will come down with me, you shall have your first experience as a fish. Silas Rocket grinned rather sheepishly, but he was a good sport, and followed close to his conductor, who led him down several handsome stairways, and at last brought him into the special watertight compartment from which the start was to be made. You spoke about the cold, Silas, so I'll show you how I managed to keep warm underwater. All warm-blooded marine animals, like the seal, the whale, etc., are protected from the cold by a thick layer of blubber or fat. Instead of this, I use a vacuum suit, which answers the same purpose. The loss of heat is so slight that I could remain underwater for days without experiencing the slightest discomfort from this source. There is nothing like a vacuum for preventing heat from passing. You will perceive that these suits are light, yet strong, and so flexible that one's movements are unimpeded. They are, in fact, more like some of the flexible chain armors used in the ancient days than like our modern stiff diving suits. And the clumsy helmet is replaced by a very light hood. Where are the gills? Asked Silas. They are in the soles of the shoes, replied the doctor. You see, he explained, in order to walk upright underwater, the shoes must be the heaviest portion of the suit. Hence, I enclose in one the motor that works the artificial gills, and in the other the motor that runs the propeller, which enables me to swim through the water more rapidly than a fish. How about the engine to run the dynamo? I use no engine. My power is received by wireless from New York power stations. I have also made diving suits provided with a buoy that floats on the surface of the ocean, and the action of the waves on the buoy runs my machinery. In case of emergency, I can work both the gills and the propeller simultaneously by means of pedals like bicycle pedals. I can use either arm or legs, or both for the work. This, of course, is for use only in case of an accident or for special work during war times. You can use the machine for war purposes? Certainly, Indeed, it is a most valuable adjunct to either the army or navy. A river nowadays is quite an obstacle to the advance of an army. But when I can send an army of men underwater to blow up the enemy's bridges, boats, etc., or to excavate tunnels underwater for the purpose of planting mines under the enemy's works, I have a great advantage. But the enemy can use nets, as they do with submarines. Not at all. A net in the river above their entrenchments, one below, and a connecting net between the two will suffice against a submarine, because the submarine is blind. But the diver underwater can see the nets and avoid or force a passage through them. Then, too, the enemy can use bombs effectively against a dozen submarines. But it is an entirely different matter to bomb an army of 1,000 men or more crossing the river underwater at different places. How does the diver return to the surface when he wishes to? I have followed the example of a fish. As you probably know, the lungs of a man are nothing but the developed bladder of a fish. This is one of the curious facts, so common in nature, of an organ originally designed for one purpose being altered to serve for an entirely different purpose. The function of a fish's bladder is to enable it to rise or sink in the water at will. By expanding the bladder, the fish occupies more space in the water, hence is more buoyant and rises to the surface. By expelling the air from the bladder, the fish becomes less buoyant and sinks. I have used the same principle in my diving suit. My suit is provided with an elastic reservoir into which I can, at will, admit, under pressure, the air produced by the gills. When the reservoir is expanded, I rise. When contracted, I sink. I can thus float or swim in the water at any desired depth. Similar reservoirs attached to the legs of my suit enable me to assume a horizontal or oblique position at will. For rapid travel, I find an almost horizontal position is the best, and with my propeller going at full speed, I can make remarkable progress and easily outstrip any ordinary vessel. But enough of this talk. Put on your suit and we'll take a submarine stroll together and explore the bottom of the Hudson River. With considerable misgivings, Silas Rocket donned the strange diving suit. The doctor closed the watertight compartment and opened a faucet that soon filled the chamber with water. Then the doctor turned a handle and opened a slide in the side of the vessel, thus affording an entrance into the river. By means of a weighted rope ladder let down from the ship, the two men had soon descended to the bottom of the Hudson and started walking down with the current, which, however, was very slight.
"Phew," growled Silas. "Pretty tough walking, this."
He did not expect any answer, but Dr. Hackensaw had had the forethought of providing his diving suits with telephones, so his answer came clear and strong. "Yes, Silas," said he, "the walking is rough, but if you press button B, your air reservoir will fill, and then we can try swimming for a change." A moment later, Silas perceived that the doctor had assumed a horizontal position, and with his propeller going, was making rapid progress through the water. It did not take Silas long to follow suit, and he was surprised to find that he experienced no difficulty whatever in breathing. For, while a warm-blooded animal, like man, requires a great deal more air than a cold-blooded fish, yet the mechanical gills worked so much more rapidly than the natural gills of the fish that the air supply was always ample.
"You're a wizard, Doctor," cried Silas, "and not the least wonderful part of your invention is this wireless telephone with invisible apparatus."
Dr. Hackensaw laughed. "My wireless telephone," said he, "is nothing but a modification of a child's toy telephone made of 2 tin cans connected by a string. When you speak, a metal plate on the exterior of your diving suit is set vibrating, and the vibrations are carried by the water to a receiving plate in my suit. Water is a better conductor of sound than air, and you see, the device works perfectly. But now, if you will turn on your searchlight, you will see that we are at the dock of one of the ocean liners. and you will understand how easy it would be to place a torpedo here and blow it to atoms. Well, it would be just as easy to blow up a dreadnought. Nets and other devices would be powerless against me, for I can see them and guard against them. My approach can be noiseless, for I can lay in a supply of compressed air, and stopping my propeller, I can walk or swim underwater to the enemy's ship, which would be at my mercy. Unlike a submarine, I can remain for days or weeks underwater. Drinks and provisions for a week I can easily carry in a special knapsack on my back, or even in the suit itself. In the case of need, I could eat oyster and shellfish, which would, at a pinch, satisfy the cravings of both hunger and thirst. As for heat, there is a practical vacuum between the outer and inner linings of my suit, so that my bodily heat suffices to keep me comfortable. Strong braces between the two linings enable me to go down to great depths without my suit being crushed in. It was a wonderful experience for the reporter as the two men-fish went shooting along through the water at a rapid pace, under the harbor traffic, and were soon out in the ocean. "Now, Silas," said the doctor, "I'm going to let you into a secret. There's a sunken vessel here, buried deep in the mud, and it must have been here over 100 years. My impression is that it must have been a pirate vessel that sunk here after a successful cruise in the Spanish seas. I will show you what leads me to this belief." So saying, the doctor steered downward and led the way to an old hulk lying on the ocean bottom, and there revealed to the astonished reporter a chest green with seaweed and deeply encrusted with marine growths. The chest had already been forced open, and there were displayed to view a large number of gold and silver coins, tarnished with age, together with rings, bracelets, and other jewels. "There, Silas," said the doctor. "I don't know the laws about treasure trove, but there is certainly a small fortune there for someone."
"Doctor, have you seen the news in today's paper?" cried Silas Rocket, bursting into the doctor's sanctum one morning. "3 ocean liners sunk yesterday, all of them close to the shore, one of them in New York Harbor, just as it was leaving port."
"Yes, Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw gravely. "I know all about it. In fact, I knew beforehand that something of the sort was bound to happen when I found out that 3 of my diving suits with artificial gills were missing. The inference is only too plain that they must have been taken by a gang of criminals to further some nefarious scheme."
"Then you believe—"
"I believe that whenever an ocean liner leaves port, and there is a probability of its containing a quantity of gold bullion or other such valuables on board, one of the villains, encased in one of my special diving suits, attaches himself in some way to the hull of the vessel, underwater, and when he judges the time ripe, he explodes a number of small torpedoes that send the ship to the bottom. Luckily, the loss of life is small, as the rogues merely wish to get the treasure."
"But cannot something be done to stop it?"
"I hope so, for though my artificial gills would have been a great boon to mankind if properly used, they become a terrible menace in the hands of criminals. These men are more dangerous to shipping than the greatest pirates that ever lived. But come along with me, Silas, and you can help me catch the ringleader."
"What are you going to do?"
"That would be telling, and I don't want to breathe a word of my plans to a living soul. But come with me and see for yourself." Dr. Hackensaw led the way to his hangar, where were housed a number of aeroplanes of different styles and sizes. He seated himself in a closed machine of the oddest shape, and placed Silas on the seat behind him.
"Ah," said Silas, "I understand. You're going to hunt for the fellow with an aeroplane. I suppose you expect to find him at the wreck in New York Harbor."
Dr. Hackensaw shook his head. "No," said he. "The gold from the ship has already been taken away, so I have had to put new bait in the trap."
"What do you mean?"
"I mean that I have arranged that another large liner, loaded with gold, shall sail from New York today. If the fellow snaps at the bait, I shall have him."
"How so?"
"This machine, as you see, is closed and is a submarine as well as an aeroplane. It can travel twice as fast underwater as the man can. Then I have here 2 of my diving suits with artificial gills, with which we can follow him anywhere. A moment later they had come in sight of the ocean liner, which was steaming out of the harbor. Dr. Hackensaw stopped his engine, volplaned to the water, and then started the propeller revolving again, the wings of the aeroplane folding up out of the way. The machine was now a submarine, with artificial gills working to renew the air supply. A gyroscopic compass enabled the doctor to keep his course underwater, and a special magnetic device enabled him to follow the transatlantic vessel with ease. He maneuvered to get ahead of the vessel and then stopped. Next, both he and Silas hastily donned the diving suits and waited. A moment later, the ocean liner passed over their heads, and there, sure enough, clinging to the hull, was a man in one of the doctor's suits, busily engaged fastening a torpedo to the bottom of the boat. With a shout to Silas, the doctor was upon him, and though the villain struggled, he was soon at their mercy, for the doctor, with an instrument he had brought along, had perforated the diving suit, and the fellow was soon suffocated into helplessness. And when Silas and the doctor had finished removing the torpedoes from the ship and returned to the spot, the man was drowned beyond hope of recovery. That same night, Dr. Hackensaw learned that 2 more members of the gang had been captured in the same way, and thus the 3 stolen diving suits were recovered. But after that, the doctor destroyed all but a dozen of the suits, and these he kept in a safe deposit vault when not in use. "It is astonishing," cried the doctor, "how every attempt to improve the condition of mankind seems to bring added dangers. Even the railroad, the machinery in a factory, and the automobile are all juggernauts, and all demand the sacrifice of human life." End of section 13.
Section 14 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fizandi. The Secret of the Motorless Airplane. Author's note. At the present moment, the French and German are giving considerable attention to the construction of gliders. At Wasserkuppe in Germany, Herr Henson recently made a record flight of over 3 hours duration in a motorless airplane. He traveled a distance of 25 kilometers and reached an altitude of 360 meters. The French have made similar records. The future of such machines is a very bright one. In the following story, I give a suggestion for a combined balloon and glider, a combination that seems feasible and that would, under certain circumstances, possess certain advantages over both the airplane and the balloon, as well as over the simple glider. "Have you got anything new on hand today, Doctor?" asked Silas Rocket as he entered the laboratory and dropped into a vacant chair. "Nothing much, Silas," returned Dr. Hackensaw. "Things are quiet just at present. Here's a letter, though, that may interest you. It's from a party that wants me to furnish them with 100,000 sperm whales." "What?" "Yes, sperm whales. The order is somewhat unusual, isn't it, even though it is only baby whales that are wanted?" "What in the world do you mean?" Dr. Hackensaw smiled. "I thought you would be astonished, Silas," said he, "but the explanation is really a simple one. You may perhaps know that the Sea of Japan was in former days one of the finest hunting grounds for the sperm whale, or cachalot as it is called. These whales would be found there in large schools. With modern methods of whaling, however, these valuable animals are becoming extinct, and one of the Oriental governments has decided to restock the Japan Sea with whales. Hence this letter. This government wishes me to go to Japan for a few months. They agree to furnish me with sufficient supply of living egg cells and sperm cells taken from the cachalots killed by their whalers. Then comes my task. I am to fertilize the ova and incubate them in a suitable culture fluid in glass jars until the baby whales reach the stage at which they would normally be born. Good gracious! And that's not all, Silas. Whales, as you probably know, are mammals. That is to say, the mother whale feeds her young on her own milk. So to feed these 100,000 prospective baby whales until they are able to take care of themselves, I am to send to Japan several shiploads of condensed milk. What do you think of that for an order? It beats anything I ever heard of. Are you going to accept? I don't know yet. Perhaps I'll take a run over and get things started for them. I haven't much at hand at present except my motorless airplane that I'm going to test out this afternoon. If it proves successful, I may take it along with me and use it for whaling purposes. A motorless airplane? You never mentioned that before. Do you mean a glider? Well, yes, it is a glider, and yet, in my opinion, it is far superior to the ordinary glider. You have probably seen in the papers that both the French and the German governments are devoting considerable attention to the manufacture of airplanes without engines. The results have been most promising, some of the flights lasting 3 hours and a quarter without a motor of any kind. Shorter flights have also been made with a passenger on board as well as the pilot. But how can an airplane travel without a motor? The wind raises it, the same wind which raises an ordinary kite. The difference is that the glider needs no string to hold it in the proper position against the wind. The pilot, on board the machine, by means of his steering apparatus, keeps the wings facing the wind, and so is able to rise at any desired height. That is, of course, so long as conditions remain favorable. The disadvantages of these gliders, as at present constructed, is that the equilibrium is not automatically regulated. It requires an expert pilot to run them, and the steering is very fatiguing. Then, too, the starting is difficult. It is not every hill that can serve as a starting point, and the wind must be just right. To obviate this difficulty, the French are trying hard to devise a glider in which the pilot can assist himself by a kind of bicycle treadle, which enables him to work a propeller. This would be of material assistance in starting. And your machine? My machine is really a combination of an airplane and a balloon, but why waste time describing it? Come along with me and you can see it for yourself. The man from Missouri who wants to be shown is the man who will learn. A short ride in one of the doctor's automobiles brought the pair to the hangar where the motorless airplane was stored. You see, Silas, observed Dr. Hackensaw, one great advantage of my machine is I do not require a large space to start in because I rise vertically instead of horizontally. Here's the machine. Now tell me frankly, what do you think of it? The reporter cast a disappointed look at the airplane. Save that it had no propeller and no motor, it was very much like any other flying machine, except for the one fact that, instead of being a monoplane or a biplane, this machine had no less than 4 planes. This gave it a rather clumsy appearance. I see you don't like the looks of my quadruplane, remarked the doctor, noticing the reporter's air of disapproval. Well, I don't blame you. I haven't sought beauty yet. I'm just seeking practical results. But the machine is only a glider, cried Silas. It has no motor, nothing to make it go. It looks so, doesn't it? Chuckled the doctor. But she'll go all right. Then, turning to the man in charge, he added, Run her out to the starting place, James. That is, if she's in good order. She do be that, sir, returned the man. She hasn't lost a foot of gas since last night. Gas? Exclaimed Silas Rocket. Where's there any gas? Why, Silas, didn't I tell you that my machine was a combination glider and balloon? And did you ever hear of a balloon without any gas? Where in the world is the gas? In the wings, my boy. You will notice that the wings of my machine are considerably larger and thicker than those of the ordinary airplane. The space between the upper and lower portion of each wing is filled with helium gas. In a word, each wing is a little balloon, and the combined balloons are sufficient to raise the machine into the air. I see. When I first set out to build this machine, I looked at the problem in this way. If I could only find some simple means of raising a glider to a height, I could do away with the motor altogether, for I could volplane or dive down in any direction I pleased and at a high rate of speed. In fact, by utilizing the wind, I could do all that the glider does now and far more, for my acquired velocity in descending would enable me to make better use of the wind power. I could tack, somewhat as a sailing vessel tacks, and so profit to the utmost by whatever breezes there happened to be. Hence I could travel a long distance before having to rise again. Silas Rocket's face showed plainly his poor opinion of the machine. It doesn't strike me as being practical, said he at length. Your invention is nothing but a balloon with wings added for coasting down. But each time you go up, you have to fill it with fresh gas, and each time you come down, you have to let the gas escape. The advantage over an ordinary balloon seems to me very slight. You're right, Silas, said Dr. Hackensaw approvingly. Or at least you would be right if I were foolish enough to waste my gas at each descent. But I do no such thing. How do you manage then? In the first place, I use helium gas so as to avoid all danger of fire. Then, if you will notice, I have a specially constructed heating apparatus here. I use kerosene for fuel. When I heat the helium gas, it expands, and consequently the wings of my machine bulge out and occupy more space, the machine thus becoming lighter. Finally, it becomes light enough to rise from the ground, and I can control its rate of ascent by means of temperature. I see. When I have reached a sufficient height and wish to coast down, I turn off the heat. The cold air of the heights, acting on the enormous wing surface, cools the gas almost instantly, especially as the cooling is assisted by rotary fans, worked by the motions of the airplane, and which I can start or stop at will. The helium gas contracts, my machine becomes heavier than air, like an ordinary glider, and down I coast in any direction and at any speed I please, turning on the heat when I wish to rise again. You have an answer for everything, Doctor, remarked Silas. You must have given the subject a great deal of study. I should say so. I began my experiments 40 years ago. I have first experimented by fastening men to kites of various kinds and sending them up in the air. I tried the ordinary kite with a tail, the tailless kite, and the box kite. But the weight of the kite string that had to be lifted was the great drawback. I used for the purpose a very light yet strong clothesline, but my kites could not lift very much of it. Then, too, the wind would change, and my kites, with their human freight, would drop to the ground. My passengers were always provided with parachutes, but when one man broke a leg in falling, I gave up the attempt. Then the airplane was invented, and now the gliding machines are doing such remarkable work that I decided to take up the subject again on these new lines. And here's the result. If you will take your place in the machine, I'll be the pilot and we can take a trial spin. What? Yes, I want you to come for a little ride with me around New York Harbor. But surely you're not afraid, Silas. No, replied the reporter dubiously. But are you sure the machine's all right? I'll answer for it, sir, said the mechanic reassuringly. Me and Bill was out in it yesterday, and she worked like a charm. Too much preoccupied to notice the discrepancy in the pronouns, Silas took his seat, though not without some hesitation. He didn't like the idea of being made the subject of an experiment. That's right, Silas, cried Dr. Hackensaw encouragingly. A brave man can only die once. But poor Silas did not feel disposed, at the moment, to die even once. Dr. Hackensaw stepped into the pilot's seat and turned on the heat. Almost instantly, the wings of the machine began to swell to several times their original size, and the machine slowly rose and began tugging at the ropes that held it down. Now, Silas, cried the doctor, before we start, take a good look at your parachute. In case of any accident, grasp that and it will break your fall. We're all ready, James. Let her go. A moment later, the released machine rose slowly from the ground. The wings themselves were so designed as to tilt upward, thus facilitating the rise, but the seats of the passenger always remained horizontal, whatever the position of the car. A special telephone in the car enabled the two passengers to converse as easily as if in a quiet parlor. Dr. Hackensaw was jubilant. You see, Silas, he observed, we have none of the noise and fuss here of an ordinary airplane. We are rising quietly and steadily. That's one great advantage over the flying machine, the ease of starting. We do not require a special aviation field. I can rise or land most anywhere, because my ascent is practically vertical. Then, too, the start and the landing are effected as slowly as I wish, thus eliminating two of the greatest dangers of the airplane, which must start or land at a high rate of speed. For war purposes, too, this faculty of hovering is very useful. For example, we are now directly above the Woolworth building. See how easy it would be to drop a bomb on it from here? Much easier than from a balloon, for a balloon is at the mercy of the wind, while I can remain in the same relative position by descending in a spiral toward the building. Silas looked down and was forced to admit the truth of his companion's remarks. Don't you see, cried the doctor exultingly, that my machine combines the advantages of both the balloon and of the airplane. I can travel in any direction I please, like an airplane, and yet haven't the heavy and finicky motor to bother with, nor the expense of the gasoline. Traveling is cheap for me. What does it matter if I do not travel quite so fast? I can attain any speed I please in my descent. Neither do I waste my helium gas, as the ordinary balloon does, because I do not allow the gas to escape. The machine was now well up in the air, and the doctor decided to make his first downward dive. He accordingly turned off the heat, The rotary fans began to revolve, the wings collapsed to a fraction of their former thickness, and the car began to glide downward through the air at a rapidly increasing speed. When the motion became too swift, Dr. Hackensaw, with a dexterous swerve of the tail, would start the machine rising again. "Look, Silas," cried the doctor gleefully. "Here we are over Coney Island. If you look sharp, you will see, some distance beyond the bathing place, a basket floating out in the ocean. We'll suppose that's a sperm whale, and I'll show you how easy it would be to harpoon it, with a buoy attached to the harpoon, and then follow the buoy in our machine without any of the dangers we should run in a whaleboat." "Why, doctor, I didn't know you were such an expert," exclaimed Silas admiringly, as he saw the ease with which his companion handled the machine. Scarcely were the words out of his mouth, however, when he was startled by a cracking sound. The steering wheel broke, and the machine, no longer under control, began a series of headlong dives. "Quick, Silas!" cried the doctor. "Take to your parachute, man! Quick, I tell you, or you'll be in the ocean!" Suiting the action to the word, Dr. Hackensaw chose an opportune moment and jumped clear of the falling machine. His parachute opened beautifully, and down he came lightly among the gaping crowd of bathers on Coney Island beach. Poor Silas, however, was not so fortunate. It took him some time to understand how matters stood, and then his parachute stuck and refused to come free from the falling airplane. When he did finally succeed in making his leap, he was some distance out over the water, and down he went deep into the briny waves. He emerged, gasping and sputtering, and was quickly rescued by one of the boats. As he reached the shore, dripping wet and in a pitiable condition, it did not add to his peace of mind to see the doctor genially shaking hands with the pretty girl bathers who had surrounded him. "Well, Silas," exclaimed the doctor gaily, "how goes it?" Silas gazed ruefully at his newly bought suit of clothing, now reduced to tatters by the jagged framework of the machine, but he said nothing. "Never mind, Silas," cried the doctor cheerily. "Christmas is coming soon, and I prophesy that Santa will bring you a complete wardrobe of clothing, far superior to any you have ever had. Now mark my words, because I pride myself that I am something of a prophet. Now smile and look pleasant, because there are some movie men here, and they want to get a close-up of you. You will go down to posterity as a pioneer of the motorless airplane, for although this first experiment has failed, I feel confident that my machine will eventually open up a new era in the history of flying." End of section 14. Read by 65 Tux, Roswell, Georgia, January 2023.
Section 15 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazendi. Number 15. The Secret of the Sixth Sense. Author's Note: sound waves, light waves, and radio waves are all produced by vibrations, but between the slow vibrations of sound and the rapid vibrations of the ultra-red waves perceptible to us as heat, there is a wide gap which we have no means of perceiving. Similarly, between the ultraviolet or actinic waves which affect a photographic plate and the radio waves of wireless telegraphy, there are still other gaps. At the present day, we are able to transform the radio waves into sounds, and it is highly probable that in a few years we shall find means of doing the same for the unknown waves. But we may go even a step further and devise instruments that will give us new senses. In other words, that will enable us to perceive the unknown waves directly without first changing them into light waves or sound waves. Ah, Miss Gloria. Glad to see you. And how are you, Silas? I see you've brought your fiancé along with you today. Evidently you hope to worm some more of my secrets out of me. Well, you come at just the right time. I have made many inventions, but I think I have today one of the greatest inventions ever made by man. By the way, Miss Gloria, what would you call the greatest invention ever made? I should say, kissing? Replied the young lady with a rosy blush and a sidelong glance at Silas. Dr. Hackensaw leaned back on his chair and laughed heartily. "You've got me there, Miss Gloria," he chuckled. I always forget that the greatest inventions of all were the fundamental ones made ages ago. I verily believe that most young ladies would rather do without all the inventions of the 19th century than give up that of kissing. My new invention, of course, cannot compare with that, but I am nevertheless quite proud of my achievement, for I have discovered the means of giving man a sixth sense. A sixth sense? Echoed the young lady. Do you mean to say that besides touch, taste, smell, hearing, and seeing there is a sixth way in which we may perceive objects? That is precisely my meaning. If I wish to carp on words, I should say that we possess at least 7 distinct senses at present. For what we call the sense of feeling is in reality at least 3 different senses. We can feel temperature, heat, and cold. We can feel pain. And thirdly, we can feel the form of bodies by touching them. These 3 kinds of feeling are entirely distinct senses, though it is convenient to lump them together. But, interrupted Silas, you say you have discovered a new sense? Is it altogether different from any of our present senses? Yes, entirely different, replied the doctor. What is it like? Inquired the young lady. It's not like anything, returned the doctor. It is altogether different from anything you have ever experienced, and for that reason it is impossible for me to describe it to you. How would you give a man who had been born blind any idea of the gorgeous colors of a glorious sunset? How could you tell a man born deaf what the ravishing melodies of the bird music in Siegfried sounded like? And to a man who had neither taste nor smell, how could you describe the fragrance of a rose? It would be utterly impossible. All that you could tell them would be that it was harmony, delicious harmony. And so all I can tell you about this new sense of mine is that it reveals new harmonies, divine harmonies, and as different from sense, sights, or sounds as these are from each other. But I had better begin at the beginning, if I am to make my invention clear to you. To begin with, I will state that all our senses, in the last analysis, consist in the perception of vibrations. Some people will deny this of the senses of smell, taste, and feeling, but as all our senses are evolved from the sense of feeling, I am convinced they are all fundamentally alike, and all explainable by the corpuscular theory of light. I have no use for the ether theory of light that presupposes an ether so attenuated that it can penetrate and find a path between the atoms of bodies and be at the same time 1,000,000 times denser than lead. The thing is an absurdity, and no scientist at the present day would dare to propose such a theory. But I am digressing. Sound waves consist of merely a few vibrations per second, while light waves consist of many thousand vibrations per second. Between the highest sound our ears can perceive and the ultra-red or heat rays of the spectrum, there is a considerable interval which is altogether unknown to us. Next come the light rays, ranging from the slower red rays to the more rapid violet rays, seen when light is decomposed as in a rainbow. Beyond the violet rays we come to the so-called invisible actinic rays. These we cannot perceive with any of our senses, though Sir John Lubbock's experiments seem to show that ants can feel them, for the ants always remove their eggs when these rays are thrown upon them. Next to these invisible actinic rays, which, by the way, are the rays used in photography, there come other unknown intervals until we come to the wireless waves used in radio work. Here Dr. Hackensaw paused, and then after a moment resumed. My first problem was to find some means of making these unknown waves perceptible to us in some way. As you may perhaps know, Gloria, the Audion practically considered transforms the excessively rapid vibrations of the wireless waves into the lower vibrations perceptible to us as sounds. This being the case, there was no reason why an Audion, if properly constructed, could not be made to do the same thing for the unknown waves, or indeed for waves with any number of vibrations per second. In other words, an Audion could be built that would change either actinic waves, light waves, heat waves, or other waves, whatever, into sounds. Experiments prove the correctness of my theory. I began by transforming light waves into sound waves by means of a specially designed audion. I have here an instrument by means of which I can hear light, and the sounds produced by blue light differ from those produced by green light, red light, or any other colored light. By means of this instrument, a blind man can be taught to name the different colors in a painting by listening to the light waves that emanate from it. He does not, of course, visualize the colors blue, yellow, and red, etc. But my instrument enables him to realize the shapes of the figures in the painting, the persons, trees, houses, etc., for the sense of touch has already taught him to understand shapes. To him, therefore, all pictures appear as if they were in black and white. The instrument also enables him to read our books as well as enjoy the pictures in them. I don't quite understand how sounds can produce shapes, interrupted Silas. The idea of shape is produced by the fact that the sound waves arise from different parts of the picture. Just as we obtain the impression of the forms in a picture because the light waves arise from different points, so by the use of my apparatus can we obtain the same impressions of form because the different sound waves come from different points. A blind man can therefore soon learn to hear a picture correctly, but you can test the instrument for yourselves. Just place these phones on your ear, Miss Gloria. All I hear is a curious rumbling, said she. Something like a confused buzzing in a telephone. That's because you haven't learned to understand the sounds. A baby has to learn how to hear and how to see, and likewise an adult must learn how to use this instrument before he can properly interpret the sounds. What you just listened to is a reproduction in colors of one of Raphael's celebrated paintings. My instrument here can be tuned to change any vibration whatever into sound waves. I merely move this slide along the coil of wire until the proper spot is reached. This much accomplished, I next sought to reverse the process which I solved successfully. Put on these spectacles and you will find that you can see sounds. With these words, the doctor passed the young lady an instrument that looked more like odd-shaped opera glasses than spectacles, and which was connected by a flexible wire cord to another electrical apparatus. In the first experiment, continued the doctor, I shall have the music played in the next room. Here he pressed a signal button, and then turning to Gloria asked, Now, what do you see? I see all kinds of flashing things and funny colors, responded Miss Gloria. Very well. What you saw was a tune played on the violin by one of my assistants in the next room. I shall now ask him to step in here so that you can hear the tune he plays at the same time that you see it. It was a most peculiar sensation the young lady experienced, and as she looked through the instrument and perceived the colors and the forms varying with the varying sounds of the instrument. All this was but the first step in my investigation, resumed the doctor. To enable a man to see with his ears or hear with his eyes was nothing but the preliminary stage. I wish to go further and give him at least one new sense, perhaps several. But, interposed Silas, I thought you said your instrument would enable him to perceive any number of vibrations per second at will. So it does, but it translates these known or unknown waves into either sights or sounds. This instrument, therefore, does not furnish us a new sense, but merely enables us to perceive hitherto unknown waves with our old senses. Dr. Hackensaw smiled, then continued. Well, as I was saying, I was not satisfied with the mere translation. I was seeking for a new sense, and I have found it. Here he paused for a moment impressively, and then continued. As I told you before, it is impossible for me to give you any idea of what this new sense is like. But the instrument is here, and you can try it for yourself. For my part, I can sit here for hours and enjoy the new sensations in a state of perfect rapture. You will find that a new world has opened for you, and I prophesy that from now on, you will both be daily visitors here, until I make you a present of an instrument for yourselves. Before I turn on the current, however, I must tell you a little more about the steps I followed in making the invention. I followed the well-established principle of proceeding from the known to the unknown. I knew something about sight and hearing, so my first efforts were made to enable us to really hear with the eyes and see with the ears. But, objected Silas, that is just what your instrument does. No, Silas. The instrument you have tried simply translates sights into sounds or sounds into sights. It enables us to see sounds with our eyes or hear pictures with our ears. It does not enable us to hear sounds with our eyes or see pictures with our ears. And this is what I was seeking. I soon realized that this would be impossible. The eye and the ear are too highly specialized to be used for other purposes. The crystalline lens and the retina of the eye are not adapted for receiving sounds, and the tympanum, or drum, and the bones of the ear are not adapted for photographing images. Even the auditory nerve and the optic nerve are too highly specialized to be interchangeable, and I convinced myself by experiments. My only hope, therefore, lay with the sense of feeling, our fundamental and least specialized sense. All our special senses, sight, hearing, smell, and taste, were all evolved from the sense of feeling. Hence, the nerves of feeling must contain to a certain degree the power to transmit sound waves and light waves to the brain. The clam has no eyes but can perceive shadows. The ordinary earthworm has no eyes but can perceive light. These facts gave me hope. As the fingertips are the most sensitive portions of the body, it is these I use as my receivers. I shall not weary you with an account of my experiments. Let me show you the result. I have here a small instrument made somewhat on the plan of a human eye, with its adjustable lens, its humors, and its retina. Instead of the rods and cones of the eye and the visual purple, I use a chemical preparation which does the retina's work of receiving the image, for the human retina is but a photographic plate where images are received. In the real eye, the image lasts but a moment, so I had to find chemicals which would likewise be changed for a single moment, and then resume their original state again, ready to receive new images. A careful study of the visual purple in the eyes of animals enabled me to do this. There is my artificial eye. It is, as you see, fashioned to one of the fingertips of a glove. Please, put on the glove, Miss Gloria. Then point the finger at one of the paintings on the wall and close your eyes. Why, I can see almost as well as with my eyes open, cried the young lady in astonishment. I can see all the colors and all the figures. Silas tried it in turn and was delighted with the instrument. Then Dr. Hackensaw dived down and produced from his desk a second glove with a peculiarly shaped appendage to one of the fingertips. This, said he, is an artificial ear and is used in the same manner as the eye. Put this on your hand and stop up your ears. Miss Gloria obediently did as she was bid, and Dr. Hackensaw sat down at the piano and played a lively jazz tune. the young lady found that every modulation of sound reached her through her fingertips almost as well as through her ears. When she used both the instrument and her ears at the same time, the sounds were practically doubled in intensity. "This is an amplifying device of my own invention," observed the doctor, smiling. "With an ear on each fingertip of a pair of gloves, I can increase a sound to 10 times its original intensity. With an eye on each fingertip, I can intensify light in the same way. I can see better in the dark than a cat can, and I can save 9/10 of my electric light bills." "Doctor," cried Silas, "if you had been born in the Middle Ages, you would have been burned as a sorcerer." "Well," resumed the doctor, "I won't weary you by going into further details. Suffice it to say that I have an artificial nose by which I can smell with my fingertips, and an artificial finger palate by which I can taste food without eating it. I find this useful in detecting chemicals which I should not dare to put into my mouth. My next step was my hardest. So far I had been helped by the knowledge I possessed of human organs. Up to this point I had a guide in constructing artificial eyes, ears, nose, and palate. But I had no such help to guide me in making my sixth sense. Photography, it is true, gave me an inkling of how to make the actinic rays perceptible, and the fluorescent screen gave me the clue as to how to proceed for the radioactive waves. But it took me months of laborious experiment before I succeeded in creating my sixth sense, which I have christened the radioactine sense. There is the instrument. Place it on your finger, Miss Gloria, and see what you think of it." Gloria Mundy took the glove-like contraption handed to her and drew it on her hand. For a moment she stood in expectation, and then a look of wonder and delight came into her eyes, and she felt a sense of ecstasy such as she had never before experienced in her life. "Well, how do you like the sixth sense?" asked Dr. Hackensaw, beaming with pleasure. "It's marvelous, Doctor. I never knew anything like it. Why did you stop the harmony? Please go on with it. What was it, anyhow?" "These are radioactive waves that you perceive," explained the doctor. "And you perceive them neither as flavor, scents, sounds, or visions, but in an entirely new and hitherto undreamt of manner. What you have been listening to is a radioactive harmony of my own composition. Not music, understand, but a harmony of radioactive waves." End of section 15. Read by K.A. Moulton. Anthem, July 1st, 2022.
Section 16 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Haritha Ramalingam. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Vizandi. The Secret of the Earthquake. Author's note. Man has made one conquest after another over nature. So far, he has been unable to control her volcanoes or prevent her earthquakes. There is no reason, however, why he should not someday be able to bring both of these under his dominion. "Hello, Silas. What in the world are you doing here?" The speaker was Dr. Hackensaw, who was standing on the upper deck of a French steamer about to sail from its pier in New York. "I just came to see a friend off. But you, Doctor, you're surely not sailing for Europe." "I am that, Silas," returned the doctor. "I happen to have a little free time on my hands, so I'm off to Italy to tame Vesuvius." "To tame Vesuvius? What in the world do you mean?" You see, Silas, man has been winning victory after victory over nature. We have harnessed up her waterfalls to run our dynamos and defied her laws of gravitation with our airplanes. Our submarines have even invaded the ocean depths she had appointed to the fishes. But so far, we have made no attempt to conquer volcanoes or subdue her earthquakes. Why, I understood that there was an observatory established on Vesuvius to make seismological records and study the eruptions. I was even told that they are making spectroscopic observations of the flames. That's true enough, Silas, but that is only the first step. These scientific records that are being made will someday enable us to predict with accuracy when an eruption or volcano is menacing, and whether it will be great or small. But from that to controlling the internal forces at will is quite another matter. And you think you can accomplish that? I can at least try, and even if I fail in this, I may nevertheless succeed in the simpler task of harnessing up Vesuvius and making it of use to mankind. In what way? Simply this. Inside of Vesuvius and near the surface, there must be a mass of red-hot lava capable of producing heat, light, and power in practically inexhaustible quantities. A few miles away lies Naples, a city that spends large sums importing coal to run its trolleys and trains, work its factories, and furnish its light and heat. Now why not make Vesuvius do the work and so afford the volcano an outlet for the tremendous energies pent up with it? The idea seems good, but how would you set it up? At first, I intended to be satisfied with supplying Naples with hot water. This would be the simplest scheme. At Solfatara, just a few miles away, there already exists a natural boiling spring. Artificial ones could be made in the same way. My plan was to lay pipes through the hot lava beds near the center and have the water heated as it passes through. I should, of course, have to choose spots where the heat was constantly renewed. Wouldn't your pipes melt? The pipes would be of tile or some other refractory substance. My idea was to make them of cooled lava and have the volcano itself mold the pipes for me. The molds would be prepared, and at a given signal, the molten lava from the crater would be allowed to run into them. I had some preliminary experiments made in this small and easily accessible crater at Solfatara, and found the scheme quite feasible. These pipes could be of large diameter and well insulated, so as to preserve their heat. I suppose the water supply in Vesuvius is ample? Hazarded Silas. Your scheme would require a tremendous amount of water. There is no water on Vesuvius, but the Mediterranean Sea, or at least the portion of it called the Bay of Naples, lies at its feet, and could furnish an inexhaustible supply of water. But the sea water is salt. I should distill the water. The volcano would furnish me, free of charge, all the heat I should need for the distillation, and from the salt left as a residue, I could contain sodium, potassium, other elements, and possibly gold in greater or less quantities. But you couldn't make the water run uphill to the volcano. Why not? I should pump it up. At the start, I should have to use coal to pump up the first supply, but as soon as this was converted to steam, I could use it in a steam engine to pump up more water to make more steam, etc. I see. Perpetual motion? Not quite. You forget that I have stored up the energy of the red-hot lava to replace all the power I use in pumping, and enough to spare to run all the runways, streetcars, and factories in Naples. For heating the houses in winter, cooling them in the summer, and— Hold on a bit, interrupted Silas, pleased to think he had caught the doctor napping. How could you use heat to cool a house? But Dr. Hackensaw merely smiled as he answered, all our large refrigerating plants use the ammonia process for cooling purposes, and though it may appear paradoxical to you, it is the heat that produces the cold. The heat evaporates the ammonia, and the ammonia in evaporating produces cold. I plan to make the heat of Vesuvius serve to keep the houses and streets of Naples cool, even on the sweltering hot days of their hottest summer weather. Nor shall I stop at Naples. Rome is not far off to benefit. So far I have only spoken of hot water, but my main reliance will be on electricity. I intend to build huge power stations on Vesuvius, run my dynamos by steam produced by the internal heat of the volcano, and transmit this electricity by wire to the various Italian cities. By using a high potential, there will be no difficulty in furnishing Rome, as well as Naples, with heat, light, power, and refrigeration. Every house can have an unlimited supply of current at a trifling cost. You're a lucky dog, Doctor, to be able to make a trip like this. I wish I were going along with you. What? And leave Gloria Mundi here in New York to pine for you during your absence? Silas Rocket blushed. The fact is, said he, Gloria is a friend I came here to see. She is sailing on this boat today. She is going through Paris to Venice and Rome. Then, Silas, why don't you come along too? I wish I could, but I can't. I've got my work to do for the New York Daily Growl. Oh, a reporter can always manage. He ought to be able to travel with a toothpick. But I haven't even got a toothpick. Never mind, just telephone. I'll buy your ticket and you can have a spare berth in my stateroom. As for the clothing, I'll get you a set of sailor's togs from the ship's slop chest. How would that suit? And Dr. Hackensaw leaned against the boat's rail and guffawed. A few weeks later, Dr. Hackensaw was installed upon Vesuvius, superintending operations and busy as a bee. My first step, he explained to Silas, must be to discern the exact location of the liquid lava inside of a mountain. For this purpose, I have had a number of preliminary borings made. I must be careful not to drill these holes too deep, or I should tap the red-hot lava. But the temperature in the bore gives me ample warning. Why do you need a map of liquid lava? Asked Silas. So that I may know the best place to lay my pipes. You see, my object is not so much to get free heat and power for Naples, as it is to tame Vesuvius and prevent future eruptions and earthquakes. How can you prevent them? By affording a free outlet to the internal forces. Earthquakes are due to one of two causes. Either the imprisoned gases in the volcano cause an explosion and set the earth trembling, or else the lava injected from the volcano leaves hollow spaces underground and the crust of the earth falls in. Now, if I succeed in carrying away the heat from the interior as fast as it is formed, the gases will cool and not explode. The lava will not be ejected, and no vacant spaces will be formed. I shall thus prevent both the eruption and the earthquake. I see. Of course, I must be careful to leave free outlets for the gases and lava. If I should cool the lava in the outlet itself, I might block up the safety valve, and the result would be that the imprisoned gases would cause an explosion such as the crater has never been before experienced. The day following this conversation, Silas Rocket was sitting in a hotel cafe in Naples with Miss Gloria Mundi when Dr. Hackensaw appeared. The doctor's face was grave. "What's the matter, Doc?" asked Silas, cheerily, for the fact that he was paid by his paper for spinning around with this pretty girl on a tour through Europe made him see everything through rosy spectacles. "Is there any hitch in your operation?" "Hitch is no name for it," returned the doctor gloomily. "It looks as if my whole scheme would fall through. I've just been up to the observatory on Vesuvius and had a long talk with one of the staff there. He showed me the spectroscopic views of the flames and the graphs made of the perturbations in the volcano. He also informed me that the scientists there are convinced that there is another eruption of the volcano imminent. It might come in 3 months' time, or it might be delayed for a year or two, and then occur with greater violence. But come it surely will, within a month's time." "What if it does?" "Don't you see that it will upset all my plans? An eruption with its accompanying earthquakes is sure to destroy the greater part of my work." I see. And all the money you put into the enterprise will be lost? Bosh, snapped the doctor. I should be willing to put $10 to $20 million into the venture, even if I were certain of getting none of it back. But I don't want to just throw the money away. All settled, Silas. I've ordered the eruption for noon, 2 weeks from today. What? Cried Silas in mock astonishment. You're going to let the volcano shoot after all? Didn't I tell you to stop the eruption? You did, Silas, but I found the contract was a little too much for me to handle, so I've made a compromise. The eruption was bound to come, so I thought it better to make it come at a definite date and limit the extent and direction of the lava flow. My borings have enabled me to locate the spot where the pent-up forces are at work, and special instruments have helped me to discern the internal conditions. After careful study, I decided to create a weak spot in the crater so that when the explosion comes, the lava will flow off in a direction secure from danger of doing harm. I don't want to run the risk of covering up Pompeii again or of destroying any other city. My workmen have been busy creating this weak spot, and now all is ready for the eruption. Phew! Of course, I have not made public the fact that it is I who am creating this explosion. I have notified the public through the newspapers that an eruption and earthquake are due at noontime, 2 weeks from today. To avoid all possibility of accident, the police will clear the people from the surrounding villages on the day of the eruption, and all persons will be warned to seek open spaces, so that no one will be injured in case the earth tremors are strong enough to knock down any buildings. How are you going to start the volcano going? Asked Silas. I have made borings and placed correct amount of explosives in the critical spot. At the right moment, I shall fire them. An outlet will be formed for the pent-up internal forces, and there will be a magnificent eruption. A number of movie men are going to be on hand with their cameras, and the world at large will be able to witness this spectacle at second hand. The 2 weeks dragged slowly by, but the eventful day dawned at last. Every precaution had been taken to prevent accidents. At noon on this appointed day, Dr. Hackensaw led Miss Gloria Mundy to the wireless instrument in Naples, from which the ethereal wave was to be sent that would explode the TNT and start the eruption. The spot faced the bay, and the smoking volcano could be clearly seen on the other side of the water. In the very focus of the movie cameras, Miss Gloria was more beautiful than ever, and trembling a little at the importance of the role she was about to play, pressed down the control switch just at the stroke of 12. Instantly, a cloud of flame and smoke was belched up from the volcano, huge blocks of lava being hurled up high into the air. It was only several seconds later that the report could be heard, for sound travels far more slowly than the light. The earth shook violently, and several ramshackly buildings fell. Some window panes were broken, although people had been warned to leave the windows open to avoid such breakage. The deed was done. Vesuvius, for the first time in its life, had found a master. It was some months later before the doctor was able to carry out his initial project, and he never completed it fully, but he did eventually succeed in furnishing the people in Naples light, heat, and power at ridiculously low prices. End of section.
Section 17 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brent Nasworthy. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fizandier. The Secret of the Walking Radiobeel. Author's Note. The automobile has accomplished wonders, both for the transportation of passengers and merchandise. Its one great drawback, however, is that it requires good roads. Isn't it about time that our inventors should turn their attention to giving us an auto that could climb over fences and travel through rough fields? Are you all ready, Silas? We ought to start in about an hour. How are you going? By the train? No, I'm going in my walking radiobile. A walking radiobile? What in the world is that? That's my latest invention. It's an automobile that walks. I confess I'm no wiser than before, Doctor, said Silas. Dr. Hackensaw shrugged his shoulders. The fact is, Silas, said he, that I've made a new automobile, which I think is destined to be of the greatest value, both in peace and in war. I, of course, realize fully how much we are indebted to our present autos, but they all have one very serious defect. They require good roads. Now, the majority of roads are bad, and it takes time and money to improve them. What we need, therefore, is an automobile that can travel the poorest road, cut across fields, climb over fences, and wade through small streams. Won't a tractor do that? Yes, but a tractor is too slow, too heavy, and too clumsy. Besides, it destroys everything in its path. Now, it struck me that a light automobile with 4 legs would fill a long-felt want. For it could walk over the roughest ground, climb steep mountains, and even step over a high fence with ease. As you're going to ride out to Michigan with me to inspect the timberlands there that I'm about to purchase, you will have a chance to see for yourself how the thing works. Why do you call it a radiobile? Because it is run by radium. I've already spoken to you about my radio engine, but you haven't seen it yet. As I told you not long ago, I can manufacture radium in large quantities and very cheaply. Radium is an unstable substance, continually giving off powerful emanations, and eventually disintegrating into lead. 1 gram of radium, in turning into lead, gives out some 3 million horsepower-hours of energy. Under ordinary circumstances, it would take about 2,000 years for the radium to change into lead. In other words, 1 gram of radium could furnish 1/6 of 1 horsepower continuously day and night for 2,000 years. But I have found that by heating the radium, I can greatly hasten the disintegration. In my radiobile here, I apply heat at will to the tube of radium that runs the machine. And by means of the heat alone, I can regulate the speed of the machine. If not used at all, my radium lasts 2,000 years. If I use it to run a 20-horsepower machine 6 hours per day, the machine would run for over 75 years, which is about all that any reasonable man could ask. You told me that you use the ocean waves to get the heat required for making the radium. Yes. You understand, of course, that since a gram of radium in turning into lead gives off 3 million horsepower-hours of energy, I cannot change a gram of lead into radium without using up at least 3 million horsepower-hours of energy. As a matter of fact, it takes 15 million horsepower-hours to make a gram of radium. But I consider this very little, as the ocean waves furnish the practically unlimited power. Only 20% efficiency, exclaimed Silas. That seems very little. On the contrary, it is a remarkable showing when you consider the losses of heat that occur at the incredibly high temperature I'm obliged to use to decompose the lead. I have to use all kinds of devices to prevent loss of heat. And I make the cooling gases impart their heat to the new gases, whose temperature is to be raised. What material do you use to resist these high temperatures? Asked Silas. Ah, that was indeed a difficult problem to solve, replied the doctor. Given a heat sufficiently high to decompose any substance, I had to find substance that would not be decomposed by the heat. Why, that's an utter impossibility, cried Silas. It would seem so, said Dr. Hackensaw, chuckling. Nevertheless, I solved the problem. and it isn't the first impossible problem that has been solved by any manner of means. But what in the world did you do? My solution was really a very simple one. I made use of a portion of the very gas I was decomposing to serve as a container for the portion that was being decomposed. For example, in decomposing lead, I first vaporize the lead, and then gradually heat this lead vapor. At the final stage of the process, this vapor passes in a slow stream between the two electrodes that carry the electrical current. The resistance to the current offered by the gas raises the central portion of the stream of vapor to a temperature high enough to decompose it, but the outer portion of the stream is not decomposed. The decomposed portion, owing to its lightness, rises very rapidly and can thus be separated from the other portion, which is led back and fed through the electrode with the new lead vapors. But don't the electrodes themselves melt? No, the heat there is not so intense. Besides, I use special means to refrigerate them, utilizing the heat itself for the purpose of cooling them. By the ammonia process? No. The evaporation of ammonia to produce cold is too clumsy a method for use in my furnace. I produce cold electrically. You probably know that by heating two dissimilar metals, you can produce electricity. It is also possible to produce cold by passing an electrical current through two such metals. But to return to what I was saying. In these experiments of mine, I struck a new and altogether unlooked-for obstacle. I had not reckoned on the isomeric and allotropic forms of my products. What do you mean by isomeric and allotropic? It often happens, especially in organic compounds like the sugars and alcohols, that two entirely dissimilar substances have nevertheless exactly the same chemical composition. They are made up of the same elements in the same percentages or relative amounts. The arrangement of the elements in the molecule appears to be what causes the difference in the compounds. Such compounds are called isomeric. Allotropy is precisely the same thing, but applies to our so-called elements. Thus, the diamond, graphite, what you call the lead in your lead pencil, and charcoal are all nothing but different forms of carbon. As what we call elements are really compounds, the inference is that here too the arrangement of the entities that compose the element differs in some way. Well, to return to what I was saying, after I had decomposed some substance, say carbon, by subjecting it to a heat so intense that after changing it first into carbon dioxide, and then forcing the atoms of carbon and of oxygen to separate and finally be decomposed, I found that my carbon, when it recombined, sometimes cooled in the form of graphite, sometimes as diamonds, sometimes as charcoal, almost always the latter. And I discovered in this way many new, hitherto altogether unsuspected allotropic forms of the elements. It was only after much experimenting that I learned how to produce the form I sought. How do you accomplish it? It would take too long to explain in detail, but I depend principally on catalysis. Catalysis? What's that? In chemical experiments, we often find two substances which, when placed together, have no effect on each other. If, however, we introduce a third substance into the mixture, chemical combination takes place, and yet the third substance is unchanged at the end of the operation. This is called catalysis. Sometimes the third substance acts mechanically. In all true catalysis, however, the third substance is really decomposed and recomposed a number of times. It takes something from one of the two substances and gives it up to the other. By the introduction of such catalyzers into my cooling carbon, I found that I could force the entities that compose the atoms to cool in the form of diamonds, of graphite, or of carbon, whichever I wished. I have some specimens of diamonds that I shall show you, obtained in this manner, that are larger than ostrich eggs, and yet perfect in every respect. Is it possible? Cried Silas with dilated eyes. To me, continued Dr. Hackensaw simply, these diamonds are interesting merely from a chemical point of view. My interest is chiefly centered on my radium. I find I can manufacture my radiobile engines at very low cost. The 1/6 horsepower size, that is, a tube containing 1 gram of radium, is useful for ordinary household work, running a sewing machine or phonograph, etc. If a higher horsepower is wanted, for a vacuum cleaner or for cooking and lighting purposes, the heater attached to the tube must be used. I have a patent device by means of which the radium may be made to heat itself. Heat itself? To be sure. In my earlier experiments, I used an acetylene burner to heat my radium, whenever I wished to increase the horsepower. Then it occurred to me that it was foolish not to use the energy of the radium itself for the purpose. The stream of radium emanations could be easily reflected back upon the tube and produce the degree of heat required. This leaves my radium engine so compact that it can be carried in my vest pocket. There's one that I always carry around with me, and which fits any of my automobile or airplanes, my motorboat, my drills and other machines, my electric lighting and heating arrangements. In fact, these 6 grams of radium are really 100 horses that I carry around in my pocket, ready for use at any moment. Silas Rocket took the small metal tube, handed for his inspection, and surveyed it gingerly. "Isn't it rather dangerous to use?" he asked at length. "No, it is foolproof. The tube is made of a metal absolutely impervious to the emanations. It can only be opened by a special key which fits into this keyhole. I never manufacture a loose key, but always have the key cast in the automobile or other apparatus which the engine is to run, as an integral part of it. Consequently, the tube can only be opened by placing it in the proper socket in the automobile, and then giving it a turn. This turn locks the tube into the automobile at the same time that it releases the emanations. But these find themselves shut in by a valve in the auto, which the driver opens or closes at will to let on or shut off the power. The driver has also control of the heating attachment, and can, with a 6-gram engine, obtain any range of power, from nothing to 100 horsepower at will, and can use this power not only to run the car, but to heat and light it, or even work an electric fan to keep the flies off the baby. No gasoline, no spark plugs, no cranking, no batteries, no noise, no fuses. The machine is so quiet that I fear I shall have to attach sleigh bells to it to warn people of its coming. In wartime, however, a quiet airplane will be a great advantage. By the way, speaking of war reminds me that I'm taking along with me some new gas bombs to test out. Gas bombs will certainly be used in future warfare, and it seemed to me that a humane gas could be found, which would incapacitate the enemy for the time being, yet cause none of the atrocious sufferings or injurious after effects of the chlorine and other war gases. My snap-on gas masks, too, are a great improvement on the ordinary masks. They can be snapped on in 1 second. "It's a great pity, Doctor," said the landlord of the inn. "Tonight, the Whitecaps are going to tar and feather that young couple that's just come here. They're believed to be the ones who set fire to Smith's house. But, to tell you the truth, I think they're innocent." "Why doesn't the sheriff prevent them?" "Him? Why, the white-livered skunk, knowing there'd be trouble, has gone to the next township so as to wash his hands of any responsibility. You can see the fire in the woods from here. They're melting the tar and getting thing ready." "Come along, Silas," cried the doctor. "Jump into the radiobile. We two have got to take a hand in this business." The radiobile was a somewhat clumsy-looking machine. The body resembled that of an airplane. The wheels were light, like bicycle wheels, and could fold up under the car when the legs were used. The legs were long and joined at the knee. They resembled the trestle work of a bridge, and were built of triangular units, the triangle being the strongest unit possible for such work. A square unit can be pulled or pushed into the shape of a rhombus. but a triangle will give in no direction. In order to avoid danger from the radium emanations, they were changed into helium gas before being allowed to escape from the machine, and hence could not harm anyone. In fact, the helium gas, owing to its lightness, rose high in the air as soon as released. There was no trouble in finding the spot where the mob were assembled. In the dusk, the fire was visible several miles away. The spot chosen was an open field near some large woods. A crowd had already collected, and automobiles, carriages, motorcycles, and bicycles were visible in large numbers. "You've undertaken a pretty big contract, Doctor," said Silas, setting his teeth together. "If, as I imagine, your intention is to save the young couple, you'll have no easy job. Besides, we could never escape from those autos and motorcycles." The doctor made no reply. He pressed down the lever that let down the four legs of the machine, and that simultaneously folded the wheels flat under the car. The radiomobile now walked at a rapid rate, its legs being lifted alternately by revolving eccentrics. The machine left the road and approached the fence that bounded the woods. A quick shift of a lever transferred a weight to the rear of the car, lifted the front legs of the machine over the fence. Another shift and down they came on the other side. A reverse operation brought the hind legs over. The machine had stepped over the fence with the greatest ease, and was now climbing a very steep hill. For the four hollow rubber balls, which had previously served as feet, were pushed aside to make room for sharp points, which dug into the turf, and would have pulled the machine up an incline of more than 45 degrees. "Now, Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw, "we'll leave the machine here on the edge of the woods. Take 2 gas masks with you and 2 bombs. Get as close to the girl as you can. I will attend to the man. When I give the signal, throw your 2 gas bombs into the crowd, and I will do the same. Then get the gas masks on yourself and the girl as quickly as you can, and meet me at the car." As the pair approached the mob, it was evident that the young couple had just been given a mock trial while the tar was being heated. A young ruffian had been chosen for the judge, and he now pronounced sentence. "Guilty! Both of them! I sentence the man to 3 dozen lashes on his bare back, and then we'll hang him to the nearest tree. As for the girl, we'll only give her 10 lashes, and then we'll tar and feather her and ride her out of the township on a rail." At the words, a great shout went up from the mob, and a dozen willing hands tore off the man's coat and shirt. The girl, too, was stripped to the waist in a twinkling. Dr. Hackensaw's blood boiled. He saw there was no time to lose, and pushing forward, he shouted to Silas, "Now!" The 4 gas bombs exploded with a single deafening report. The crowd fell back in alarm, except one tattooed brute, who was holding the struggling girl. But Silas sent the fellow sprawling with a well-directed blow of his fist. By the time the crowd, sneezing and sputtering, realized what was happening, Silas and the doctor, with the rescued pair, had reached the radiomobile and were hastening along the lumber road in the woods to the main road a mile distant. They had not gone far, however, before a chugging of autos warned them that pursuit was at hand. Luckily, they reached the crossroad before their pursuers, so the chase was behind them. Escape seemed possible for a time, and then it became evident that some of the pursuers were catching up. At the same time, a dozen autos appeared in front of them and blocked the road. "It's no use, Doctor! We're done for!" cried Silas. "We're hemmed in front and behind." "I'm afraid that's the end, sir," observed the man. "It was kind of you to try and save us, and I swear to you we are both innocent. Mitzi and I will get out of the machine, and you 2 gentlemen may then be able to escape." "Sit right where you are," cried the doctor. "We're not lost yet." With the words, he pulled a lever, and some concealed wings opened out like a fan, and a propeller appeared as if by magic at the back of the car. The machine was really a combined auto and airplane. They rose rapidly from the earth, and a few shots that went wide of the mark showed how narrow had been their escape. But even now, the danger was not at an end. 3 or 4 of the lynching party owned airplanes, and a few minutes later, 3 of the machines could be seen in pursuit. And what was worse, the pursuers were gaining upon the doctor's party. Dr. Hackensaw's face clouded. Then suddenly he gave a cry of joy. "Look, Silas," he exclaimed. "There's Lake Michigan. We're saved!" And sailing out over the lake, the doctor pressed 2 levers in rapid succession. Instantly, the car closed hermetically and dived down into the water. For the doctor's radiomobile was not only a walking automobile and an airplane, it was also a submarine, fitted with automatic gills for obtaining air underwater. The machine was now beyond the reach of its pursuers when, after an underwater voyage of 100 miles, it came to the surface. Not a pursuer was in sight. The wings were again called into requisition, and the whole party soon reached a hotel in a large city, safe from the lawless mobs, whose only useful function seems to be to remind us how little man has really evolved above the level of the savage. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secret. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Wallace Morgan. Dr. Hackensaw's Secret by Clement Fezandi. The Secret of the Talking Ape. Author's note. Parrots can be taught to utter a few phrases, but their intelligence is too limited to admit of their understanding much. If anything of what they say, dogs have considerable intelligence, but lack the proper vocal organs for speech. Apes, however, especially such species as the orangutan and the chimpanzee, possess vocal organs similar to those of man and have an intelligence probably superior to that of a dog. There would seem no reason, therefore, why an intelligent ape of one of these species might not be taught to understand and to speak a few simple sentences. It is an experiment that would be well worth trying, and I have outlined here the method to be followed in giving such instruction. There is a trained ape on exhibition here in Vienna. Now, who performs the exhibition tricks mentioned in the story, and in addition has 4 distinct cries, any one of which he makes at the command of his trainer. The story, therefore, has a good basis of fact. "Well, Doctor," cried Silas Rocket gaily, as he burst into Dr. Hackensaw's private office one fine spring morning, "what new marvel have you got to show me today? I suppose some day you will be learning to understand the language of animals." "Perhaps so," replied Dr. Hackensaw, smiling. "But at present I am engaged in the opposite task. I am teaching an animal to understand human language." "I thought most domestic animals did that to a certain extent already. A dog, for example, understands a great deal of what is said to him." "True, though the understanding is much less than most people are apt to imagine. When we witness the performance of trained dogs at a vaudeville show, we are too ready to believe that the dog understands the role it is playing, when, as a rule, the dog is merely repeating mechanically a series of actions that have been taught it, and yet that mean nothing to it. But today I am going to show you something that has never been attempted before. Some years ago, with the greatest misgivings, I undertook the task of teaching an ape to speak. I have succeeded beyond my wildest hopes, and today I'm going to introduce you to Chimp, my talking ape." "What do you mean?" "I mean what I say. I'm going to show you an ape that can talk and can understand when spoken to. True, its vocabulary is limited, but it compares favorably with that of some savage tribes who are said to use only about 300 words." Silas Rocket looked puzzled. "I don't understand you, Doctor," said he. "Of course, I know that most animals have a language of their own. A dog can bark, howl, yelp, whine, groan, bay, growl, snarl, etc. And another dog will understand him. I know, too, that Professor Gardner believed the chatter of monkeys to be a real language, and he even attempted to learn it. Do I understand that you succeeded where he failed, and that you are able to understand the chatter of monkeys?" "No," replied Dr. Hackensaw, laughing. "I haven't mastered the monkey language yet, and I very much doubt if it is any more extensive than that of a dog. To the best of my belief, it is our own stupid domestic barnyard chicken that has the largest vocabulary of any animal. A chicken understands about 27 distinct cries made by other chickens. These cries are really sentences. Everyone is familiar with the cock-a-doodle-doo of the rooster, the cut-cut-cut-cut-cutta of the hen, the cluck of the mother hen calling her brood, her particular clucking when she has discovered a tidbit, and the wild peep of the baby chick that has lost its mother." "Then what in the world is it that you have done?" "Silas, I have taught an ape to speak English." "Oh, understand me. I mean that I have taught him to articulate and to comprehend a few simple phrases in the English language." "You don't mean it?" "I do. My first problem was to find a proper subject for my experiment. I hesitated long whether to choose an orangutan or a chimpanzee. Both are highly intelligent and teachable. Both have been trained to perform remarkable feats. I finally decided on the chimpanzee, and I have never regretted my choice. Of course, I must begin young. In fact, I resolved to raise my own monkeys from the egg, or more properly speaking, the ovum. I chose for the parents 2 well-trained and highly intelligent chimpanzees. I secured a number of ova from the female, fertilized these with sperm cells from the male, and raised these fertilized egg cells in vitro, that is to say, in glass jars containing a suitable culture fluid. My monkeys were thus born without seeing others of their species, and I could therefore train them from the very start. My first care was to secure a professional monkey trainer. I obtained a list of the foremost men in the business, and finally selected the one who seemed to have obtained the greatest success in training his animals. I even used some of his monkeys themselves to assist me in training my pets. You used monkeys to train other monkeys? Certainly. All animal trainers find their work greatly simplified when they have a trained animal to serve as an example to the novices. The pupils learn by imitation. Monkeys, with their natural facility for imitation, profit even more than dogs by having a trained animal as a model. Then came the task of selecting the brightest of my pets. The work was too arduous to admit of our training more than one monkey. But how to make sure of picking out the best one was a problem. I don't see how you could possibly tell with such young animals. I followed the method mentioned by Darwin as being the one used by a successful animal trainer. He always chose the animals that pay closest attention to him when being taught. An animal that is attentive and imitative is sure to make a good pupil. It is by this test that I selected Chimp from among a dozen of his twin brothers, and we could thereafter give him our undivided attention. He soon learned all the tricks of his pupil teacher. He could eat properly at a table, could pour liquids from a bottle into a glass and drink from the glass, could strike a match and light a candle, could skate on roller skates, could ride a bicycle, mounting and dismounting from it, unaided, with the greatest of ease, and he could ride it in and out through a row of bottles without upsetting a single bottle. He could even undress himself and get into bed. In short, he could perform all the exhibition tricks of the best trained apes of Europe and America, for I secured the services of these as instructors. What was the use of teaching him all these tricks? asked Silas, puzzled, as you merely wished your pet to learn to speak English and didn't intend for him for exhibition purposes. What on earth was the sense of teaching him all these useless things? Ah, Silas, there you make a common mistake. It is to the greatest advantage for a teacher to have a docile pupil, accustomed to obey. Chimp learned from these early lessons that some task was expected of him and that different signals had different meanings. It was a pleasure for him to imitate the trained apes. He enjoyed bicycle riding immensely and would often accompany me for a ride around Central Park, where we naturally attracted considerable attention. These apparently useless lessons proved of the greatest value. What? I don't understand, said Silas. And what specifically interests me is how you taught him human language. Your trained monkeys couldn't speak and could therefore be of no use to you. You are mistaken, Silas. One of my trained apes proved useful even in this respect. Monkeys, as you may have noticed, possess a number of different cries. This ape's trainer had noticed 4 distinct cries possessed by his pupil. One of these was a kind of shriek, another a guttural sound, a third was a chatter, and the fourth was a sort of vowel utterance. He had taught his pupil to utter any one of these 4 sounds at a given signal. Chimp soon learned these 4 sounds by imitating this ape's cries, and he also learned to make each at the proper signal. It was his first lesson in language. But his cries were monkey sounds and didn't mean anything. Of course not. To give them a meaning was my next task. I must associate each of these cries with some object, and the object should be one that should possess interest for a monkey. Chimp was very fond of aerobatic feats, and in his cage were a trapeze, a swinging rope, and a ladder. I accordingly decided that his shriek should mean ladder. His guttural sound should mean trapeze. His chatter should mean rope, and his vowel sound should mean peanut. Ladder, rope, and trapeze were removable for easy cleaning. I took them all out of the cage, then ordered him to make the guttural sound and brought him the trapeze. Next I had him make the vowel sound and brought him a peanut. Each time that we brought him the object, we repeated the appropriate sound so as to impress on his mind the association between the sound and the thing. The work required infinite patience, but my trainer and his assistants were capable men, and the chimp soon learned that when he made a certain sound, a certain object was brought to him. He thus learned to associate an object with a certain sound and to know that different sounds had different meanings. This was an immense step in advance. He had not only acquired a vocabulary of 4 words, but he had learned that there is such a thing as language, a means of communicating different ideas by different sounds. At the same time that we were doing this, we taught him to understand the cries when we made them, and he learned to bring us the trapeze or rope or ladder when we made the proper sound. But how could you imitate an ape's chatter? I secured the services of a professional animal imitator. He was soon able to imitate Chimp's 4 cries, and he succeeded in teaching me and the trainer to make passable imitations. Besides this, we made phonographic records of the cries, the records being made by Chimp himself, and any of our assistants was then able to make the proper cry by means of the phonograph. That was clever, but as I understand you, these 4 words were nothing but monkey chatter. I thought you said you had taught your chimpanzee to speak English. So I did. The thing seems impossible. You have accomplished many marvels, Doctor, but if you taught a monkey to speak English words, you have beaten all your other inventions to a frazzle. How could you possibly do it? The problem was not so difficult as you might imagine, Silas. Have you ever met a deaf mute? I can't say I ever had the pleasure. Well, a deaf mute is a man born deaf, not being able to hear. In former days he remained dumb all his life, but of late years it has been found possible to teach these deaf mutes to speak. The teacher slowly and distinctly articulates the sound or word he wishes his pupil to make. The pupil sees the lips, mouth, and tongue move and tries to imitate the motions. The teacher assists by touching the pupil's throat or lips to show him which of the vocal organs to move. In this way, the unfortunate deaf man is taught to speak. As he is handicapped by the fact that he never hears his teacher's voice or the sounds he makes himself, there is always something peculiar about his speech. I see. The idea struck me that an ape could be taught in the same manner. I accordingly visited several deaf-mute institutions and succeeded in finding an experienced and capable young teacher who was eager to try the experiment of teaching a monkey to speak. So the lessons began. Very simple sounds must be used at first, as a baby's first words are ma and pa. I chose these as the first to teach Chimp. I used ma for the word man. It represented for Chip any of his attendants. One of us always came to him whenever he made the word. The word pa was used for banana, as he was very fond of this fruit. Wa, for water, was soon added. In this way, he learned to articulate and use three words that, while scarcely English, were yet not monkey chatter. I won't weary you with all the details of the work. Great patience is required to teach a baby to speak. A much greater patience was required for one word, but we persevered, relaying each other. The first few words were the most difficult to teach. After that, as he began to realize the value of language for making his wants known, the task became easier, and one word after another was added to his vocabulary. The first words taught were all nouns. Then a few words were added, such as sit, stand, ride, being, etc. The process used was very much like that used in teaching a baby, with the added difficulty of manipulating the ape's vocal organs so as to get a sound approximating human speech. Even now, there is something guttural in Chimp's speech, and it is only those familiar with his accent who can readily understand what he says. But perhaps you would like to meet Chimp in person. If so, I will call him. So saying, Dr. Hackensaw took up his telephone. Hoochie, said he, please bring Chimp here. A moment later, an 8-year-old girl appeared, followed by a large chimpanzee. Hoochie was Dr. Hackensaw's pride and delight. Like Chimp, he had raised her from an egg, or more properly speaking, an ovum. She was a dear girl, an almost perfect specimen of what such a child should be. Chimp was dressed like a gentleman. The doctor, not fancying the costumes in which trained apes usually appear on the stage, the ape bowed gravely to Silas and extended a paw, which the reporter shook. Good morning, articulated the ape, in guttural accents and in a slow, precise fashion. Good morning, Chimp, said Silas. What do you want, Chimp? Asked the doctor. Peanuts, replied the ape, who had months before learned to use the word peanuts in place of the earlier learned word pa. Dr. Hackensaw laughed and drew a handful of these from his pocket and handed them to the ape, who began eating them with great gusto. To say Silas Rocket was amazed would be to put the matter mildly. Of course, Chimp's vocabulary was strictly limited and could not compare with that of a child of 4, but he could understand and use intelligently a number of words of the English language. Dr. Hackensaw had certainly accomplished a miracle. It was about this time that Dr. Hackensaw was obliged to make a 3-month trip to Europe, and during his absence, Chimp disappeared mysteriously, and no trace of him could be found, though large rewards were offered for his return. For 4 months nothing was heard of the intelligent animal, but one morning Hoochie was awakened by a hairy paw laid upon her, and was overjoyed to find that the lost ape had returned. He was sick and in poor condition, and a broken chain fastened to a metal band around his waist showed that he had been kept a close prisoner. What had happened to him during his absence was never entirely known, but the following facts were gleaned. The leader of a gang of criminals had learned about Chimp, and realizing that such an animal would be of great use to him in his profession, had decided to steal him. But how? His business had taught him the power of the eternal feminine. He hired a female baboon, and, with her aid, he lured Chimp away and made him a prisoner. The ape was well fed and well treated, but was kept in close confinement while he was taught the trade of burglary. Evidently, he made a valuable ally. There was not a house he couldn't scale by means of the rain pipes or window moldings. He was taught to push aside the catches of a window by means of a knife, so as to gain access to the interior. He was taught how to rummage through drawers for jewels and other valuables, though it must be confessed his plunder often contained worthless articles. His ability to speak and understand made him a valuable auxiliary to this work. Sometimes he hauled up and fastened a rope ladder, so his new master could follow him. In this way many houses were plundered, and as the thieves took away the rope ladder with them, the modus operandi of these burglaries was a great mystery. Many a time Chimp had wished to return to his first master, but every attempt to escape was frustrated. But one day, a link of his chain happened to give way, and Chimp profited by the occasion to return home. Dr. Hackensaw, back from Europe, was delighted to see him again. And then came Chimp's last exploit. Within a week after his return home, Dr. Hackensaw's house caught fire one night, when the doctor chanced to be out. It was never definitely known how the fire occurred, but it was suspected to be the work of the gang in an effort to either recapture Chimp or to kill him in order to prevent his betraying them by leading the doctor to their haunts. Whatever the cause, when the doctor returned home at midnight, he found the place in a blaze. For some reason, the fire engines had not yet arrived. Dr. Hackensaw's first agonized thought was for his 8-year-old little girl, Hoochie, fast asleep in the burning building. It was impossible to reach her without a ladder, and no ladder was in sight. At this juncture, Chimp appeared at one of the windows and clambered dexterously to the ground by means of the rain pipe. He, too, had been asleep, but the smoke had awakened him. The doctor's face lighted up at the sight of the ape. Here was his one ray of hope. "Chimp, bring baby," he cried. "Baby in bed. Bring baby." Baby being the name by which Chimp knew Hoochie. The intelligent animal understood at once what was wanted. With a bound, he was back to the leader pipe, clambering up it and across the window moldings, till he had reached Hoochie's window. Many a time had he made the ascent before to awaken his little mistress, who always slept with the window open. Now, however, the room was filled with flames and smoke, but the courageous ape plunged through the fire, and grasping Hoochie, who lay insensible on the bed, half suffocated by the smoke, he carried her to the window, and carefully, holding his precious burden, began the perilous descent. Fortunately, the leader pipe was strong. It stood the double burden it had to bear. The heroic animal reached the ground in safety, but was so badly burned that it died of its injuries the following day. Dr. Hackensaw was inconsolable, and Hoochie deeply mourned the pet that had saved her life. In after years, whenever the doctor told the story of Chimp's heroic devotion, he invariably added, "I have always been deeply thankful that the idea occurred to me to teach this ape to speak and understand English. I was able thus to make Chimp understand where Hoochie was and what I wished him to do. Without his knowledge of language, I should have lost this dear girl, the most precious of all my treasures." End of section 18.
Section 19 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Visande. Number 19. The Secret of the Super Telescope. Author's note. Shall we ever be able to make telescopes sufficiently powerful to reveal living beings on the moon
if any such exist? Unquestionably yes, and in my opinion the thing would not be impossible at the present day, by successive magnification, using due care to reduce distortions to a minimum and illuminating each successive image to make up for the loss of light at each illumination. The fact that we have found neither air nor water on the moon is by no means proof that living beings of some sort do not dwell there. "Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw impressively, "I am going to reveal to you another of my secrets today, one that may have far-reaching consequences and prove of greater importance than any of my other inventions. I am going to let you have a look through my super telescope." "You have invented an improved telescope?" Yes and no to that question. In reality, I have devised a new instrument to take the place of the telescope, and far superior to the latter in its power of magnifying bodies without detracting from their clearness. I spent many years trying to improve our present telescope, but only with partial success. I began by offering fabulous sums to a celebrated firm of opticians if they would produce for me a telescope far superior to any before made. The result was almost nil, a big bill to pay and nothing to show for it. Not a single new discovery of any consequence resulted. I then decided to take matters into my own hands, break loose from tradition, and start on a new tack. A telescope is nothing but a magnifying instrument, and there seemed to me no reason why the image of a star or planet could not be received on a mirror and then magnified to any desired extent. Several problems to solve. Of course, there were several problems to solve. 1. As each magnification diminishes the light, there must be means of increasing the original light received from the star or planet itself. 2. Every refraction, and hence every magnification, produces a certain amount of distortion in the image, the distortion, of course, increasing with each increase of size. This distortion must be reduced to a minimum, or my telescope would be worthless. 3. Refraction is not the same for light of different colors. Hence, at each magnification, there is a tendency for the light to separate into all the colors of the rainbow. This is known as chromatic aberration and must be guarded against. 4. Any imperfection in the lenses themselves or any impurities in the Earth's atmosphere will be greatly magnified. These are the 4 principal troubles. Telescope image enlarged in successive stages. I accordingly used the following method. I received the first magnified image of the moon on a mirror. This mirror I illuminated by a powerful electric light, and then threw a magnified image from this on a screen, which was in reality a second mirror. The enlarged image was thus as well illuminated as the first one. In the same way, I was able to select a portion of this second image and throw it, enlarged, upon a third mirror, and so on, the illumination always remaining the same, or even being increased if I wished. That settled the light problem. In order to avoid distortion and chromatic aberration as much as possible, I made use of only the very center of each image. The center of the image is always very much less distorted than the edges. I am thus able to receive very clear images, even though highly magnified. As to troubles due to imperfection in the lenses, I have reduced these to a minimum, and to avoid those caused by impurities in the atmosphere, I have installed the telescope on the top of a high mountain. The results exceeded my wildest hopes, but the distance of the telescope from my laboratory here rendered it inconvenient of access. So I tried another tack, and improved my television apparatus. You have seen the instrument. As I explained to you, every object in the universe is radioactive. That is to say, it is continually emitting ether waves. Now, my television apparatus is so constructed that I can tune it to receive any of these waves that I wish. I can not only tune the instrument to receive waves of any given length, but I can direct it so as to receive only waves coming from an object in a certain direction and a certain distance away. By means of amplifiers, I can then increase the intensity of these waves, and by means of special audions, I can transform these radio waves back into light waves again, and so obtain an image of the subject. Up to this time, I have been content to use my television apparatus to view objects on the Earth, gradually increasing the power until I could see objects across the Atlantic and even as far as China, 12,000 miles away. Now the moon is only some 240,000 miles from the Earth. Many men have traveled that distance, and it occurred to me that with some improvements, my television apparatus could be used for viewing objects on the moon. If so, I could set at rest once and for all many problems that puzzle our astronomers. It's a pity, remarked Silas, that you couldn't make your instrument powerful enough to show us the surface of Venus and Mars, so that we could see whether human beings exist there, or only animals and plants. The moon is certainly a cold, dead body without either air or water. I have looked at it through a telescope. The surface is only a series of extinct volcanoes, and no life of any kind could exist there. Dr. Hackensaw chuckled. Don't be too cocksure of that, Silas, said he. In the first place, the so-called volcanoes are not extinct craters as is popularly believed. Of course, it is natural to imagine that as conditions on Venus and Mars closely approximate those on the Earth, the life there must be somewhat like our own. On the other hand, as we can perceive little or no air or water on the moon, it seems to us that no life can exist there. So, to a savage living in the tropics, it would seem impossible that men could live in the polar regions. And yet the Eskimo managed to live there. And remember, the Eskimo adaptation to his surroundings is what you might call artificial. In the moon, the adaptation may be due to a natural evolution that has lasted hundreds of thousands of years. At any rate, said Silas, even admitting that life exists on the moon, it must be a very low form, because the moon is much newer than the Earth. Moon's life older than ours. I don't know how it is that people get that idea, replied Dr. Hackensaw. The converse is the case. The moon is older than the Earth, using the phrase in the popular sense, for of course both moon and Earth are of the same age, since they both originally formed part of the sun. According to the nebular hypothesis, the sun with its planets, including the Earth, was formerly one immense body of incandescent matter, extending far beyond the present orbit of Neptune. As this fiery mass cooled and contracted, Neptune was first formed, and so is the oldest of the planets, then Uranus, Saturn, Jupiter, and Mars, and then came the Earth. The Earth and Moon were then combined in one mass, but as the Earth cooled, its outer portion was thrown off and formed the Moon, and the Moon being already the coolest portion, and cooling more rapidly than the Earth, owing to its smaller size, must have been cool enough to support life hundreds of thousands of years before the Earth was in a condition to do so. Hence, we may truly say that the Moon is older than the Earth. Life has had a start there of perhaps countless thousands of years, and evolution was probably more rapid there than with us, since the Moon is already cold. If intelligent beings were born on the Moon, they have had time and opportunity to obtain knowledge and wisdom undreamt of on Earth. Doctor, asked Silas eagerly, do you believe that there are living men and women like us on the Moon? Dr. Hackensaw shook his head. No, Silas, he replied. The chances are as infinity to one against it. I spoke of intelligent beings, not human beings. What are your reasons for believing there are no human beings on the Moon? Asked the reporter. How plant life originated. To understand that, Silas, you must understand how life originated on the Earth. Evidently, there was no life of any kind present while the Earth was in its incandescent state. At least we have no reason for believing so. But as the surface became cold, minerals formed either crystals or amorphous masses. Chemical changes occurred, and as a result of these, the first specks of live matter must have appeared, probably in the form of one-celled plants like the amoeba or slime that is found in our kitchen sinks. These amoeba are mere specks of protoplasm, and their life consists simply of the power to feel and to contract. Touch a bit of protoplasm with a pin, it feels the touch and it contracts. That is life in its simplest form. The amoeba also possesses the power of absorbing food and of growing and splitting up into two or more specks of protoplasm, each with a life of its own. That is the way life must have originated on this earth. Whether all living beings have descended from one single speck of protoplasm, or whether a number of these specks were formed at the same time, is an open question. It is even possible that the process of spontaneous generation is going on at the present day. To me, however, the probabilities seem to be that all our animals and plants have descended from one original species of plant cell. There was too much unity in animals and plants to allow of a different belief. In that case, cried Silas triumphantly, the chances are that life in the moon must have started from the same kind of cell, and consequently must have followed the same road and culminated by evolving into man as it did on the Earth. I am willing to admit your premise, Silas, but not your conclusions. I believe, as you say, that life on the moon probably began, if it ever began at all, by evolution from the same amoeba-like form from which it originated on the Earth. Of course, other origins of life are possible, and we may even imagine living beings unlike either animals or plants, but the probabilities are that the start of life was the same on our satellite as here. The moon and the Earth were similar in composition, and conditions were not very much unlike. Then, cried Silas triumphantly, if the start were the same and conditions were alike, the result should be the same. You forget, Silas, retorted the doctor, that even here on the Earth, where conditions are approximately the same, the original forms have branched out into endless species of animals and plants, millions of different forms from one original plant, forms as diverse as the elephant, the oyster, and the oak tree. On the moon, even if conditions were almost identical with those here, millions of other forms must have existed, and yet the chances are great that among the millions, except in the very earliest forms, no two should be alike, save superficially, as the moth resembles the hummingbird, or the bat resembles the sparrow. Hence, the chances are infinitesimal that anything that we should call a human being exists upon the moon. You must remember, too, that the lunar day consists of 14 of our days, and as there is little or no atmosphere to temper the rays of the sun, the temperature must be blistering hot. Then follows a night of 14 days. With no atmosphere to hold it, the heat is radiated off into space, and a cold we can scarcely dream of follows. Conditions so different as these must have produced an entirely different kind of life on the moon. Moon's gravitation 1/6 that of Earth's. Another thing that has probably exerted some influence is the difference in gravitation. The moon is smaller than the Earth, and its attraction therefore less. Gravity on the moon is measured by an acceleration of 2.65 feet per second instead of 16.09 feet per second as on the Earth. In other words, the attraction is 1/6 that of the Earth. A 150-pound man would weigh only 25 pounds on the moon. If animals or plants live on the moon at the present day, they must certainly be far different from ours. I am convinced that the lowest forms, like our own, have a skeleton, but that the higher forms have some kind of skeleton or framework, either a shell like the clam, or an external or internal framework somewhat like the skeleton of an animal. I think it more likely, however, that this skeleton should radiate in different directions, as in a starfish, for example, than extend in a single line. Some of these animals and plants, like ours, must be rooted to one spot. Others probably possess powers of locomotion. As to their organs, they must possess means of capturing and assimilating their food. Whether they breathe or not depends on the kind of life they possess. Our plants take carbon dioxide from the air and split it up into carbon and oxygen. Our animals take oxygen from the air and breathe it out combined with carbon as carbon dioxide. On the moon, a fourth kingdom of matter may exist which depends for its energy on a different chemical combination. How about sex on the moon? To understand that, you must first understand the evolution of sex on the Earth. The lowest forms of animals and plants are asexual, that is, they have no sex. They reproduce by growing larger and splitting up into 2 or more living cells. At the next stage, 2 living one-celled animals unite to form a single one-celled individual. At a still higher stage, 2 distinct animals each throw off 1 cell, and the 2 cells unite into 1. There is still no such thing as sex. The 2 parents are like, and the 2 cells that join together are alike. But now sex begins to appear. The parent forms begin to differ and evolve into male and female, and the cells thrown off likewise differ and become sperm cells and egg cells, respectively. The male and female parent may be separate individuals, or both may form that part of the same individual, as in most of our flowering plants. As it is an advantage for the sperm cells and egg cells of different individuals to unite, cross-fertilization is evolved, the wind or the insects carrying the pollen from one flower to another. In animals, the same result is obtained by the evolution of the act of pairing. At first sight, it would seem impossible that the union of the two sexes could have resulted by slow steps. Either the egg cell must be completely fertilized, or it will not grow at all. No partial step seems possible, but the intermediate links still exist at the present day, as we can see in the fish. In certain species of fish, the female lays the eggs, and the male fertilizes them after they are laid. Gradually, the males learn to follow the females and finally attach themselves to the females and fertilize the eggs as they were laid. From this was but a step to fertilize the eggs before they were laid, and by slow stages the act of pairing as it exists in our mammals was evolved, the eggs being fertilized several months before the young are hatched. Now, how about sex on the moon? Evidently, the lowest forms of life, like ours, are asexual, but cross-fertilization is such a great advantage that some form of sex has probably been evolved. But I think it extremely probable that on the moon, more than two sexes may have been evolved. I think it likely that 3 or more different parents may be necessary for each birth, or that the egg must pass from the body of one parent into the body of several other parents at different stages of its growth. This, however, is all mere hypothesis. Reproduction on the moon may be entirely different from anything we know of on Earth. The new generation may even be produced synthetically from chemicals for aught we know. Silas looks into the super telescope. But I am wandering off into flight of fancy. If you will just step into my laboratory here for a few minutes, you will have some facts. I want you to take a look at the moon through my instrument, and then I will tell you of a plan I have formed, a plan which, if successful, will throw all my other achievements into the shade. Silas somewhat skeptically took a seat before the television screen and waited while Dr. Hackensaw adjusted his instruments, and then the reporter gave a cry of surprise, for there appeared on the screen a picture unlike anything he had ever imagined. That, explained the doctor, is a small portion of the moon's surface. It is somewhat hazy and distorted, due to the tremendous magnifying power used, but it is sufficient to give you a tolerably clear idea of conditions on the moon. Life on the moon. What funny plants, cried Silas in amazement, and how is it they are not green? They appear to be all the colors of the rainbow, and as for shape, we have no plants at all like them, unless perhaps some of our marine growths. There's a golden plant that looks a little like a bunch of coral, and there are some that look more like roots than plants. And what are those things that are moving about, and those others that are jumping so high? Are they animals? They are either animals or else plants that possess the power of locomotion. How queer they all look, and all the queerer because they are upside down. Everything looks as if it were hanging from the moon and would soon drop off. What puzzles me, said Dr. Hackensaw, is whether these creatures possess intelligence or not. Of course, it is difficult to conceive of intelligent plants, but the thing is not impossible. I am convinced that the fixed forms we see possess life. I have watched some of them grow from small seedlings into very large plants. It is not a mere crystallization such as we see in minerals, but a real growth. But on Earth, some species of medusae, or jellyfish, do the same thing. In the jellyfish stage, they swim about, but their eggs take root and grow into a fixed stock, which, at maturity, breaks up into a number of new and free jellyfish. The commonest creature up there, remarked Silas, looks just like the jackstones that children play with. Surely those things cannot have intelligence. And notice how they roll about from place to place. Instead of walking, they roll around on 4 of their 6 spokes. Silas sees strange machine on moon. Dr. Hackensaw now turned the instrument in a new direction, and the screen showed, in natural colors, as before, a large and most peculiar metal structure on the moon. It was evidently not a house, but some kind of machine, for portions of it were in motion. Well, Silence, he cried triumphantly, what do you think of that? If that isn't a machine of some kind, I'll eat my hat. And if the Selenites are able to construct machinery, they must surely possess intelligence, no matter how peculiar their shape. But what is the use of that machine? It doesn't look like anything we have here on Earth. I'm not even sure it's made of metal. Probably it is made of some composition we know nothing of. Remember, the Selenites' machines must be at least as far advanced as those man will possess several 100,000 years from now. He would be a rash man who would venture to prophesy what they would be. Think of the possible inventions during the next 1,000 years, and then try to imagine those of the next 100,000 years. At any rate, one thing is certain. There are intelligent living beings on the moon, and I should not be surprised if this machine were designed to store up the heat during the lunar days and give it forth at night, thus making the moon more comfortable to live on. But what its object is, I hope to find out. How so? The doctor to communicate with the moon. I am going to attempt to communicate with these intelligent creatures in the moon. By wireless? Possibly later. At present, however, my purpose is to send a car to the moon with a message for the Selenites. Send a car with a message? Echoed Silas. Do you happen to know their language? Or do you expect them to understand English? He added sarcastically. Neither, replied the doctor tranquilly. I shall use a more universal language. To begin with, I shall send paintings of objects in their natural colors. There is not a savage tribe on earth that cannot understand a picture, at least to a certain extent. But these creatures on the moon don't seem to have any eyes. How can they understand a picture if they are unable to see it? In addition to the pictures, continued the doctor imperturbably, I shall send life-size models of men, women, and children dressed in modern clothing, and also models or real specimens of our animals and plants, our houses, machines, etc. Perhaps our lunar friends will send me in return some models of things on the moon. What a triumph it would be to receive some of their machines, or to analyze some of their chemical productions. Think of the possibility of my learning in a few years what it has taken these creatures hundreds of thousands of years to discover. Why, the prospect is dazzling. All that I am afraid of is that my intelligence is too limited to enable me to understand their machines. I shall be as unable to make heads or tails out of them as Christopher Columbus would have been if he had found an electric motor with a storage battery attached. He would see that the armature revolved, but could form no idea as to what made the thing work. Similarly, if the moon people send me a machine worked by atomic force, it may teach me no more than the motor would teach Columbus. Silas Rocket sneered contemptuously. It's my opinion, said he, that you might as well send your specimens off to a school of fish. They would be just as likely to understand them as these creatures in the moon, of whom you seem to have so high an opinion. Besides, I see one slight objection to your scheme. What is it? How are you going to send your specimens to the moon? And as he uttered the words, Silas gave a delighted chuckle, for he thought he had caught the doctor napping. But Dr. Hackensaw smiled complacently. True, he said, the sending of a car or projectile to the moon is by no means an easy thing to do. But I have solved many tough problems in my life, and I think I can solve this one. In fact, I may say that I believe I have solved it already, but that's another story. End of section 19.
Section 2 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Daniela Gura. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fezandier. The Secret of the Atom. Author's Note. It is certain that at no distant day men will have discovered means of magnifying small objects to an extent at present undreamed of. As light and sound are both vibrations, it would seem as though the audion, which now magnifies sound to any magnitude desired, should also, with certain modifications, be able to magnify the light vibrations. A series of audions should thus serve as a microscope, which will bring into our range of vision objects now invisible in our most powerful instruments. That day, the secret of the atom will be solved. Well, Dr. Hackensaw, here I am again. The speaker was Mr. Silas Rocket, reporter for the New York Daily Growl. Glad to see you, Mr. Rocket. What can I do for you today?
Well, our readers were so pleased with the first interview I had with you that our chief has sent me to see if you have any new inventions to make public.
You come just at the right time, Mr. Rocket, for I have just perfected an instrument which I regard as one of the greatest discoveries of our time. This instrument will open up new worlds for man to conquer, and will lay bare many of the secrets of nature. And yet it is so simple, and my share in the invention is so small, that I am afraid I shall never be given any credit for it.
And what is your invention, may I ask?
My invention, said the doctor, is what I call a super microscope.
Is that all?
Exclaimed Silas Rocket in a disappointed tone.
Just an improved microscope?
Yes, returned the doctor, smiling. That is all. My invention is nothing but an improved microscope, and yet it is destined to revolutionize every branch of science and give an impetus to our arts and manufacturers that will throw all past achievements in the shade. But let me first show you my instrument. Dr. Hackensaw led the way into an adjoining room, which was bare of furniture and which seemed to contain nothing but 4 microscopes, a camera, and some moving picture machines. These, explained the doctor, are my first experiments before I struck the right path. What I wanted to find was a microscope capable of enlarging a minute object to any size desired, an instrument that would be as far superior to our best microscopes of today as these are to the human eye.
Indeed.
Yes, and the problem seems to me a very simple one. If one microscope can magnify an object 100 diameters, it seems to me that by catching the magnified image and viewing it through another microscope of like power, the image should then be 10,000 times the diameter of the original object. And by continuing this process, I could secure any degree of magnification desired.
And did you succeed?
Within certain limits, yes. You will readily understand my method from the apparatus here. I first make a microphotograph of some microscopic object. This first photograph, made on a moving picture film, is about 100 times the diameter of the object photographed. By throwing this image on a screen, by means of a moving picture lantern, I enlarge it again 100 times. You will note, however, that my screen, instead of hanging like a curtain, as in a movie theater, lays flat on the floor like a carpet. In fact, the screen is of celluloid and forms the surface of the floor. The image caught on the floor is thus 10,000 times the size of the original object. Upon any desired point of this image, I place a second microscope through which I make a new microphotograph of the object 100 times the size of the magnified image. This second film I project again upon the floor in a new place, thus magnifying the image again 100 times. The image is now 10,000 times the diameter of the original, or, in other words, I have magnified the object 100 million times, and yet have used only 2 microscopes and 2 screens. By using 2 more of each, I can obtain a magnification of 10 quadrillion diameters.
Whew! Ejaculated the reporter. Surely that ought to satisfy you. If you can do that with only 4 microscopes and 4 moving picture machines, you ought to be satisfied. I don't wonder you call it a super microscope.
Yes, returned Dr. Hackensaw, but the trouble is, these methods are so clumsy that the picture loses in distinctness at each enlargement. The first trouble is the illumination.
I am able to throw an intense illumination upon the object to be enlarged, by first filtering out the heat and chemical rays that might injure my specimen. Then, too, I use an intense light in my movie projector, and in lighting the screens for subsequent photographs.
When, then, does your trouble come in?
Well, one of the greatest troubles is that with these tremendous enlargements, any defect is correspondingly magnified. A speck of dust upon the apparatus will cloud the picture so nothing can be seen. So with an invisible flaw in the lens. With these high powers, too, the very materials that compose the glass of the lens and the celluloid of the films become so greatly magnified that their molecules blue the picture of the object I am studying, to say nothing of the grosser imperfections of the surface of the glass, and which the greatest care in the process of manufacture does not suffice to overcome. Even the chromatic distortions produced by the lenses give trouble, though I have partially succeeded in overcoming these.
Then the method is a failure?
Not altogether. I made some valuable discoveries by means of these instruments, but I finally reached a point where I could make no further progress. I was like a heavy automobile stuck in the mud, and my wheels turned around every time I tried to advance. And then, just as I was in the depths of despair, the idea came to me that solved all my difficulties as though by magic. Do you know what an audion is?
Yes, I have seen the audion bulbs used in wireless telegraphy.
Then you will readily understand me. You see, the audion has proved very useful in magnifying sounds, and a series of several audions can increase a minute sound into a very loud one that can be heard a great distance away. Now it occurs to me that as light, like sound, was nothing but a series of vibrations, the same audion that magnifies sound waves could also be made to magnify the waves of light. This was a revelation to me. I at once set to work in this new direction, and in less than 3 months I had perfected an audion that would magnify a small object as well as a microscope could. And with a series of such audions, I have built a super microscope which has already revealed to me a number of nature's secrets, and which before long will reveal many others. The secret of the atom is to me a secret no longer. Nay, more, I am at work now ferreting out the secret of life, and I hope soon to succeed in solving it.
And will you allow me to look through your super microscope?
Asked Silas Rocket eagerly. Certainly. If you will step into my histological laboratory, you can satisfy yourself of the truth of what I have been telling you. The histological laboratory was devoted to the study of animal and vegetable tissues. On a large table in the center of the room were a dozen large audion bulbs, so connected that a switch enabled the operator to throw one or more of them into circuit at will. You see, explained Dr. Hackensaw, it is almost always necessary to explore a specimen first with a small magnifying power in order to be able to get the best position when the high powers are to be used. I first switch on one audion, then another and another, until I get just the magnification I desire.
I see.
Here, you perceive, is the glass slide upon which I place the specimen to be examined. This light, which can at will be made as intense or feeble as I require, is a cold light, freed from heat rays and chemical rays, so as not to injure the specimen. And what is that complicated instrument near the object glass? Asked Silas Rocket. That is what I call a micro-lance. You see, it would be impossible to make the delicate adjustments necessary in the specimen without some special apparatus for cutting it or moving it minute distances. This micro-lance is a series of levers of the finest workmanship, and so arranged that a large motion of my hand moves the microscopic ends of the lever only a minute fraction of an inch. By the use of this instrument, I can snip a piece from a specimen only 1/1,000,000th of an inch in diameter with the greatest ease. What object will you show me first, Doctor? Asked Silas Rocket, who was becoming impatient to see some actual results. I think my first specimen will be a drop of rainwater, replied the doctor. So saying, he dipped a needle into a jar of water and placed one drop of the fluid upon the object glass. Then he switched on the first audience. There, said he, just seat yourself in this chair and look at this polished metal mirror on the table. Silas Rocket fixed his gaze as directed, and was rewarded by the sight of a wriggling mass of animalcules of various shapes and sizes. That, said the doctor, is practically what you would see through an ordinary microscope. Now I'll switch on the second audience. And suiting the action to the word, he moved the lever one space to the right. The drop of water was thus magnified to 100,000 diameters. And now the image, instead of showing a mass of wriggling animalcules, showed only one fierce-looking creature, unlike anything the reporter had ever seen. "He's a pretty monster, isn't he?" observed Dr. Hackensaw. Then he added, "One great advantage of these audions over my first system of microscopes and photographs is that I get a moving picture without the necessity of taking hundreds of photographs. Whenever I wish photographs, however, for careful study at leisure, I can take one or more at any magnification I wish, by switching on the proper audion and photographing the image that is reflected upon this table. There is practically no distortion, and the details are clear and distinct." "Will you switch on to the third power now, please, Doctor?" begged the reporter. "Certainly," replied the doctor, and after much careful adjustment of the instrument, Silas Rocket was treated to the sight of one of the creature's hairs, through which the coursing of the blood, or rather vital fluid, could be plainly seen. And so it went on. The pictures were becoming more and more indistinct now, but still it was possible to form a tolerably good idea of what was thrown on the mirror. Finally, Dr. Hackensaw exclaimed, "Here is the last audience but one turned on. What can you see now?" "I see what looks like the earth with several moons circling around it," exclaimed Silas, puzzled. "What in the world can those be?" "Those are molecules," replied the doctor. "Molecules of water. And when I turn on my last switch and get the highest power I have yet succeeded in obtaining, you will see what no man has ever seen before. You will see the atoms of hydrogen and oxygen that compose this molecule of water." Silas Rocket gazed long and earnestly at this last image. "It's great!" he cried. I could look at it for hours.
Yes, and it would well repay your study. I am most anxious to perfect my instrument and add a few more audions so I can test the correctness of my theories regarding the atom.
Are your theories different from the current ones regarding the electrons?
I haven't got as far as the electrons, returned the doctor. My theory only goes as far as the atoms. My idea is, and careful study of these microscopic enlargements convince me of the truth of my views, my idea is that there is only one element, considerably lighter than hydrogen, and that all the other elements are composed of 2 or more atoms of this original element.
And what is that element?
I don't know. I call it proton, because it is the first or original element. Every element known to man is a compound of several or many atoms of this proton, and the atomic weight of any of our elements shows how many atoms of proton it contains. Thus, hydrogen, whose atomic weight is low, contains very few atoms of proton, while radium, whose atomic weight is high, contains many atoms of proton crowded into each atom of radium.
And how do you explain the valence of an element?
My theory is that each atom of proton, like every magnetic substance we know of, is bipolar. That is to say, it has a positive and a negative pole. By these 2 poles, it can hold on to any other atom of proton, or several atoms can hold together in the same manner. The positive pole of one holding on to the negative pole of another. When the equilibrium is stable, the proton atoms hold each other in a chain. Chemical change is impossible until the chain separates at some point, thus leaving a free positive and negative pole to which the atoms of proton in some other compound can attach themselves. If the chain breaks in only one spot, the element is univalent. If in 4 spots, it is quadrivalent, as in carbon. That, at least, is my theory, and I hope to test it soon. I have even hopes of someday seeing the ultimate electrons.
That would be a triumph indeed. But would any practical good result from it?
Practical good? Exclaimed the doctor. Why, man, it would revolutionize all our industries if we thoroughly understood the working of the atoms. I am not speaking now of the subject of obtaining energy, though that alone would be of inestimable benefit to mankind. If we understood the atoms thoroughly, we should at once solve a problem which has puzzled all our scientists. The problem of obtaining electricity direct from coal. We should do more. We should be on the road to obtaining power directly from the atomic forces. Immense quantities of energy are stored up in the atoms and molecules, which we could unlock at pleasure if we only had the key. Automobiles, boats, and aeroplanes would go at many times their present speed if, instead of fuel that is heavy to transport and difficult to convert to energy, we could utilize the power latent in the atoms. Why, even the problem of perpetual motion might be solved.
Perpetual motion? You surely don't mean that. Indeed I do. One of our celebrated philosophers, I think it was Clerk Maxwell, put forth the Red Devil theory of perpetual motion.
The Red Devil theory? I never heard of it.
Well, as you know, according to our theories, the atoms in a body are in continual motion in all directions, keeping up a constant bombardment. Now, if we could conceive of a little red devil with a door which he could open and close at will, so as to allow all the atoms traveling in one direction to pass through, but stopping the passage of all atoms traveling in other directions, we should have a source of energy which bears no relation whatever to the force exerted by the red devil in moving his door. Hence, we should have a source of perpetual energy. But, as I said before, aside from the question of energy, we should make enormous strides in every department of organic and inorganic chemistry once we had mastered the secret of the atom. All the chemicals that we manufacture now we could make with far less expense and trouble, while thousands of new compounds would be revealed to us. Once we could see the atoms in an alloy, we would understand how a small amount of tungsten so wonderfully improves the quality of steel, and we would readily discover other substances that would answer the purpose far better. The problem of a good storage battery would also be soon solved, and we should obtain a light and powerful battery that would drive the gasoline engine off of the market. All diseases, properly so called, are caused by minute animal and vegetable parasites called microbes. Many of these bacteria and bacilli are known to us, but there are still a number of diseases, like cancer, for instance, whose microbes have eluded all our best microscopes. With my instrument, the specific microbe that causes cancer will soon be located.
I thought the modern theory was that cancer was not caused by a germ.
Humph! Snorted the doctor. That is merely because cancer is of such slow growth that it requires many years for an inoculation of the disease to take and spread. With my super microscope, the real culprit, the cancer microbe, can hide itself no longer.
Dr. Hackensaw, will you not give me a diagram of the improved audience with which you accomplish these wonders, so I can publish it for the benefit of our readers?
No, indeed, replied Dr. Hackensaw, shaking his head. That is one of my secrets that I am not yet ready to give to the world. The mastery of the atom is a tremendous power, and I cannot consent to put this power into the hands of people who might make a bad use of it until I have acquired sufficient knowledge to foil any such attempt at mischief.
End of section 2.
Section 20 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fezandi. A Car for the Moon. Author's note: will man ever be able to travel to the moon or to the nearest planets? The problem is one of perennial interest, and many fiction writers have attempted to solve it. Numerous fantastic schemes have been proposed, but I have endeavored to show in the following story that the sending of a passenger to the moon is by no means an impossibility. "Doctor," said Silas Rocket, "did I understand you to say that you intended to send a car to the moon?" "You certainly did, Silas," replied Dr. Hackensaw. "The moon was in a condition to support life hundreds of thousands of years before the Earth. Hence, there may be intelligent creatures on the moon with inventions far in advance of our wildest speculations. Think what it would mean to open communication with them, and learning what it would otherwise take us 100,000 years or more to learn. It would be a triumph such as no man has ever achieved before me." "I understand that," said Silas, "but what I don't see is how you are going to send your car of specimens to the moon. Many fiction writers have tackled the problem of communication with other worlds, but I confess that none of the methods I have read about seems to me to have any scientific basis. But tell me first, straight out, whether you really believe it is possible, at the present day, to send a car of any sort to the moon." "Not only do I believe it possible," Silas, replied Dr. Hackensaw, "but my conviction is so strong that for the past few years I have been secretly at work on the preparation necessary for sending a car full of specimens to the moon." "What?" cried Silas in amazement. "You have already started making preparations for the trip? Is it possible that you have discovered some new force, some new means of locomotion?" "No, Silas, the forces I shall use are all well known." "But how in the world will you accomplish it? None of the schemes I have read about seems to offer the slightest possibility of being put into practice." "What schemes have you read of?" Silas and the doctor discussed various schemes. "First of all, there was the idea of being carried to the moon by birds. If I remember correctly, it was Cyrano de Bergerac who made the journey in that way. Such a method is of course impossible." "True, no bird could fly to the moon, I'll admit that." "Next, Edgar Allan Poe sent Hans Pfaall to the moon in a balloon. That too was impossible." "I am ready to admit that also. Understand me. I am not a believer in the ether theory of light. Consequently, I do not believe the heavens are filled with the so-called ether. Nor do I believe there is an actual vacuum in space. My idea would be rather that there is a highly rarefied atmosphere between us and the planets. But regardless of the question as to whether space is a vacuum, or is filled with ether, or with highly rarefied air or other gas, no balloon could ascend very high in it, as the density diminishes as we ascend. Hydrogen, the lightest gas known, would not carry us very far. Even if we were able to make a vacuum balloon, with concentric envelopes strong enough to resist crushing from the atmosphere, and if we dropped off one shell after another as we ascend, this balloon would have to be so large to rise even a few 100 miles that it would be impracticable to build it. Why so? A balloon with no gas inside ought to be very light. True, but at a height of 100,000 miles above the Earth, our atmosphere must be so rarefied that it would probably take thousands of cubic miles of it to weigh a pound. Consequently, the problem would be to build a balloon thousands of miles long and weighing less than 1 pound. This would be a manifest absurdity. So we may dismiss the idea of a balloon as a means of traveling to the moon or to the planets. What is your opinion about the possibility of screening a body from the effects of gravitation? H.G. Wells uses this method for sending his first men to the moon. He places them in a car that is surrounded by shutters which, when closed, are impervious to the attraction. By opening the shutter in the direction in which he wishes to go, the passenger lets in the attraction of the Earth or the moon, and the car starts off in the desired direction. When his speed becomes too great, he lets in a little counter-attraction from the opposite side, and so can regulate his speed and direction at will. What do you say to that idea?" "The idea is certainly ingenious," observed Dr. Hackensaw with a smile, "but it is open to the objection that we have as yet found no means of shutting off gravitation. Nor have we any data to lead us to believe that gravitation can be shut off. Of course, as yet, we do not know what gravitation is. Several unsatisfactory metaphysical theories have been advanced, but none of them satisfies me. As for myself, I cannot even make up my mind as to whether attraction is, as commonly believed, a pull between two bodies, or what appears to me more probable, a push exerted on the two bodies from outer space, forcing them closer together. Analogy, however, would lead me to believe that gravitation, like heat, light, sound, electricity, etc., is merely a mode of motion, as the physicists call it. In other words, a vibration. The whole subject is as yet in complete darkness, but as I observed at the beginning, I have discovered no new force and no new method of controlling the forces already known to man. I am relying entirely on old and well-known forces to carry me to the moon. Silas Rocket was puzzled. He had apparently exhausted his entire arsenal. He tried one more shot, however. Is it possible that you are thinking of using atomic force? Dr. Hackensaw shook his head. No, said he, I shall not use atomic forces. Nor radioactive force? You will not propel your car by means of wireless waves. No, indeed. Our electrical knowledge at the present day is insufficient for any such schemes. Then I give it up, said Silas. I have read somewhere that if the Earth were 24 times its present diameter, bodies at the equator would be traveling 7 miles per second, and hence would be hurled off into space. Have you found means of swelling out the Earth to 24 times its present size? Dr. Hackensaw gave vent to a hearty peal of laughter. No, said he, I shan't attempt to give the poor old Earth the fit of the dropsy. Nor shall I attempt to build a mountain or a tower at the equator of the required height. Let me see. The radius of the Earth is 4,000 miles, so my mountain would have to be 96,000 miles high. I'm afraid I couldn't find a contractor willing to undertake the work, nor would there be materials enough to complete it. But you are learning, Silas. You are getting nearer and nearer to the correct solution. It is centrifugal force that I shall use, but not the centrifugal force of the Earth itself. What then? Dr. Hackensaw explains his scheme. Well, Silas, the problem is this. I must find means of giving my car a speed of about 7 miles per second, and yet I must start the car gradually in order not to harm the passengers. Evidently, the solution is to start the car slowly and keep it going more and more rapidly until it has acquired the necessary velocity, and then launch it off into space. In this way, my passengers will suffer scarcely any inconvenience. There will be no shock at starting. I begin to see. Yes, the solution is obvious. What I need is a large revolving wheel like a Ferris wheel, with the car fastened to the end of one of the spokes. The wheel can be started very slowly, and its speed gradually increased until the required velocity is attained. And then, at the proper moment, the car can be released and shot off into space. In this way, there will not be the slightest shock for the passengers. But why am I jabbering away here? I have kept the affair secret so far, but I am soon to make it public. Come along with me, and you can see the machine for yourself. It is all completed, save for a few final tests to make sure that everything is in good working order. Luna City was the name which Dr. Hackensaw had given to the secluded spot which he had chosen as a launching place for his car to the moon. For miles before arriving at the place, Silas Rocket was eagerly scanning the horizon for the gigantic wheel which he firmly expected to see. His disappointment may be imagined, therefore, when on arriving at the spot, he found that the apparatus was no larger than an ordinary Ferris wheel. Centrifugal force from spinning wheel hurls car moonward. What? He cried in a tone of disgust. Is it that little toy wheel that's going to shoot your car to the moon? Yes, Silas, at least if my calculations are correct. Please notice the framework, which supports the wheel, has its foundations in the solid granite beneath. In fact, holes have been drilled deep into the rock, and the whole framework has been solidly tied down by means of powerful chains. This is not only to prevent wobbling, but to ensure that the wheel itself will not be carried away as well as the car. But that wheel seems only 30 feet in diameter, said Silas. Each revolution would be only about 100 feet. To get a speed of 7 miles per second, your wheel must revolve 350 times per second. You surely cannot obtain such a speed as that. Certainly I can. It is just a matter of gearing. Many small wheels in machinery travel more than 350 revolutions per second. But I have a plan that will enable me to run this wheel at a much lower speed. Do you notice the wheel itself revolves over a very deep excavation? Yes, I was wondering what that deep hole was for. That is to enable me to increase the diameter of the wheel without increasing it. What? Cried Silas, puzzled. To be plain, there are serious objections to having the wheel too large, as it would tend to fly apart at the high speed of revolution. On the other hand, it must not be too small, or the dizzy whirling motion might kill the passengers. So I have devised the following method. I have a very long and very strong chain wound on a windlass anchored to the rock itself. The free end of this chain passes through the axle of my Ferris wheel, up through a hollow spoke, and is there attached to the bottom of the car. This chain, therefore, encased in a swiveled tubing to avoid twisting, can be gradually let out as the wheel increases in speed. The centrifugal force makes the car move away from the wheel, but it is held by the chain. Gradually, as I let the chain out, the car describes larger and larger circles. In this manner, with a small wheel revolving at a moderate speed, I can obtain the same effect as with a large wheel, and without the attending disadvantages. I use electricity for my motive power, and use some ball bearings, but wherever possible, in order to reduce friction, I use a stream of compressed air for the bearings, a little invention of my own. I suppose you have to aim your car ahead of the moon, remarked Silas. 7 factors to conjure with. The problem is by no means so simple as that, retorted the doctor. As a matter of fact, I don't aim anywhere near the moon. 7 factors have to be taken into consideration in aiming the car. First, there is the rotation of the Earth. The Earth revolves on its axis every day. A body at the equator, if shot off from the Earth, would have this centrifugal speed of 1,000 miles per hour in a straight line tangent to the Earth. But I see you don't understand. Here's a diagram that will help you. When a body which is revolving in a circle is suddenly allowed to fly off, it flies off at a tangent. Thus, in the diagram, a body released at either A, B, C, or D will fly off in the direction of the arrow. For the same reason, the direction my car will take will depend largely on the time of day at which it is released. If released at noon, this speed of 1,000 miles per hour will be in exactly the opposite direction to what it would be if the car were released at midnight. The second factor is similar, and depends upon the speed of the Earth in its revolution around the Sun. Here, too, a car will fly off at a tangent to the orbit, at a speed of 9 miles per second, the direction depending on the day of the year and the time of the day. The third factor, of course, depends on my revolving wheel. From this, too, the car will fly off at a tangent, its direction depending upon its position on the wheel when released. But, Doctor, asked Silas, puzzled, how can a body travel in 3 different directions at once? These 3 tangents are all straight lines. When a body is acted upon by 3 such forces, it takes a diagonal course, the average of the 3. That is what is known as the law of the composition of forces. The next 3 factors are the attraction exerted on the car by the Earth, by the Moon, and by the Sun. These attractions change as the car moves. Hence, these forces would each move the car along a curved line. When all 6 forces are combined, the path of the car will also be a curve. The 7th and last important factor to consider is the resistance of the air. The car's flight will be greatly retarded when passing through our atmosphere. Hence, this too must be allowed for in aiming the car. How long will it take your car to reach the moon? The distance is about 240,000 miles. At 7 miles per second, the speed would be about 25,000 miles per hour. In other words, we should reach the moon in less than 10 hours if this speed were maintained. As, however, the speed continually decreases owing to the Earth's pull backwards, until the car has reached the neutral spot between the Earth and the moon, and there slowly increases again owing to the increasing attraction of the moon. The calculation of the time required for the trip is rather complicated. I allow for 4 days, which ought to be more than sufficient. I am running no chances, however, but am taking enough provisions and liquid air to last me for a month. The moon car. Doctor, said Silas, I notice that your car has accommodation for 2 passengers. May I ask whom you are sending? I am sending no one. You yourself are going then? But how will you get back from the moon? I don't know. The probabilities are that I shall never get back. But I have a wireless apparatus on board capable of sending radio messages from the moon. I have over a month's supply of air, water, and provisions. Even if I pay for the trip with my life, I hope to be able to send home descriptions of inventions I see there, and that will far outbalance any scientific research work I could accomplish on the Earth. When do you start? I start on Thursday of next week. Doctor, cried Silas excitedly, I am going with you. I thought as much, replied Dr. Hackensaw, shaking the reporter warmly by the hand. And thus these two men, as much for the interests of science as for the love of adventure, coolly resolved to risk their lives in one of the most novel and exciting enterprises ever undertaken by man. End of section 20. Section 21 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fizandi. Dr. Hackensaw's Trip to the Moon. Author's Note. In my story last month, I called attention to a fact which seems to have been overlooked by all previous chronicles of interplanetary trips, namely, that the direction and velocity of the projectile depend more upon the rotation of the Earth on its axis, and the speed and position of the Earth in its revolution around the Sun, than it does upon the initial force of 7 miles per second with which the car is shot off into space. In the present story, I call attention to another overlooked fact, namely that the passenger in the car during the entire trip would be apparently freed from the attraction of gravitation. Beg pardon, Mr. Fizandi, as to the latter statement. See Baron Munchausen's Scientific Adventures by H. Gernsback, July 1915 issue, Electrical Experimenter. The editor. Is everything ready for the start? Yes, Doctor. The last touches have been given, and I'll take my oath that everything is in apple pie order. The wheel will start turning in 10 minutes, and the car will be released for its flight to the moon at precisely 27 minutes, 31 and 73/100 seconds past 3 o'clock. The release will be made automatically when the chronometer reaches this point. That's good. An error of the smallest fraction of a second would mean that my car would miss the moon and go wandering off into space. But what in the world can be delaying Silas Rocket? He was to have come with me. Ah, here he is. As Dr. Hackensaw said these words, the reporter came up breathlessly. Doctor, he said, I'm awfully sorry, but I can't go with you as I expected. My fiancée, Gloria Mundi, won't let me. She's afraid to let a handsome man like me run loose among the lunar beauties. Besides, she doesn't believe I'd ever get back, and she has no use for a sweetheart 240,000 miles away. Dr. Hackensaw's face fell, for the idea of making the trip alone was by no means a pleasant one. Never mind, Silas, he said genially. It's too bad you can't come, because if the inhabitants of the moon chance to be cannibals, I'm afraid there won't be enough of me alone to make a meal for the royal palace or palates. But never mind, I'll do the best I can without you. He spoke cheerfully, but it was with a heavy heart that he entered the car that was to bear him on his strange journey. Everything seemed in order: oxygen tanks, provisions, and an ample water supply. Each article was securely fastened, although the internal car was pivoted in an external shell, so as to always remain upright while the car was whirled around at the frightful speed necessary for the start. 2 beds, or rather 2 couches, had been prepared for the passengers. These were designed for the comfort of the travellers in starting. Dr. Hackensaw absent-mindedly opened the wrong couch, the one intended for the reporter. Imagine his amazement when out jumped a young girl of about 20, who laughingly held out a hand to him. "How do you do, Doctor?" said she. "I'm glad to meet a fellow passenger." "My dear young lady," cried the startled doctor, "who are you, and what in the world are you doing here? Quick, you must get out of this, for the car will start immediately." "My name is Pepita Perkins," replied the young girl, "but of course all my friends call me Pep. I'm a reporter for the New York Daily Growl. I heard that Silas Rocket wasn't coming with you, so I thought I'd take his place." "But I can't possibly allow you to come to the moon with me," cried the doctor, aghast. "Quick, let me open the door, or better still, I'll sound the alarm to warn my foreman not to start the car." "No, you don't," cried the young lady, throwing herself between him and the door. "I'm stronger than you are, Doc, so force would be useless. I'm here, and here I'm going to stay." "Ah, here we're starting. It's too late now. You know yourself that if there's the slightest delay now, all your work will be wasted. for your Ferris wheel would no longer be aimed in the right direction, and a new one would have to be built. It was but too true, as Dr. Hackensaw well knew. Still, he tried one more appeal. "My dear young lady," he pleaded, "don't you realize the danger? The chances are that we won't reach the moon alive, and even if we do reach it, we shall probably never come back. And think of your reputation. Think of the scandal that will be attached to your name for having come alone with me on this wild trip." "It will make a dandy sensational story for the Daily Growl," replied the young lady with a toss of her pretty head. "Gee, it'll be the scoop of the season." Dr. Hackensaw perceived that it would be useless to reason with this obstinate young girl. Pep Perkins was evidently determined to go along with him, and he must make the best of the matter. The car by this time was revolving with some speed, as the Ferris wheel to which it was attached was gaining velocity at each revolution. Both parties were obliged to hold tight to special handles arranged along the car. "Miss Pepita," began the doctor. "Call me Pep, please," interrupted the young lady. "Well, Miss Pep, you don't seem to realize that we shall soon be whirling around in a circle at a rate of 7 miles per second, and barely time to secure ourselves in the couches. It would be utterly impossible to hold on to these straps. Besides, in order to avoid the bad effects of dizziness, I'm going to take ether, and you must take some too. We shall thus be asleep when the car is rotating at its greatest speed." "Then you consent to take me along with you," cried the young girl, overjoyed, and she impulsively threw both arms around the doctor's neck and kissed him enthusiastically. Dr. Hackensaw's face softened, and he looked at her with a fatherly gaze as he muttered to himself, "Poor girl, she is only a child yet. If we ever get back from this trip—" But he didn't finish his sentence. Time was too precious. "Get into your couch, quick," he said, "and I'll turn your ether supply on for you. There is just the right amount to keep you asleep until we are shot off." The young girl obeyed. A moment later the doctor locked himself in his own couch and turned on his personal supply of ether. Then he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the speed of the wheel to which the car was fastened had been gradually increased until it had attained its maximum, and now the chain which held the car to the wheel was gradually allowed to unwind from its windlass, so that the car gradually ascended beyond the circumference of the wheel, thus revolving in ever-increasing circles. You have seen a boy whirling a weight around at the end of a string, and gradually letting out the string so that the weight turns in larger and larger circles. This was precisely the same thing, but on a greater scale. Finally, the car had attained the requisite velocity of 7 miles per second, and made 2 or 3 revolutions at this frightful speed. Then came the decisive moment for which the alarm was set. At the very instant when the chronometer indicated the 73rd hundredth of the second, for which the start was scheduled, the car was automatically released from the chain that held it to the earth, and went shooting off into space. The spectators who watched it gave an ah of astonishment and dismay as they saw the metal of the external shell become red hot, owing to the friction of the air as the car passed through the Earth's atmosphere. For the car was traveling so fast that although the start was made in the rarefied air of a high mountain, the resistance of this air was enormous during the first second of flight, and not only retarded the velocity of the car considerably, but produced an intense heat. Luckily, the doctor had provided for this by means of refrigerating agents in the walls, and by others that played on the outer shell. Otherwise, serious damage would have been done both to the car and its occupants. After the first few seconds of flight, however, the air became so rarefied as to be negligible. In a very short time, the car itself was out of sight, but astronomers followed the new meteorite with their telescopes, for even after it lost its heat, it still shone in the heavens as a planet shines by reflecting the light of the sun. The newspapers reported its progress hour by hour, and that night the New York Daily Growl issued an extra with the wireless message from the occupants of the car. The article was headed, "Lady Passenger in the Car for the Moon." It was the scoop of the season, and the circulation of the paper rose to an unprecedented height. Meanwhile, what was happening in the car? Pep was the first of the 2 passengers to awaken. She opened the top of her couch and looked out. In spite of the doctor's precautions, she felt dizzy and nauseated from the rapid spinning she had undergone. After a few moments, however, she felt a little better, and grasped a handle to pull herself to a sitting position. Luckily, she held fast to the handle, for, to her surprise, her body kept rising, and soon her feet were in the air and her head downward, while she clung frantically to the berth. It was not difficult, however, to pull herself down again. "Gee," she cried, "that's funny. I must have slept 2 or 3 days, and we're now at the spot between the earth and the moon where there's no gravitation. I must wake up the doctor." As she said these words, the cover of the doctor's couch slowly opened, and that worthy looked out. He, being older, had suffered even more from the dizziness than the young lady. It took him some minutes to recover from his daze. Then he attempted to rise from his couch, but he neglected to hold on to the handle, and up he shot to the top of the car, spinning around in a circle as he rose. For the life of her, Pep could not help laughing as she watched these strange antics, and saw the poor doctor strike the top of the car and then bounce down again like a rubber ball. Twice up and twice down he went before Pep was able to catch hold of him, to stop his flight, and then, inadvertently relaxing her own grip on the handle, she was carried up with him on the rebound. Round and round went the pair, clinging to each other and revolving as they rose. These acrobatics would have continued for quite a while had not Pep been dexterous enough to catch hold of a handle at the 3rd trip, and thus brought them both to a stop. "Gee," said she, "that's queer. I had no idea things would act like this when they had no weight. Where are we now, Doc?" Dr. Hackensaw had finally managed to gather his wits together and replied, "I can't see the telemeter from here. This is the instrument that tells our distance from the earth, but I think, if you move carefully, you can swim up slowly through the air and take a look at the dial. I'm too giddy to try it myself." Pep tried the experiment and found that by relying only upon the movements of her hands, without any initial push, it was easy to swim through the air in any direction, though her arms at first went like windmills, for the speed of each motion, now that her body had no weight, was about 16 times as great as it would have been under normal conditions. However, by slowing down her effort, she avoided this, and reported that the dial indicated 5,987 miles from the earth. "How does this instrument work?" she asked. "I had my choice of several methods," replied the doctor, "but selected this as the simplest. An automatic wireless signal is sent me from my laboratory every second. Each signal is alike in strength, but as my distance from the earth increases, the signal is weaker and weaker when it reaches me. Hence moves the needle of the dial a lesser distance. This tells me my distance from earth. An automatic counter subtracts the distance the preceding second from the last distance, and hence gives the speed per second, or more strictly speaking, the speed during the last second." "I see. I am now going to open the shutters and take a look at the sky." As he said the words, the doctor threw open a slide, and Pep put her eye to the end of a telescope. This was by no means easy to do, for of course she could not stand, her body floating in the air as it would float in water. When she did finally manage to look through the instrument, however, she gave a cry of surprise. "Why, it's already night time," she exclaimed. "That gets my goat. I thought we left the earth only a few minutes ago. But it's dark as pitch outside, and the stars are out, and they're turning around in the sky, as if all the hooch in New York had been set up there. And what in the world is that immense light over there like an enormous moon? Why, it must be the earth. See those dark spots? That must be North America. Gee, how quickly it's moving. The whole earth is out of sight now. What in the world is the matter?" "I think I can explain," said Dr. Hackensaw quietly. "Our diffused daylight on earth is due to our atmosphere. Here in the car, or even on the moon, when we reach it, the sky will be black, even in the daytime. The sun will be a very brilliant circle of light, but the rest of the sky will be black. It will appear to us like perpetual night." "Here comes the earth back again," cried Pep. "What makes it act that way?" "It is our car that is spinning around," explained the doctor. "Every time we pull one of the straps on the side of the car, we set the whole car spinning around, just as a squirrel does in a rotary cage. My internal car, as I told you, is free to revolve inside an outer shell, but the act of opening the slide to the telescope joins the two shells, so the two shells revolve together. Otherwise we couldn't use the telescope at all. However, we can slow up the revolution of the car by pulling a strap in the opposite direction. But now, Miss Pep, don't you think we'd better attend to the Department of the Interior? Aren't you hungry?" Pep was always ready for eats, and was gratified when the doctor took from a fireless cooker a meal that would have sufficed for 6 persons. "What shall we do with the garbage, Doc?" she asked, after the meal was finished, holding up a paper bag containing the bones, etc., left from the feast. "Shall I throw them overboard?" Dr. Hackensaw hesitated a moment, then said, "Very well. I'll open the window for just a second, so as not to allow too much air to escape. Be ready and throw the bag out quickly." Suiting the action to the word, He opened the casement, and the young girl hurled the paper package forth with all her might. Away it sped as if shot from a cannon, and, lighted up by the sun's rays, it looked for all the world like a shooting star, until a new revolution of the car hid it from sight. It reappeared again in a moment or two as the car came around, but fainter and further away. "Gee!" cried the astonished girl. "I knew I was a good pitcher, all right, but I didn't know I could throw anything so fast or so far. That bag must be a couple of miles away now. And it isn't falling to the earth either. I suppose it's because it hasn't any weight that I can throw it so far?" "Precisely," replied the doctor. "The same force will move a body 16 times as fast when it has no weight, as it would move it against the attraction of the earth. And the body will keep on moving forever unless stopped by some resistance. That is why all our motions in the car are so violent. One's muscles retain their accustomed power, but there is no weight to be moved, merely the force required to move the mass of matter that composes our arms and legs, for mass and weight are no longer identical here. But how is it that objects in the car have no weight, if we're only 6,000 miles away from the earth? The attraction of the earth and the moon cannot be equal yet." "No, indeed. The earth's attraction is about 100 times that of the moon. So the halfway place, if I may call it so, is very near the moon. But the reason bodies in the car have no weight is that they are traveling at the same speed as the car. Hence their relative positions are not affected by gravitation. Shoot 2 bullets at the moon with the same speed, and the second will not catch up with the first. We ourselves are one bullet, and the car is the other. We are traveling now at the same speed, and if we hung in mid-air in the car, we should remain there during our whole trip. The condition is exactly the same as if a car with a passenger were allowed to fall from one part of the earth to the Antipodes, through a tunnel bored through the center of the earth. Objects in the car then, as in the present instance, would appear to have lost all their weight. The package of rubbish you threw from the car shows the same thing. It too was traveling at the speed of the car, and will never return to earth again. As a matter of fact, it will reach the moon, but several hundred miles away from the point where we shall land. You will have thrown it really more than 1,000 miles. "Gee!" cried Pep, delighted. "Then I've broken all records for pitching." "If you had been awake when the car started," continued Dr. Hackensaw, "you would have noticed another curious fact. Owing to the tremendous resistance of the air during the first few seconds of our flight, the car was considerably retarded, while we, had we been suspended in the air inside, were not so retarded. The effect would have been the same as if we had weighed thousands of pounds, instead of nothing as we do at present." "At what speed did we start?" asked Pep. "The centrifugal wheel gave us a speed of 7 miles per second in one direction. The revolution of the earth around the sun gave us a speed of 9 miles per second in another direction. And the rotation of the earth on its axis gave us a speed of nearly 1/3 of a mile per second in a third direction. By aiming the car so as to reach the moon when the lines from the earth to the sun and from the earth to the moon made a right angle at the earth, I could have attained a speed of 9 miles per second toward the moon. By aiming my Ferris wheel in the same direction, I could get 7 miles per second extra, or a total speed of 16 miles per second at the start. By aiming the wheel in the opposite direction, my speed would be only 2 miles per second. Combining either of these speeds with that obtained from the rotation of the earth on its axis, I could leave the earth at any speed I desired, between about 1 2/3 miles per second to about 16 1/3 miles per second. And of course you made this an express train at the quickest speed." "Not at all. There is no hurry. And too great a speed would be dangerous, not only in passing through the atmosphere, but also when we reach the moon. If aimed straight at the moon, we should hit it too hard, while if aimed to one side of the moon, too great a speed would carry us beyond the lunar attraction." By this time the air in the car began to become rather close, so Dr. Hackensaw proceeded to open one of the oxygen tanks. As he did so, he gave a cry of dismay. "What's the matter?" asked Pep. "Miss Pep," he said solemnly, "are you a good sport? Can you stand it to learn that we are in great danger?" "Try me and see," replied the young girl bravely. "I just love to shiver." "Well, by some infernal mistake, tanks of nitrogen instead of oxygen have been put in the car. There is only one oxygen tank in the lot, besides the one on tap." "And that means?" "And that means that we have air for 1 day less than our trip will require. It means that we must live a whole day without breathing. And Dr. Hackensaw looked grim. It was nothing to him to face death, but the idea of being the innocent cause of this young lady's death unmanned him. But Pep was game. Only a more rapid coming and going of her breath showed that she was affected by the news. "Is there nothing we can do?" she asked. "I see nothing," replied the doctor, "unless—" Suddenly his face brightened. "I have it," he cried. "I think we can save ourselves yet." "How so?" "A sleeping person requires less air than one who is awake. We must sleep during the remainder of the journey. There is not a moment to lose. I shall prepare a sleeping potion at once." A few minutes later, the doctor handed the young lady a tumbler half full of rose-tinted liquid. "Drink this," said he, "and then fasten yourself in your couch. I have calculated the dose, so it will keep us asleep until a couple of hours before we land on the moon. I must be wide awake then, at all hazards." "Will the landing on the moon be dangerous?" asked Pep innocently, as she raised the glass to her lips and drained its contents, while the doctor quaffed his potion at the same time. "Dangerous?" echoed the doctor as he stepped into his couch. "My dear young lady, it is possible that you don't realize that the car is bound to strike the moon with considerable force. It is true the moon is smaller than the earth and less dense, hence its attractive power is smaller. But on the other hand, it has no atmosphere to retard our fall. The chances are that we shall fall with such velocity that we shall reach the moon as flat as pancakes, and pretty badly hurt pancakes at that." End of section 21. Section 22 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Krista Zaleski. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. What Dr. Hackensaw Found on the Moon. On sped the car through space, and still Dr. Hackensaw and Pepita Perkins lay unconscious in their respective couches. It was not until the car was nearly at the end of its journey that the doctor's automatic devices awakened him from his profound sleep. Pepita too, or Pep as she insisted on being called, awakened at the same time. "In 3 hours, Miss Pep," observed the doctor, "we shall land on the moon." "Yes, and in the form of burnt pancakes. You told me that already. Why did you wake me up?" "Because we must be prepared for any emergency. There is 1 chance in 1,000 of our reaching the moon alive, and we must be prepared to grasp that chance. I have done all that was humanly possible to break the fall. Instead of shooting the car straight at the moon, I shot it so as to pass a little beyond the moon, thence to be pulled back by the lunar attraction to the side of the moon opposite to the Earth. The car has thus a much shorter distance to fall. I also arranged that the moon should be speeding away from the car, hence the rapidity of the car's fall will be still further diminished, since it will be the difference between its own speed and the speed at which the moon is departing from it. Then, too, the attraction of the moon is considerably less than that on the Earth. I have also arranged special devices for retarding the car at the proper moment. The front of the car, that is, the side turned towards the moon, is made in a series of compartments, each containing an explosive. Whenever I wish to decrease speed, I shall ignite the explosive in this front compartment. The compartment is shot off towards the moon, and its reaction shoots the car backwards a little, or, to speak more accurately, retards the car's speed. Each compartment can be exploded in turn. In fact, here goes the first. But I shall fill this room with mattresses to deaden the shock for us. Preparing to land on the moon. So saying, the doctor pressed a button. The walls of the room opened, pivoted around, and Pep and the doctor found themselves each snugly ensconced in a thick cushion of spring mattresses that filled the apartment. Then the doctor pressed a second button. A violent detonation followed. The front of the car shot off toward the moon like a cannonball, and the doctor was pleased to observe that the speedometer showed an appreciable reduction. Of course, the concussion was great, but the mattresses prevented the doctor and Pep from injury. Finally, the last explosive was fired. The speed of the car, however, was now terrific, and the doctor was expecting the final crash to be fatal, when, to his astonishment, the speed gradually diminished. Objects in the car regained their normal weight, and the car landed as softly on the moon as if it were a feather. Dr. Hackensaw was hugely astonished at this unexpected turn of affairs. I did not learn until later that he was indebted to the Selenites, or inhabitants of the moon, for checking the speed of his fall and thus saving his life and that of his companion. Moon's lack of atmosphere. The doctor, however, lost no time. Calling Miss Pep, the two soon arrayed themselves in the special suits prepared for exploring the moon. These suits were an absolute necessity. There being little or no air on the moon, a supply of compressed air had to be taken along. The absence of air also implied the absence of air pressure. If the body were left unprotected, serious injury to the internal organs would result. Also, there being no atmosphere, the heat and light of the sun were not diffused, and the glare and heat would be intolerable. Protection from both was necessary. You see, Miss Pep, explained the doctor, the moon's days and nights are not like ours. 1 day and 1 night make a month here. The sun shines here for 14 days at a stretch, with an unbearable heat and glare, though the sky is dark in all other directions, and the stars shine brilliantly. Then follow 14 days of night, and the cold is intense. Without our suits, we could not live an instant here, and without our goggles, we should lose our eyesight. Their first view of a lunar landscape. By this time, the pair had emerged from the car and were viewing the new world. To Pep, who had looked at the moon through a telescope, the idea of a lunar landscape was a series of dead volcanic cones. But there was, in fact, luxuriant vegetation. Although there were some green plants among the number, if they could be truly called plants, the other colors of the rainbow seemed to predominate. As to the shapes, they were the most fantastic imaginable. Animals, too, of the most peculiar sort could be seen playing about among the plants. Pep was especially interested in one curious creature that had legs radiating from its body in 6 different directions, and could roll in any direction by using 4 of these legs like the spokes of a wheel. Pep called these creatures the jacks, from their resemblance to the metal jackstones that children play with. There were also balloon-shaped creatures that floated about in the rare atmosphere, directing their course by means of paddles or fins. Another peculiar animal progressed by prodigious bounds in the air. Doc and Pep find they weigh about 20 pounds on the moon. At the very first step the pair made on the moon, Pep too found herself bounding high in the air. It was almost like the journey in the car when objects had no weight at all. There, bodies had some weight, but much less than on Earth. You see, Miss Pep, explained the doctor, the moon is smaller than the Earth and less dense, hence its attraction is less. On the other hand, bodies on the moon are nearer the center of attraction than bodies on the Earth. This compensates to some degree for the lesser attraction. But all told, bodies on the moon weigh only about 1/6 what they do on Earth. You, for example, weigh 120 pounds on Earth, but only 20 pounds here. Similarly, if you can lift 100 pounds on Earth, you could lift 600 pounds here with the same effort. Gee, is that so? Let me see, cried Pep. And irreverently picking up the doctor, she threw him up into the air. Up he went, twisting around and sputtering, his dignity even more upset than his person. He fell lightly, however, and in retaliation threw Pep into the air in the same manner. At this instant, however, the doctor caught sight of one of the lunar machines, and instantly bounded towards it. Here at last the dream of his life was to be realized. He was viewing a machine such as mankind will not invent for hundreds of thousands of years to come. The machine was not of metal, nor yet of wood nor of flesh. It resembled no substance known to the doctor. The main part of the machine consisted of a series of spheres rotating about each other. They were not connected together in any way, but rotated somewhat as the planets rotate about the sun. Dr. Hackensaw was overjoyed. It must be a gravitation machine, he cried gleefully. The Selenites have discovered the secret of gravitation, and can work their machines without gears, connections, or bearings. Oh, if I could only discover the secret! Close by the main machine was an auxiliary part. This bore some resemblance to a steam radiator, with balls ascending and descending in spiral lines around the pipes. Long and closely did the doctor scrutinize the 2 machines, without being able to understand either how they worked or what object they accomplished. Then he felt himself pulled away by some invisible force, and as he turned, he found that his companion was sobbing. "Why, what's the matter, Pep?" he exclaimed. "You're surely not crying. I felt all along that your gaiety was unnatural. Tell me, what is the trouble? Is it the fear that we shall never get back to Earth again?" "No, no, no," cried the young girl in agony. "I never want to get back to Earth again, Dr. Hackensaw," she added. "I'll tell you all. You were surprised to see me in the car, but the fact is I had to get away from the Earth. In plain words, I am accused of murder, and there's a warrant out now for my arrest. But, Doctor, I swear that I am innocent. I confess that many a time I've wanted to kill the man who ruined my life, but I never had the courage to do the deed. It was probably some other victim of his that did it, but she used a knife that belonged to me, and I was known to have threatened him. Luckily, I learned of my danger in time to make my escape. I knew I should not be safe on Earth, so I decided to accompany you to the moon, and here I am." Dr. Hackensaw shook his head. "You ought to have stayed at home and trusted to finding proofs of your innocence. You certainly won't find them here on the moon." A rather rash statement, however, as the sequel was to prove. In spite of the rarefied atmosphere on the moon, which rendered all sounds almost inaudible, this conversation was carried on with ease by means of a special instrument, a miniature radiophone which the doctor had provided in the suits. Otherwise, talking would have been out of the question. In fact, dead silence reigned all around them. The pair walked on in silence for a while, and then Dr. Hackensaw suddenly stopped, for before him yawned a large opening in the moon's surface, an enormous well into whose depths he peered without being able to see the bottom. They board a mysterious elevator. "Miss Pep," said he, "this must be the entrance to the habitations of the intelligent beings on the moon. And see, here is one of their elevators with the doors open, waiting to take passengers down. It's curious that we happened just to strike this place, but I felt a kind of leading in this direction, some invisible force pulling me here. However, let's get into the car and wait. Passengers are certain to come, sooner or later." Pep followed the doctor into the car and then gave a little cry. "Look," she cried, "the seats in the car are just like armchairs. There must be men here in the moon. Perhaps we're not the first people who have come to the moon." Dr. Hackensaw was puzzled. The armchairs certainly seemed to indicate the presence of man, and yet to believe that man was involved independently on the Earth and on the moon was against all the laws of probability. If men were here, they must have come from the Earth at some previous period. Perhaps the Chinese, the Hindus, or some other early civilized race had found means in bygone ages to send men to the moon. In no other way could he account for their presence. Intelligent creatures, yes, but men, no. Intelligence, like wings, could be evolved by natural selection from different organs. Pep and the doctor seated themselves on the chairs, prepared for a long wait, but scarcely were they settled in their places when the doors closed automatically, and the car, leaving the ground, started to fly down into the well. "Hello!" cried Dr. Hackensaw in amazement. "It appears that we are the passengers expected. Our arrival has been seen and prepared for. Unquestionably, the Selenites are intelligent beings. It would have been a little more courteous of them to have sent somebody to bid us welcome. It may be a good sign, though, that they are not too anxious for our arrival. If they had meant to harm us, they would certainly have sent an escort to meet us." The car in which they found themselves was not provided with wings or visible apparatus of any sort, and yet it was descending rapidly into the bowels of the moon, as though endowed with intelligence. It touched neither wall, but descended as if in flight, straight down the center of the passage. After 15 minutes of this rapid descent, it changed its course and followed a horizontal passage. But here also it did not touch the ground, but flew a few feet above it. To the doctor's surprise, although they were now several miles below the surface of the moon, the passages were all illuminated by a diffused light, very much like the daylight on our Earth. A moment later the car stopped, the doors opened, and Dr. Hackensaw and Pep felt themselves impelled, as if by some stronger will than their own, to leave the car and enter an apartment, where they found the most peculiar set of living creatures they had ever set eyes upon. Some bore a faint resemblance to our earthly mammals or to plants, but most of them bore a greater resemblance to our invertebrates, or to the microscopic forms of life with which we are familiar. To his great surprise and joy, however, the doctor found that the entire assembly was dominated by a human being. A wonderfully beautiful white woman with a kind though majestic look on her countenance. She seemed to possess the ability to read what was going on in the minds of her two visitors. More wonderful still, she was able to answer their thoughts in such a way that they understood her perfectly, though she did not know any earthly language. The conversation, if such it might be called, translated into English, was somewhat as follows. The Lunar Queen evidently knew all about the pair. Yes, she said, seeing their surprise, we keep track here of all that goes on in the other planets. Consequently, we knew from the very start all about Dr. Hackensaw's plans for visiting the moon. In fact, we hesitated whether or not to let him arrive here. However, we concluded that no harm could come of your visit, so we not only allowed you to come, but even prevented your car from dashing to pieces. No, we are not afraid of mankind, though perhaps we are wrong in our confidence, for inferior organisms are often a great menace to higher ones. But the lunar beings are so superior to mankind, having had several million more years for their evolution, that we fear you no more than you would fear so many fleas. We have progressed far beyond the stage reached by you on Earth. Tell me, interrupted Pep, not in words but in thought, are there men as well as women here on the moon? No sex question on the moon. No, replied the Queen. As a matter of fact, we have neither men nor women here. We abolished sex completely thousands of years ago. Sex is nothing but a cause of endless trouble and worry, as you must know. For all your habits, customs, and daily thoughts, your whole life, in fact, is shaped by marriage and the relations between the sexes. We have found it much more satisfactory to create our children synthetically from the chemical elements that compose them. We are then sure of getting what we want. But you yourself, cried Pep, are a woman. No, indeed. In truth, we Selenites can scarcely be said to possess a definite shape, but we have the power of changing our appearance at will. I thought it would be pleasanter for you if I received you in the form of a woman, and I wish to be pleasant, for I have a disagreeable communication to make to you. A disagreeable communication? Yes, we Selenites do not like the idea of your visiting the moon. We believe that others of your race of savages may come over, and that nothing but trouble will arise from their visits. Race of savages, cried the doctor. Do you mean to say that you regard mankind as savages? The Queen smiled contemptuously, and taking something apparently from the air, she handed it to the doctor. It was a copy of that morning's issue of a New York daily newspaper. Pep glanced at it eagerly and saw that it was full of comments on the message she had wirelessed from the car. There, said the Queen, look at that newspaper, one of your best dailies, yet full of accounts of murders, thefts, strikes, wars, and all such things. Could any but a nation of savages tolerate things of that sort? And not only tolerate them, but gloat over them? Do you wonder that we do not wish to run the risk of being contaminated by your presence among us? Not that we are afraid of you, but we might be forced in self-defense to exterminate your race. Why do not some of the Selenites come to Earth to teach us better? Asked Dr. Hackensaw. For the same reason that you do not attempt to teach your microbes civilization. The task would be hopeless. It is the work of millions of years and countless generations of slowly progressing individuals. As for colonizing the Earth, we may possibly do that someday, but it will mean the extermination of the race of man. Reassure yourselves, however. If such a thing ever happens, it will not be for thousands of years to come. But now for the point in hand. You must both of you return at once to the Earth. But how can we return? I will attend to that. You will be back in less than an hour. But how about me? Asked Pep, on the verge of tears. I am accused of committing a murder, and although perfectly innocent, I have no means of proving my innocence. I will attend to that too, replied the Queen. Take this box. In it you will find proofs that will convince the most skeptical. Pep tore off the cover of the box and perceived a roll of movie film. Lunar movies of earthly happenings. Yes, explained the Queen, it is a moving picture of the murder as it really occurred. Look in this mirror on the wall, and you will see the whole scene depicted. Sure enough, a mirror appeared on the wall as if by magic, and in it the whole tragedy was enacted in natural colors. It was, as Pep had surmised, one of the murdered man's victims had shot him in a fit of desperation. "How did you get this film?" inquired the doctor curiously. "I had it sent from one of the nearest dead stars," replied the Queen. "As you know, light travels only 186,000 miles per second. Hence the light that left the Earth at the time of the murder had not yet reached the star when they received my message. They therefore made this moving picture of the murder as soon as the light rays reached them." Dr. Hackensaw was perplexed. "How can you send a message and receive a film faster than light can travel?" "Because light is not the fastest thing in the universe," replied the Queen. "Gravitation travels much faster than light. To you on Earth, gravitation seems to act instantaneously. As a matter of fact, it is really slow, but it travels from the Earth to Sirius in less than 1 second, a speed immensely superior to that of light. I sent a wireless message by gravitation, and received the film here almost instantaneously by the same means. Here is an older film which shows the Earth as it appeared before the advent of man." As she said the words, there appeared on the mirror a prehistoric landscape, with the Brontosaurus and other Paleolithic monsters browsing in the primeval forests, while the Ichthyosaurus and Plesiosaurus sported in the waters, and the pterodactyl flew overhead. Dr. Hackensaw gazed at the pictures with interest and then asked, "How about the planetary machine that we saw on our way here? What is its object?" "Its function is to utilize the sun's heat," explained the Queen. "Half of the moon is always brightly illuminated by the sun. The heat thus received is stored up automatically in the body of the moon. From here, it works the planetary machine, which sends wireless waves wherever we happen to need power. The radiator-like instrument serves as the regulator. Would you allow me to have a description of the machine so I can construct one like it?" "No, indeed. Your knowledge is insufficient, and you would be sure to kill yourself in the attempt to control these forces. Besides, too much knowledge would make you miserable. The world has no use for a man who is too far ahead of his time. But enough of this. You can have dinner here, and then you must go." "What do you eat?" inquired the doctor curiously. "Lunar beings do not eat. We Selenites do not eat at all. We breathe in the carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen that are necessary for life. We see to it that our atmosphere contains these elements in the proper proportions." "But carbon is a solid," exclaimed Pep in surprise. "You cannot breathe charcoal." "Carbon is a gas in the form of carbon dioxide, and we are able to utilize it in our bodies in this form, decomposing it into its carbon and oxygen. But here is your meal," she continued, as a table appeared loaded with all sorts of delicacies. Pep, who had been expecting a meal of carbon, oxygen, and hydrogen, gave a squeal of delight when she saw the wonderful meal that was served. There were soups, meats, vegetables, fruits, pastry, and sweets of the kind she liked the best. The pair ate heartily, but some narcotic must have been in the food, for scarcely was the last mouthful eaten when they both felt themselves overpowered by a heavy sleep. Back to Mother Earth. When they awoke, they found themselves back in the couches in the car. Dr. Hackensaw threw open the door of the vehicle and gave a cry. And well he might cry out. Here he was, back again on Earth in his own New Jersey estate. The Queen had kept her word. The return journey to the Earth had lasted less than 1 hour. End of section 22.
Section 3 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. The Secret of Suspended Animation. Author's Note. It is beyond question that in the course of a very few years we shall find means of putting a man to sleep for a period of 1 or more years, and of awakening him again whenever we wish to do so. Without putting any credence in the tales of suspended animation told of the Hindu fakirs, we have but to consider the well-authenticated cases of hibernation familiar to all of us. When we see that a warm-blooded animal like a bear can sleep through the winter months, living on its own fat, there is no reason why a man, under proper conditions, could not accomplish the same feat. And if the conditions in which we were placed were such as to reduce his expenditure of energy to a minimum, there is no reason why this sleep of hibernation could not be considerably prolonged. I have endeavored to show in this story what practical advantages this suspended animation might possess. No, Mr. Rocket, said Dr. Hackensaw, shaking his head. No, I do not place the slightest faith in these tales of suspended animation that are related of the Hindu fakirs. But, Doctor, there are a number of such cases on record, and some of them seem pretty well authenticated, remarked Silas Rocket, who, in his quality of reporter for the New York Daily Growl, had called to have another interview with the worthy doctor. I remember one case in particular, continued Silas, where the experiment was conducted in the presence of a French army officer and his men. They saw a Hindu native put into a trance, his nose, mouth, and ears plugged with wax. He was kept in this state for 6 months or a year, and then restored to life again, none the worse for his long sleep. What have you to say to that? Nothing, except that I don't believe it, returned the doctor. I have had people tell me they saw a conjurer take a man's watch, crush it to pieces under his foot, cram the fragments into a pistol, and shoot them at a target where the pieces reunited to form the original watch again, and hung suspended from the center of a target. Yes, but that was avowedly a trick. True, and it depends on substituting a duplicate watch for the original one. So, I believe, from the accounts I have read, the Hindu fakir substitutes a dummy for the man put into the trance. Then you do not believe in suspended animation? On the contrary, I am a firm believer in it. There are too many really authenticated cases of suspended animation in nature for a scientist to doubt the facts for an instant. Among the lower invertebrates, including the microbes, there are many well-known cases of individuals remaining in a state of total inactivity for months and even for years, yet coming to life again when external conditions are favorable. Among higher animals, hibernation is also frequent, and even a warm-blooded animal, such as the bear, sleeps through the winter months and comes forth hungry from his den in the spring. Then why is it impossible that a man should do the same thing? It is so far from being impossible that I have accomplished the result myself, but I claim to be the first man who ever succeeded. I do not believe the Hindus ever did anything of the kind. You mean to say, Doctor? I mean to say, Mr. Rocket, that I have not only succeeded in putting animals like the cat, dog, horse, and cow to sleep for several months at a time, but I have also done the same thing with human beings. In fact, if you will step across the way with me, you can see some of the subjects for yourself. So saying, Dr. Hackensaw led the way into a long, low building around whose sides were ranged tier upon tier of glass coffins, some empty, but most of them containing either one or more animals or a human being in a state of complete coma. Silas Rocket gazed about him in amazement, scarcely believing his eyes. But Dr. Hackensaw continued as calmly as if he were delivering a lecture in his clinic. It has always been a matter of surprise to me, he said, that our scientists have not long ago solved this problem of suspended animation, whose solution has been almost within our grasp. The problem really consists of 4 simple ones. 1. How to put the patient to sleep. 2. To find the best conditions of temperature, humidity, and ventilation. 3. The best method of feeding the subject artificially if the catalepsy is to be of prolonged duration. 4. The best method of awakening the individual at will. As you see, not one of these presents any special difficulties. As regards the first point, we may allow the patient to fall asleep in a normal manner, just as an animal does when it hibernates. The second problem is merely a question of experiment. The normal temperature of the body is what I have found to be the best, and just sufficient humidity to prevent the drying up of the tissues. By keeping my subjects in these hermetically sealed glass coffins, I have no difficulty in achieving these ends. As regards feeding the subject, this is only necessary in rare cases. With the living activities reduced to a minimum, the patient can live for months on his own fat. As to awakening the individual when the experiment has been carried as far as I wish, I find no difficulty at all. For most practical purposes, only a short trance is required. What do you mean by practical purposes? Asked the reporter in surprise. You surely do not mean to say that you can turn this suspended animation to any practical use? Indeed I do, Mr. Rocket. In fact, this very day I am shipping off to Europe 10,000 thoroughbred cattle of the highest quality to replace those destroyed during the war. And you slip these cattle into a trance? Say rather in a state of suspended animation. To transport 10,000 live cattle across the Atlantic is a difficult and expensive matter, but I simplify it considerably by putting the cattle to sleep for the term of the voyage. I first drive the cattle into a large room, which I fill with carbon dioxide until the animals lose consciousness. Then I drive off the gas, and my men load the unconscious beasts into airtight chambers on the ship, which are also kept full of carbon dioxide during the whole term of the voyage. On the vessel's arrival in France, the animals are placed in pure oxygen, and by the combined use of a pulmotor, electric currents, and heart massage, we have no trouble in starting the action of the heart and bringing the beast back to life again. Not a whit the worse for their experience. I see, said Silas Rocket, nodding his head. I begin to understand how your discovery can be very valuable in transporting livestock. You can save space, labor, and food for the animals during the passage. But in what way could your suspended animation be of any practical utility in the case of human beings? I have already found several use cases for it, returned the doctor, and new ones will continue to arise in the future. To begin with, there is the case of would-be suicides. I advertise in the papers offering to put them to sleep for a term of years. When they awake under the changed conditions, they are pretty sure to have lost all desire to kill themselves. Then, too, I use the method for superfluous babies. I have already prevented several cases of infanticide. A young girl whose life will be ruined by her baby comes to me and I put the infant to sleep until the mother is ready to take it again. So too with parents who have more children than they can support and who would be driven to advertise one or more for adoption. I keep the child asleep until the parents are able to support it. But it is especially in the case of criminals that my invention proves of use. Criminals? Yes. Our judges now need not condemn a man to prison for a term of years. They condemn him to sleep for that period. They thus save all the expenses of prisoners, jailers, food, etc., and they avoid the contact in our jails, which makes a novice who enters prison come out a finished criminal. But the prisoner has no chance to reform. When he comes out from his long sleep, he will find conditions have changed. His old pals will not be there to tempt him, and he can begin life anew. As regards capital punishment, my invention will do away with it altogether. Instead of executing a man, we will put him to sleep for 50 or 100 years, and trust that the new generation will know better how to deal with him. Gentlemen to see you, Doctor, interrupted the office boy, coming in at this juncture. Dr. Hackensaw glanced at the card tendered him. Cyrus McAndrews, curator of the Knickerbocker University, he read. I can't say I ever heard of the gentleman, he mused, but show him in. The door opened and a portly gentleman appeared. Glad to see you, Dr. Hackensaw, said he. I've got a little job for you, and he chuckled gleefully as if tickled by a good joke. Happy to meet you, Mr. McAndrews, said the doctor, extending his hand. What is it I can do for you? You look as if you wanted to use one of my coffins for 3 months as a winter resort. Ha ha ha, laughed the curator gleefully. Ah, doctor, I've heard of how you pickle patients who are sufferers from the hay fever, grip, pneumonia, and other such diseases. Instead of making them travel for the season during which their disease is prevalent, you merely put them to sleep for a month or two, and so save them the considerable expense. By the by, how does the scheme work? Admirably, returned Dr. Hackensaw. The patients not only pass through the bad season without danger, but the sterilizing processes I make them undergo not only check the action of their body microbes during the long sleep, but actually destroy many of the disease germs, and so prove highly beneficial. Well, said McAndrews, I haven't come today for a 3 months trance. When I do come to you to be put to sleep, it will be for a few 100 years. I will put $1,000 at interest in the savings bank first, and ask to be awakened only when this sum, at compound interest, amounts to $1 million. But joking aside, doctor, continued the curator, I have come today on an errand, stranger perhaps than any you have yet known. I suppose you have seen in the newspapers that I have just returned from an exploring expedition to the polar regions. I may say that I have been exceedingly successful and am bringing back with me scientific material of the highest value. Indeed, said Dr. Hackensaw. Yes, said Mr. McAndrews, but what I regard as far and away the most valuable result of my search is a specimen that I found completely embedded in the ice near the northern coast of Siberia. It is in such a perfect state of preservation that I'm going to ask you to try to resuscitate it. Is the specimen still embedded in the cake of ice? Asked the doctor. Yes, indeed. Under no consideration would I have attempted to thaw it out. I have the creature in the Bronx now, still embedded in the original block of ice. And what kind of animal is it? Inquired the doctor. The curator hesitated an instant. It is a pterodactyl, he said. A pterodactyl? Echoed the doctor. You don't mean to say it is one of those flying reptiles with bony, leathery wings like a bat? Precisely, and my specimen is perfect to the very tips of its wings and claws. But man alive, explained the doctor in excitement. Don't you know that the pterodactyl is an antediluvian monster that has been extinct for hundreds of thousands of years? Certainly, but this specimen, caught in the ice, has been marvelously preserved and appears as fresh now as if it's still alive. And that is the reason why, hearing of your successes in cases of suspended animation, I decided to ask you to try to resuscitate this monster for me. If you can bring your apparatus up to my house tomorrow morning, that will give me time to have the creature thawed out slowly, so that it will be all ready for you. The following morning dawned bright and clear, and before 10 o'clock, Dr. Hackensaw, with Silas Rocket and Cyrus McAndrew, might have been seen in a vacant lot in the Bronx, busily engaged upon the task of resuscitating this primitive antediluvian monster, half bird, half reptile, that marked the dividing line between those two great classes of vertebrates. The ungainly creature had been slowly thawed out of its block of ice and brought back to normal temperature, and it now lay stretched lifeless on the ground. It was a perfect specimen in every respect. Not a single flaw could be detected anywhere. Dr. Hackensaw scrutinized the animal with the greatest curiosity, and he shook his head as he gazed at the fierce crocodile-shaped jaws with their rows of sharp, shining teeth. "He looks like a tough customer, Mr. McAndrews," said he. "Have you got some good, strong rope to tie him with?" "Yes, my chauffeur has gone to the house to get them. He'll be back in a minute, so we needn't wait. It will take some time to revive the creature." Dr. Hackensaw was trembling with excitement. The experiment he was about to try was one which would mark an epoch in scientific annals. Yet he was strongly sanguine of success, for the creature appeared as fresh as if just killed, and its tissues had the softness and elasticity of rubber. "The animal is in such a perfect state of preservation," remarked the doctor, "that I do not think I shall need to introduce new blood into the creature's arteries. By the use of the pulmotor, with pure oxygen and a series of well-timed electric shocks, we ought to be able to start the heart beating again. A little manual massage of the heart may be necessary, but I doubt it. However, it won't do any harm." So saying, the worthy doctor dropped onto his knees, and, after adjusting his instruments to his satisfaction, began slowly kneading the chest and abdomen of the reptile with his two hands. After 15 minutes of this work, a shiver went through the reptile's frame. "It lives!" cried Cyrus McAndrew in delight. "What a triumph this will be for science! My name will go down to posterity as the first man who ever possessed a live pterodactyl." And the curator's face gleamed with pleasure, while Dr. Hackensaw continued his massage treatment with ever-growing success. The reptile opened its eyes and made a feeble attempt to move its wings. "Where the devil is James?" cried the curator in excitement. "I'll bet anything he stopped to flirt with the cook. Hi, James," he called. "Hurry up with those ropes." "I'm coming, sir," cried a voice. Dr. Hackensaw was rapidly increasing his kneading motions, and under his hands he felt the creature's heart pulsating faster and faster as the beats became more nearly normal. Its wings began to move slowly, and its head to turn slightly. Dr. Hackensaw ceased his massage treatment and disconnected the electrical apparatus. The pterodactyl rolled its eyes and turned over on its belly. At this moment, James came out of the house bearing an armful of ropes. Hurry up! Cried the curator. "The creature's getting on its feet. It's going to try to fly." Sure enough, the animal rose up on its paws and flapped its powerful wings. Cyrus McAndrews, fearing to lose his prize, rashly darted forward to seize his cherished specimen by the leg. But the brute, with a snap of its great jaws, seized the poor curator by his coat and sent him rolling in the mud. Poor Cyrus's hat flew off, and his bald head glistened in the sunlight. Dr. Hackensaw, deeming discretion the better part of valor, retired to a safe distance, while James came running forward with a loop at the end of one of his ropes, with the intention of lassoing the beast. But the pterodactyl was very much alive now. After flapping its wings a few times to make sure nothing was the matter with them, the uncouth antediluvian creature, with a loud snort, stretched out its bat-like wings and soared away over the tops of the houses. "Great heavens!" cried the poor curator, with difficulty regaining his feet. "Where in the world is the creature going, and how shall I ever catch him? If I lose him, there's $100,000 gone. Quick, James, run out to my airplane. I'll follow the creature in the air. He flies slowly, and we'll soon catch him." By the time James and his master had risen from the ground, the winged reptile was but a mere speck in the direction of Coney Island. "They'll have a free show there today," said James grimly as he opened her up. And now the curator's hopes began to rise, for this machine could make speed of nearly 100 miles an hour, while the pterodactyl flew but slowly. And then the unexpected happened. The creature was now flying over the Atlantic Ocean and was some distance from shore, but the airplane was gaining rapidly upon it. The animal, frightened by the roaring noise behind it, endeavored to increase its speed, but something went wrong. Its heart seemed to snap, and the ungainly reptile paused a moment in its flight and then fell headlong into the depths below. It sank like a bullet, and by the time the airplane had reached the spot, no trace of the brute was visible. End of Section 3. Read by 65 Tux, Roswell, Georgia, January 2023.
Section 4 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandier. Section 4. The Super Nose. Author's Note. If there has been one branch of science more neglected than any other, it is the science of smells. We have microscopes to help the sight, and microphones and audions to help the hearing, but nothing as yet to help the sense of smell. In this story I have endeavored to show some of the important uses to which a smell intensifier could be put, for I am convinced that when men realize what valuable services such an instrument could render, the instrument will not be long in forthcoming.
What do you say you call that instrument, Dr. Hackensaw?
This, Mr. Rocket, is what I call a super nose, answered the doctor.
A super nose? Echoed Silas Rocket. What in the world is that?
It's an instrument for intensifying smell, the reporter snorted.
Good night, Doctor, said he. Keep your super nose for those that want it. I live in New York City in a flat where somebody cooks cabbage almost every day, and Limburger cheese flourishes on Sundays. I find the smells plenty strong enough as it is. If you start to intensify them, you can transform the city into a desert inside of a week.
Pshaw! Exclaimed Dr. Hackensaw.
And even the pleasant odors, continued Silas Rocket, even they become oppressive if too powerful. I worked for 1 week in a vanilla factory, and I found that even the delicate odor of vanilla becomes sickening when too strong.
True, replied Dr. Hackensaw. But have you ever seen a dog annoyed by a strong smell? And yet you will admit that the dog's nose is far superior to yours. A manure heap that would make you sick would to him be a pleasant odor. So with my instrument. I have been surprised to find that odors which are intensely disagreeable often, when highly magnified, become more pleasing. But that's neither here nor there.
Tell me, Doctor, how you came to think of such an instrument.
Well, I was reflecting upon the conquests which man has made over nature. At the present day, man is superior to the brutes in every respect but one. In his automobile, he can run faster than the swiftest horse. In his airplane, he can fly faster than any bird. In his submarine, he can swim more rapidly than any fish. With his telescope, he can see further, and with his microscope, he can see better than the animal with the keenest vision. And with his microphone and audion, he can hear better than any known animal. It is only in the sense of smell that he is still inferior to the lower animals. The scent of a dog is far superior to that of a man, while we have good evidence to show that certain moths can scent their mates at the distance of a mile or so.
I see. So you decided to secure for mankind a scent as keen as that of the dog. But how did you set about it?
My first attempt, explained Dr. Hackensaw, was made with a nose trumpet. I thought that just as an ear trumpet collected more waves of sound, so too a nose trumpet would collect more of the odor, and so intensify the smell. But a few experiments soon convinced me I was on the wrong track. The magnification of the smell was too small to be of any real value.
Well?
The next thing I tried was improving my nose. Under the microscope, I carefully dissected the scent glands of the dog and the antennae of the moth, hoping but in vain to learn the secret of their power. Next, I tried grafting the lining of a dog's nostrils into the nose of one of my assistants, who, for the sake of science, consented to the operation. I tried it on myself too, but with very slight success.
Good gracious.
Then I tried condensing smells. I placed 1 drop of scent in a room and left it until it had become imperceptible. Then I gathered the air of the room into a cylinder, liquefied this air, filtered out the inert liquid, and thus obtained a concentrated solution of the odor. This method was much more successful. By its use, I can detect the passage of a man several hours after he has passed. The method is, however, too clumsy and cumbersome for practical use. Finally, however, I hit upon the real solution of the problem.
And what was that?
Have you ever heard of the corpuscular theory of light?
Yes, I know that Newton believed that light consists of minute particles of matter, which are hurled off from the illuminating body and travel at a rate of 186,000 miles per second. But there are such valid objections to this theory that modern scientists have adopted the ether theory instead.
Dr. Hackensaw snorted again. Yes, said he. The corpuscular theory of light does present difficulties. But on the other hand, the ether theory doesn't explain anything, for it is no explanation to found a theory on an impossible substance like ether, which is unlike anything known to man, and of whose existence there is not the slightest proof. It was invented solely for the purpose of supporting the vibration theory. The discovery of radium, however, will lead us back to the corpuscular theory. This theory is supported by biology, for our senses of sight, hearing, smell, and taste are all evolved from our sense of touch. The lowest forms of animal life show these gradations, and to a thinking biologist it is inconceivable that the senses of sight and hearing should be caused by vibrations, and the sense of smell be entirely different, and be caused by contact of minute particles of matter. All three senses are closely related, and the corpuscular theory of light and sound is the only one that properly combines the three.
Well, but what has all this got to do with your smelling machine?
Asked Silas Rocket, who was beginning to fidget at the length of this lecture. Simply this, that since sound, light, and odors are corpuscular emanations, anything that will intensify one of them may, if the proper means be employed, be made to intensify the others also. Now you are aware that the audion will intensify sounds to a high degree. I have modified the audion so that it will likewise serve as a microscope and intensify vision. And finally, I have succeeded in making an audion that will intensify smells. But the use of a bank of audions, I can raise an imperceptible odor to a smell of 100 skunk power.
What?
Yes, and my whole instrument is so compact it will fit in an ordinary suitcase. So saying, the doctor took from a closet what appeared to be an ordinary cowhide bag. There, said he. That is my super nose. It really consists of 3 instruments combined into one. First of all, it is a smellometer. It measures the intensity of any smell in terms of microskunks. I use for my unit of measure the odor of 1 drop of pure skunk fluid at a distance of 1 kilometer in still air at 70 degrees Fahrenheit. This unit I call 1 skunk. 1 million microskunks make 1 skunk.
I see,
said Silas Rocket. Secondly, my suitcase contains an olfactograph. That is to say, an instrument for recording smells on a reel of celluloid for future reference, as a phonograph records sounds or a movie camera records sights. Third and most important of all, my instrument is a microdorscope, or smell intensifier. By its aid, I can magnify any smell from 2 to several million times its original strength.
I understand all that, said the puzzled reporter, but what I don't see is what practical use there is for such an instrument.
Dr. Hackensaw smiled. I have made many valuable inventions, said he, but I consider this super nose as the most valuable I have ever made, at least for a commercial point of view. There is not a single art or manufacturer which could not use it to great advantage for detecting adulterations. No tedious chemical, qualitative, and quantitative analyses are required. One sniff with my super nose at once tells one whether an article is adulterated and the amount and kind of adulteration.
But suppose the adulteration is odorless.
There is no such thing as an odorless substance, retorted the doctor, any more than there is any perfectly transparent substance. Such things do not exist.
Well, what else can you do with the instrument? Asked the reporter.
It is invaluable in the kitchen. My super nose enables the cook to combine her ingredients in proper quantities, and to tell her when her viands are properly cooked. She doesn't need to open the oven to tell if her roast or cakes are cooked. One sniff is enough. The chemist uses the instrument in like manner in making mixtures. Weights and measures cannot give him anything like the accuracy which he can obtain by smelling the mixture through my instrument. He is sure of securing uniform products. You cannot weigh or measure the particle that carries an odor, but your nose can readily detect it. But I won't weary you with the technical uses for the instrument. They are too numerous. From the chicken raiser who tests his eggs by smell to the sea captain who can tell his latitude and longitude by the smell of the ocean, the uses are too varied to even touch on. Teas, coffees, and other such things are no longer tested by taste but by smell. Milk and meat are inspected by smell also, but I cannot pass over in silence the immense value of the instrument to the physician in diagnosing disease. Surely, doctor, you're joking. Not in the least. Every disease has its own characteristic odor. Any experienced physician will tell you that in Favus there is a pronounced mousy smell, in rheumatism a certain acidity, in pyemia the breath is nauseous, in scurvy there is an offensive and putrid smell, in scrofula there is a scent as of sour beer, the odor of ammonia in simple fever, and of new bread in intermittent fever. In female hysteria there is often a scent as of violets and pineapple, and in peritonitis there is an easily recognizable scent of musk. These are all well known in the hospitals, but my super nose enables me to detect any disease by a simple whiff at the patient. I merely walk through a hospital, and one sniff at a patient tells me what disease or complication of diseases he is suffering from. More than that, I can tell the condition of each organ, whether his heart is working properly, whether his lungs are injured, what stage of digestion the food has reached in his stomach, etc., etc. Why, doctor, it doesn't seem possible. Yes, and not only can I diagnose these diseases, but you or any other man can do it. I have an olfactograph record strip containing the odors of 1,000 of the commonest diseases. All you need to do is sniff at the patient, and then sniff at these 1,000 odors in turn until you find the one that corresponds, and then you can read off the name of the disease. That is a remarkable achievement indeed. Yes, and its greatest value lies in the fact that parents can recognize disease in their children in the incipient stage when they are easy to cure. But don't you see, doctor, that you will drive physicians and hospital assistants out of business if you nip all diseases in the bud? Well, that doesn't worry me any more than the fact that our undertakers are having a hard time of it, because every time a man is about to die, I put him to sleep for a term of years until doctors have learned some means of curing his ailment. My super nose helps me in ascertaining when death is near, and serves as a signal for putting the patient into his long sleep. Well, is there anything else your instrument will do? Certainly. I've scarcely begun to enumerate its uses. Personally, I find it of great advantage as an aid to memory. I have a very poor memory for faces, and many of my friends feel badly because I do not remember them after an absence of months. But if I get one sniff at them through my smellometer, I will remember them, even if I knew them as children, and meet them grown up and changed by a beard. For purposes of identification, the smell is much superior to the fingerprint. If you keep a record on the olfactograph of the smell of a criminal, you can recognize him at once in any disguise when you pass him. With a fingerprint, you might never suspect him, and would have to secure another fingerprint to confirm your suspicions. But he cannot disguise his odor. Then, too, my instrument helps me in reading a person's mind. No, it is not possible, cried Silas Rocket incredulously. I bet you can't read my mind. Pshaw, exclaimed the doctor. You're thinking of that 18-year-old girl you were dancing with this lunchtime. Silas Rocket gazed at the doctor in fear and amazement. How did you know I danced with a young girl today? Were you in the lunchroom? No, I haven't left my office here, but my super nose tells me that you had an omelet and coffee for your breakfast this morning, and a glass of hooch to wash it down. Where in the world did you get the whiskey? You put on a clean shirt, but otherwise made no change in your linen. You rode down to your office in the subway, and sat between a fat woman on your left and a sailor on your right. You took lunch at the Don Sant, and danced 3 dances there, one with a young girl about 18, another with a married woman of 40, and a third with a dashing young widow of 35, who danced with one arm around your neck and her cheek against yours. She... Stop, cried Silas, turning red as a beet. I'll never dare to come down here again if your smellometer tells you every blame thing I've done during the day. You'll lose all your friends, Doctor, before you're a year older if you let them know you possess such an instrument. But how in the world do you do it? Simple enough, replied the doctor. Every person or thing that touches you leaves minute particles adhering to you. From the odors of these particles I can tell the age and sex of the person, or the kind of object, if a thing. It is lucky for my friends that I am not a gossip. When I make a call, I can tell without any trouble what callers have been there before me. If strangers, I can usually tell their occupation and nationality. Oh yes, different nationalities have their characteristic scent just as unmistakable as its other physical characteristics. In a crowd, I can always tell whether any of my friends are present or not. At Ashbury Park one day, I lost my pocketbook and found myself stranded without a cent. I went on the boardwalk, took one sniff at the crowd, and discovered that no less than 7 of my friends were present in that mass of humanity. I had no trouble in borrowing the money I needed. In all kinds of odd places, I come across tokens of my friends, and not only have I thus been enabled to meet many persons I should otherwise have missed, but have learned many of their doings, which they thought they had kept secret. My instrument, too, has often enabled me to help a mother find her lost child in a crowd. One sniff at the mother's dress, where the child touched it, gives me the scent, and 5 minutes' chase usually leads me to the child itself. Why don't you apply for a job in Central Park? Asked Silas Rocket, jocosely. You could get a steady job on Sundays, hunting for lost children. In addition, continued Dr. Hackensaw, my smell intensifier and olfactograph have opened up an entirely new form of art. Smells, as you may perhaps know, appeal more strongly to one's emotions than colors or even musical sounds. I have carefully studied the harmonies of odors, and have combined different scents, not only perfumes but odors of all kinds, so as to form pleasing combinations. I have thus opened up an entirely new aesthetic field with wonderful possibilities for the future, and a stronger appeal to humanity than either painting or music. I have composed some garlic symphonies that would bring tears to the eyes of any Italian. I had no idea there were so many uses to which your instrument could be put, observed the reporter, laughing. I haven't begun to tell you of its uses yet, continued Dr. Hackensaw. My super nose at the present moment informs me that you're carrying a wad of bills in your right-hand hip pocket. The information might be useful if I wish to borrow money. Last Sunday, while walking through the woods in the country, I smelt honey, and was led to a tree in which a wild swarm of bees had made their hive. I secured 25 pounds of delicious honey. My super nose was also useful last week, and enabled me to detect a forgery in a will case, because the ink used by the forger had a different smell from that of the rest of the document. The signature was perfect to the eye, but the nose detected the fraud. In autopsies, a single sniff will often reveal to me facts overlooked by the coroner. If I were a revenue officer, I should never travel without a super nose. Many a time has my instrument revealed to me concealed hooch, carefully hidden in the false bottom of a wagon or other hiding place. When I go into a store, I can tell at one sniff just what wares the proprietor has for sale, and I often astonish him by letting him see I know just what stock he has on hand and on what shelf it is kept. But what is the use of continuing this enumeration? It would be endless. My instrument enables me to do almost anything, even, as I showed you a minute ago, to read a man's thoughts. It is no exaggeration to say that a man's thoughts are revealed by the emanations of his body. Every emotion he experiences quickens or retards the vital processes, and the amount of perspiration that exudes from the pores is altered. In my instrument, these changes are very perceptible, and I can recommend at once when a man is lying, when he is afraid, when angry, etc. Doctor, interrupted Silas Rocket, you're just the man I want. I'm commissioned to write up the burglary of the safe in the office of the firm of Wealthy and Rich. The police are nonplussed and haven't the slightest clue. Bring your instrument along and show us its powers in the detective line. All right, said Dr. Hackensaw with a smile. I'll go. An hour later, the doctor was carefully examining the safe by means of an extensible tube that could be pulled out from the front of the suitcase that contained his supernose. The doctor explored every cranny of the safe. The doctor was provided with a hollow walking stick which fitted into a socket in the top of the suitcase and seemed to carry the scent to his nose. By this means, he could follow a trail in the street without attracting undue attention. After a thorough exploration of the safe, the doctor followed a trail to the letter files, opened them, and removed a certain letter, and after sniffing it, put it into his pocket. Then he went back to the safe and followed a second trail which led him down to the cellar. Then he looked up with a puzzled look. "Where is the night watchman?" he asked of the porter who had accompanied him. "I don't know, sir," replied the man. "He wasn't here this morning. Either he ran away, or the burglars killed him and carried off his body." "What is below this grating here?" "That's the sub-basement, but it hasn't been used for years." "Well, get some help and open it. You will find the watchman there, tied hand and foot. The burglars lowered him there." Sure enough, the poor man was found unconscious and delirious, and could give no explanation of what had happened to him. "Come with me, Silas," said Keene, and hailing a taxi, he was soon speeding uptown. Dismissing the driver, he climbed the steps of a fashionable residence and rang the bell. "Please ask Mrs. Harkness if she will see me for a few minutes," he said to the maid, and shortly afterward the lady entered the parlor. "Madam," said the doctor, "will you kindly tell us why you and your 2 brothers last night broke into the safe of Messrs. Wealthy and Rich?" The lady turned white to the lips and for a moment appeared about to faint. Then with an effort she recovered herself. "What do you mean, sir?" she cried. "There is no use denying the matter," said the doctor. "I have proof positive that you and your 2 brothers did the deed, and that you removed some letters from the safe. I think you will find it to your advantage to tell me all about the matter rather than the police." The lady hesitated for a moment and then burst forth. "You are right, doctor," said she. "Wealth and Rich are nothing but a firm of blackmailers. In some way they got hold of some letters of mine, written to a dear friend. There's nothing really bad in the letters, but my husband would be wildly jealous if he should ever see them. Now these blackmailers have been extorting money from me for months and making my life miserable, and so you got your brothers to help you get the letters back, and I see the ashes in your grate here. But do you know, madam, who is at the bottom of the whole blackmailing scheme? It is your husband. It was he who found the letters, and who conceived the fiendish scheme of punishing you for your innocent affair by delivering you into the hands of these blackmailers. If you don't believe me, read this letter of his addressed to them, and which I secured from their letter file." "Yes, Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw as the 2 left the house. "A dog is all very well in his way for following a scent, but a dog lacks the intelligence and means of communicating with us. A dog lacks knowledge, too. A detective provided with my super nose can accomplish things no dog could attempt. When I recognized Mrs. Harkness' scent on both packets of letters in the safe that touched the missing packet, I followed the scent to her letters in the letter file, and there I found the telltale letter from her husband. No dog could have done that." End of section 4.
Section 5 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fezandi. The Secret of Invisibility. Author's Note. The invisible cloak of the fairy tales is as old as the hills. Yet it is not impossible that science may someday find means of making men invisible. In fact, to a certain extent the thing has been done already. At Coney Island and in the circus sideshows, there has been exhibited the living head, a woman's head and bust being in plain sight, the rest of her body being invisible, concealed by mirrors. So perfect is the illusion that it takes a keen eye several minutes to detect the angle formed by the 2 mirrors used. It is but a step from this to a cloak of unbreakable glass mirrors, so constructed as to render the wearer invisible when viewed from any side, and yet allow him freedom to move from place to place. Of course, invisibility must not be confused with intangibility. "Confound that flivver!" cried Silas Rocket. The reporter was off on his summer vacation, chugging along in an antiquated car made somewhere around the year 1492, but so dilapidated that it was held together only by a few strings. One of these pieces of twine had just broken, bringing the car to a stop on the bank of a pretty little country lake. Silas hunted around until he found an empty tin tomato can and some twine, and with the aid of these he soon managed to repair the damage to the car. Scarcely had he completed the work when he was surprised to hear a loud splash in the middle of the lake, and looking intently in the direction of the sound, he was amazed to see emerge from the water an object that seemed for all the world like the bust of a young woman outlined with dripping spray. But as he gazed, the form vanished, and naught was left but a moving furrow in the water, as if an invisible boat were passing through the liquid. "That must be a tremendous fish, if fish it is," exclaimed Silas, and he hastened toward the inlet of the lake, whither the monster seemed to be traveling. Hiding in the bushes there, he carefully watched the trail made by the animal in the water, but was astonished beyond measure to see that though the track was so plainly marked, the creature that made it was absolutely invisible. The animal by this time had reached the shallow water of the inlet, and now arose out of the water, the spray dripping from the invisible body. And then, to add to the reporter's astonishment, a small footprint appeared in the mud, followed by another, and then Silas heard a light silvery laugh. Now, the reporter was a brave man, and not prone to believe in the supernatural. He resolved, therefore, to solve this mystery at once, and accordingly sprang from his concealment and threw his arm courageously around the invisible body. A cry escaped from the creature, and Silas felt himself struck and kicked. But he held on with grim determination, and his hands meeting with a fold of some sort, in the outer protecting armor of the animal, he wrenched hard at it with his hands and succeeded in pulling it apart. Instantly he heard a feminine shriek, and before his eyes appeared a wonderful vision of a beautiful young girl speeding away in confusion to the shelter of the woods, while the reporter found he held in his hands a most peculiar rubber cloak, covered on the outside with a number of small mirrors, so cunningly arranged that the wearer of the cloak was completely invisible. Now Silas Rocket was a modest man, and he began to regret the curiosity which had led to the confusion of the young mermaid. "Come back, young lady, and get your cloak," he cried. "I'll leave the coat here, and when you hear me chug away in my auto, you will know the coast is clear." So saying, the discreet man started for the spot where his machine was waiting for him, but he had not gone half the distance when he heard shrieks of distress followed by a woman's cry for help. With a bound he turned around and rushed into the woods just in time to see a stout young fellow chasing the girl. Silas' arrival was most opportune, for the villain had just succeeded in clutching the girl by the arm. Silas was a muscular man, and with a blow of his fist he sent the fellow sprawling, then taking off his own chauffeur's duster, he threw it around the trembling girl. "Did the brute hurt you?" he asked. "No, but only because he arrived in the nick of time. But look out, he's running off with my invisible cloak." It was too true. The fellow had profited by the moment when Silas was attending to the young lady, and the rogue was now invisible, having thrown the lady's cloak around him. Silas grabbed a stick, and using this as a club, beat the air all about him, following in the direction he imagined the fellow must have taken. But his stick encountered no resistance, and by the time he bethought himself to stop and listen for a crackling twig or watch for the pressing down of the grass by the fellow's feet, it was too late. He was startled by hearing the unmistakable chug-chug of his auto, and saw it apparently going off by itself, with no one at the steering wheel. For a moment, Silas was on the point of rushing to the nearest telephone station to notify the police, but a glimpse of the young lady, shivering in his linear duster, reminded him that he had a more pressing duty to attend to. So he smuggled her quietly into the hotel and borrowed the raiment necessary to get her home. Dr. Hackensaw was staying in the hotel at the time, and to him Silas imparted a full account of the affair. giving the doctor a full description of the cloak of invisibility. "I know all about it, Silas," observed the doctor with a smile. "In fact, that cloak is my invention, and it was I who lent it to Miss Gloria Mundi. I am sorry she lost it, not on account of the value of the cloak, because in my factories I can make them by the hundred. But what worries me is the mischief that scamp can do with it. An invisible cloak is a dangerous weapon to put into the hands of a rogue." "Is it possible, doctor, that you are the inventor of this marvel? If I had not seen its efficacy with my own eyes, I should never have believed such a thing possible." "Tut, tut," said the doctor. "You must know from your own experience, Silas, how easily a man can be fooled by a highly polished mirror. It is practically invisible. All I had to invent was a few minor details. A mirror of ordinary glass would have been too heavy and brittle for the purpose. I was obliged to use the modern unbreakable glass and employ hundreds of small mirrors set on a rubber cloak, the glass being as thin as possible, and the mirrors arranged in such a fashion as to avoid the scintillating reflection of the sunlight that would have betrayed their presence. I was also obliged to coat the glass with a waterproof compound, as otherwise any drops of mist or water condensing on them would have made the mirrors visible. But my most difficult problem was to arrange the reflectors that a person standing on any side would apparently see through the invisible cloak, as though there were nothing at all in the way. In a word, the cloak is in reality a number of periscopes, for a man in front of the invisible person literally sees right through him all the objects behind him. This adds immensely to the illusion." "Could you not make the man intangible as well?" Dr. Hackensaw shook his head. "No," said he. "That is beyond my powers. Putting on the cloak merely renders him invisible, but he retains his weight and can be felt and struck the same as if he were not invisible. You must have noticed that in Gloria Mundi's case." "I don't see how people can avoid feeling the presence of an invisible man, especially in a room," observed the reporter. "They do usually feel his presence. They can smell him, they can hear him move, and they can feel the draft of air as he walks from place to place. But the cloak to a great extent prevents the scent from being noticed, and if the man is careful in his motions, he need not betray himself. After all, it is in our eyesight that we trust the most." "I suppose there are many uses to which such a cloak could be put?" "A great many. Unfortunately, it is better adapted for criminal than for legitimate purposes. For a thief it would be invaluable, for a smuggler likewise. A man with an invisible coat could get all the hooch he wanted. My invention would also allow a man to live rent-free in the heart of New York City. He could set up a portable house with invisible exterior in any vacant lot, and live there undetected for months, and at the first sign of danger move to some other location. Invisible policemen and detectives and an invisible watchman for buildings would be of the greatest value. And by their aid, our worst gangs of criminals could be broken up unless the latter got hold of some of the cloaks. An invisible man can travel free on the railroads and steamboats or on the running board of automobiles, and could help himself to whatever food he desired from the pantry. There are a host of other purposes, too, to which the invention might be applied. During the following week, the course of the criminal who had escaped with the invisible cloak could be easily followed in the newspapers. Great excitement was caused by the appearance of the supernatural runaway automobile, which without any chauffeur chugged its way over the country roads, sounding its horn like mad to make people jump out of the way. To add to its weirdness, the appearance of the auto would change completely every once in a while, at times being a mere flivver, and at others being a high-powered motor car of the finest workmanship. Then other and darker stories were added to these first ones. Burglaries in broad daylight, a thing unknown before, became a common occurrence. Pocketbooks and jewelry left lying around mysteriously disappeared. A lady would take off her jewels for a moment and lay them on a table, and would find them gone when she turned around. Yet not a soul but herself had been in the room. Hysteria Johnson, the colored servant at the millionaire's mansion on the hill, swore that she saw all the silverware in the basket rise up into the air and fly slowly out through the door. But as Hysteria was not averse to a glass of tangible spirits once in a while, little heed was paid to her tale. Stories of ghostly footsteps and mysterious sneezes also became common, with an occasional tale of a grasp by a clammy hand or commands from a bodiless voice. All the women folks lived in constant terror. Even sedate businessmen were upset. Money and securities vanished in broad daylight. The banks, too, suffered. Stocks, bonds, and banknotes disappeared from the tables on which they were laid during business hours, though no stranger had been seen to enter the place, and although trusted clerks were present at all times. Finally, matters became so bad that Dr. Hackensaw resolved to put a stop to these doings. "I am the man to blame," said he to Silas Rocket, "and it's up to me to catch this fellow. I know who he is. He's known as Plug Connors, and not long ago he was making hot love to Gloria Mundi. She was on the point of accepting him, so to undeceive her I lent her the invisible cloak so she could convince herself with her own eyes that the fellow was a scamp. 24 hours were enough to show her what an unprincipled wretch he was, and how near she had come to ruining her life. Having the cloak, she profited by it to bathe in the mansion lake, where all bathing is forbidden. In some way, Gloria must have let the fellow get an inkling of the properties of the coat, for he is the man who ran off with it, and now my job is to stop him. But how will you do it? By the aid of my super nose, or smell intensifier. I can easily pick up his trail at the last bank he robbed, and unless I'm very much mistaken, Plug Connors will be behind prison bars in a week." Chapter 2. "Yes, Silas, I've caught the fellow," said Dr. Hackensaw a week later, as he sat conversing with the reporter. "I had meant to send him to jail, but I learned that he had never stolen before. It was the possibilities of the invisible cloak that tempted him. So, when he offered to restore all his plunder, I let him go. He can't do much without the cloak, and I'll keep an eye on him anyway. But enough of this. What is the latest news of the war?" "Bad news, Doctor. The Bolsheviks' advanced squadron of airplanes captured New York City by a surprise attack, and we have well-authenticated reports that they are preparing an immense fleet of airplanes as well as a naval fleet, and hope to overrun our entire country before we are ready to protect ourselves." "So I heard," remarked Dr. Hackensaw. "In fact, the authorities have commissioned me to do what I can for the defense of the country. My factories have already turned out over 1,000 of the invisible cloaks. These have proved of the greatest assistance, for they enable our spies to pass behind the enemy's lines at all times. We are thus enabled to procure all the information we want. We can keep constantly posted as to the exact location of the enemy's forces in New York, the emplacement of the hangars and airplane fields, and the positions of guns and ammunition dumps. Moreover, our invisible men are often able to inflict much damage. A well-placed bomb or fuse will often blow up an arsenal or ammunition dump, or a little gasoline in a match can set fire to 100 airplanes or airships. Then, too, our spies can remove or conceal small but important portions of the mechanism of the cannons, as well as instruments difficult to replace." "Yes, 1,000 invisible men in the enemy's camp can do no end of damage," observed Silas. "Then, too, an attack by a few invisible men enables us to capture and destroy any portion of the enemy's line that gives us trouble. A squad of our men yesterday entered their arsenal in the heart of the city, captured the guard, blew up the building, and escaped unhurt. Another time, one of our invisible men came across the dead body of a Bolshevik general. One doughboy first got all the information he required for his purpose, then hid his invisible cloak, put on the general's uniform, and led the regiment of the enemy into an ambush we had prepared. Unfortunately, the victory cost us dear, for the young fellow's invisible cloak was discovered, and now the enemy are manufacturing them and will soon have their invisible spies in our camp. Is there no way to detect their presence? Oh, yes, there is. And that's where we shall have the advantage of them. My supernose, or smell intensifier, as you know, magnifies any scent to many times its original strength. All our pickets will be provided with these instruments, and can thus detect at once the approach of the invisible spies of the enemy by their odor. That's all very well for land warfare, but what can you do against the enemy's immense fleet and its 50,000 airplanes? Your invisible men will be of no avail against these. Well, remarked Dr. Hackensaw, the government has placed at my disposal 100 extra rapid airplanes, capable of going over 200 miles an hour. Silas Rocket leaned back and laughed. And I suppose, said he, that with your 100 planes you expect to capture the enemy's 50,000 planes, to say nothing of its fleet of battleships. Who knows, Rocket, observed the doctor enigmatically. You remember the fable of the gnat that killed the lion? That same afternoon, a sight that, but for its sinister import, would have been one of rare beauty, was visible from the decks of such ships as were ploughing through the ocean near the coast of New Jersey. A fleet of 1,000 Bolshevik airplanes and several squadrons were gracefully wending their way toward New York City. Suddenly, a commotion was observed on one of the largest of the battle planes. The watchers from below saw the propeller of the airplane shiver into 1,000 fragments, and the pilot, taken unawares, had all he could do to volplane safely to the surface of the ocean. Before he reached the water, the same thing happened to 2 more of the battle planes, and then, one after another, the propellers of the airships broke, and the machines came gliding down to the water. Inside of 10 minutes, over 100 of the enemy planes were floating helpless on the water. And still they continued falling. Of the 1,000 splendid airplanes in the fleet, only a few of the most rapid of the scout ships managed to reach New York to tell the tale. The Bolsheviki at once sent out airplanes from New York City to pick up the survivors, but the propellers of these machines too fell a prey to the epidemic prevailing. The Bolshevik warships sailed in separate squadrons, each with its own flagship. Admiral Machblowski, the Bolshevik admiral-in-chief, was stationed on the finest vessel of the lot. He received by wireless the news of the destruction of the flotilla of airplanes. Said he, to the captain of the ship, that's evidently spies' work. The propellers of our airplanes must have been tampered with in some way, or they would not all have broken like this. Then, after a moment, he added, It's singular how sleepy I feel. I can scarcely keep my eyes open. Well, I feel just the same way, replied the captain. There is something oppressive in the air. And look, it's the same with all the men on board. I wonder... But before he could finish the sentence, his head had sunk on his breast, and he fell unconscious to the deck, as did also the admiral. Take off your invisible cloak, boys, and drop on board, cried Dr. Hackensaw, as he clambered out of his invisible and noiseless airplane. Keep your gas masks on till you get these fellows all tied up. Here, Jim, you take the rudder while I find the signal book. With the proper signals I can lead the whole fleet anywhere I want it, and so have time to overpower each vessel in turn, as we did with this one, with our soporific gas. New York City will be ours again before 24 hours have passed. You see, Silas, observed Dr. Hackensaw that evening, I wasn't for a moment afraid of any fleet of battleships or array of planes that the enemy might bring against us. With my 100 extra rapid invisibles and silent airplanes, I knew I was master of the situation. We had no trouble in getting behind the enemy planes and thrusting a specially prepared steel rod into the wings of their propellers, snapping them off in a jiffy and putting the plane hors de combat. The same invisible airplanes enabled us to hover over the enemy's ships and put the crews to sleep with our soporific gas. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. The Secret of Tell Automation. Author's Note. Tell automata, that is to say, mechanisms which can be worked at a distance by radio, have been successfully constructed in recent years. It is possible to explode mines from a distance or to direct the course of boats and torpedoes. There is no reason why it should be impossible to construct a teleautomatic girl like the one mentioned in this story and control her actions from a distant building by means of radio apparatus. Chapter 1. Well, Doctor, here I am again, cried Silas Rocket. I've come for another interview. All right, Silas, replied Dr. Hackensaw, smiling. The reporter took his pencil and notebook from his pocket and proceeded to business. I understand, said he, that you have been doing something lately with tell-automata operated by radio, that is to say, automatic devices which can guide torpedoes and other things from a distance. You are right, Silas. I have been experimenting with such apparatus, and not for war purposes only, but for the far more important acts of peace. I see no reason why mankind should not be relieved of all its drudgery and also of its dangerous and unhealthy occupations. Every time I see a factory worker condemned to breathe unhealthy gases, or a farmer perspiring in the hot sun, I wonder how it is that our scientists have not yet devised machines that could be operated at a distance by wireless and relieve human beings of all such toil. What do you mean? I mean that it is a shame to see women have to scrub floors, wash clothes, etc., when automatic machines could just as well do the work. It is likewise a shame that a farmer should have to clean out stables, plow fields, dig ditches, weed his garden patch, or pick his berries in a broiling sun, when he could do the work just as well lying comfortably in the shade of a tree and working a radio apparatus that would control the machines that are doing the work for him. But, Doctor, that is a pipe dream. No scientist that ever lived could construct such a machine. Indeed, observed Dr. Hackensaw with a peculiar smile. Perhaps you would be interested in seeing a demonstration by one of my tell-automata. They say that every inventor has his pet inventions, and I must confess that mine are my tell-automatic devices, for they are bound to relieve human labor of its worst drudgery. But ocular proof will tell you more than words. So saying, the doctor placed himself at a peculiar keyboard, somewhat resembling that of a typewriter, and pressed down certain of keys. A moment later, a large St. Bernard dog entered the room, wagging his tail, and looked up into his master's face. That's a fine animal you have there, Dr. Hackensaw, remarked Silas Rocket. Is he pure St. Bernard? His hide is, replied the doctor. His hide? What do you mean? Asked Silas, puzzled. I mean that animal you see here is composed principally of rubber and steel, and the only genuine part of him is the hide, including the head. You will admit, however, that he looks very lifelike. You mean to say that dog isn't alive? Cried the reporter in astonishment. It doesn't seem possible. It is true I noticed something peculiar in the animal's style of walking, and now that you speak of it, I see something queer about his eyes, though the eyelids move every once in a while. Cootie is the result of some of my earliest experiments with tell-automata, remarked Dr. Hackensaw, but I am very fond of him, and he differs from most dogs in this, that I can absolutely depend upon his doing what I wish him to do. "It seems impossible," said Silas, "that merely pressing those keys should make this dog walk, wag his tail, or move his head at will." "Here, let me show you," cried the doctor. "Cootie, beg," he commanded. The dog sat up on his haunches. "Now bark." The dog barked as requested. "Now howl 3 times." The animal howled. "Now whine." The creature whined. "Now roll over twice and bark again." The dog obediently performed the motions ordered and then regained its feet. "Well, Silas, are you convinced?" asked Dr. Hackensaw gaily, as he ceased manipulating the keys of his machine and turned to the incredulous reporter. "I can't even believe my eyes!" exclaimed Silas. "Why, this is real magic! I never imagined such a thing could be possible. How in the world do you accomplish it, Doctor?" "It is simplicity itself. You probably know that all the actions of the body, however complicated they may seem, are performed solely by contraction and relaxation of the muscles. The body of an animal contains hundreds of these muscles, but there was no need of encumbering my automation with all of these. A few of the most important were all I needed. These muscles are worked by wireless, each muscle being arranged to receive its proper impulse only when a certain key of my keyboard is depressed. When I release the key, the muscle relaxes. Press down this key and the dog opens its mouth, closing it when you release the key. To simplify matters, the dog's head is pivoted and can be partially rotated. For running, I have a small motor installed in the animal. As the motor revolves, the legs are lifted and lowered in turn and perform the act of running. A gyroscope keeps the animal properly balanced." "But how about the barking?" "That too is very simple. I have a small phonograph inside the dog. The record is a roll of film constituting a phonograph of the various sounds a dog makes. I have also added a few phrases such as 'How do you do?' 'Yes,' 'No,' etc. I will show you." Turning to the dog, Dr. Hackensaw commanded, "Shake hands with the gentleman, Cootie." Cootie obediently approached the reporter, sat down on his haunches, and presented a paw, saying as he did so, "How do you do?" "Pretty well, thank you, Cootie," replied the reporter without thinking, and then he burst into a laugh. "That one's on me, Doctor," he cried. "I was taken in that time. The words sounded so natural I didn't perceive anything out of the way in hearing a dog speak." "Can you say anything else, Cootie?" asked Silas. "Yes," replied Cootie, wagging his tail. "What else can you say?" "Give me a piece of sugar," said Cootie, ending up with a joyful bark. "That's really wonderful, Doctor!" exclaimed Silas. "The phonographic records are, of course, interchangeable," explained Dr. Hackensaw, "so I can vary Cootie's vocabulary as I please. Make him speak French or Chinese, tell funny stories, sing, whistle, imitate musical instruments, and the like." "A dog like that would be worth a fortune in vaudeville," observed the reporter. "I may exhibit Cootie sometime," replied the doctor, "but I am not quite ready for publicity yet. The existence of Cootie is still a secret, and I will tell you in confidence, Silas, that I have another automatic figure just completed that will throw all the performances of this dog in the shade. But even to you I don't dare to breathe a hint of this marvel, as I am afraid somebody else might get wind of it and steal my laurels." Chapter 2. 3 months had elapsed since the events chronicled in the last chapter, and Dr. Hackensaw was seated in his study, gazing into an open wood fire and musing. A bitter disappointment had come to him. The tele-automatic figure of which he had vaguely spoken to Silas Rocket had been stolen from him. One of his assistants, a master mechanic familiarly called Dope Peters, had one day mysteriously disappeared, taking with him the apparatus and the keyboard that controlled it. Then, a month later, Silas Rocket had been sent abroad to report to his newspaper on a series of daring daylight robberies that were astounding all Europe. The most marvelous tales were told about the criminal or gang of criminals. Their leader seemed to be a beautiful, veiled lady, always dressed in the height of fashion. Their specialty seemed to be jewelers' windows. In broad daylight, in the most crowded thoroughfares, she would suddenly plunge her fist through a jeweler's plate glass window, rapidly snatch up the most expensive articles on display, and run off with them. The most fantastic stories were afloat about this mysterious lady. It was said that she possessed the strength of 10 ordinary men, and if anyone attempted to hold her, a single blow from her fist sent him sprawling. She was also gifted with the speed of a deer. It was reported that once on a boulevard she was chased by a police auto going 60 miles an hour, but she ran so fast that the police could not keep up with her. One man even declared that one night he had seen her stand by a house, then suddenly elongate herself until she stood as high as a second-story window, then gradually pull her elongated body in through the window. Her last exploit had been to make off with a tube of radium valued at 100,000 francs. Since then, nothing more had been heard from her for over a week, and people were wondering in what city her next exploit would be chronicled. Dr. Hackensaw was reading these accounts with a grim frown when the door of his office opened and in burst Silas Rocket, deeply tanned from his ocean voyage. "Why, Silas, I'm glad to see you back," cried Dr. Hackensaw heartily. "I suppose you caught your mysterious lady thief?" "No," said Silas, "I didn't get a glimpse of her, and, as luck would have it, the theft stopped before my steamer reached France." "She must have heard of your coming," exclaimed Dr. Hackensaw jocularly. "She ran away because she was afraid you might catch her." "I think you're half right, Doc," said Silas. "It's my firm belief the girl has left Paris to come to New York. Have you read in this morning's paper about the panic in the Knickerbocker Opera House last night?" "No, I haven't seen the papers yet." "From all accounts, there was a special all-star performance last night, and society, with a big S, was out in full fig, and not very much more than the traditional fig leaf either, if you leave out the diamond tiaras and necklaces. Well, it appears that some clever crook thought an opera house was a better place to steal jewels from than a jeweler's window or safe. At any rate, at the most exciting moment of the performance, a dense smoke arose from the main tier of boxes. Instantly there was a panic and shouts of fire. You know what a theater panic is, Doctor. Sauve qui peut is the cry. Women are hustled and trampled on. Well, someone seized the opportunity to make a rich haul of jewelry. Dozens of wealthy women had their diamond necklaces and other jewelry snatched away, but in the uproar and confusion they could do nothing. From all their accounts it appears that the jewels were taken by a mysterious veiled lady, probably a man in disguise, for she was more muscular than the average man and knocked over several men who tried to grasp her. She carried an electric lantern with her to help her in her work, and it is my private opinion that this woman and the mysterious jewel thief of Paris are one and the same person. Whether a man or woman, I don't know, but I propose to find out, and I want you to help me, Doctor. Me? Yes, I don't forget the clever work you did with your apparatus for intensifying smells, and I want you and your smellometer to help me out in this case. Dr. Hackensaw shook his head. The case is more complex than you imagine, Silas, he said. I know all about this mysterious lady. In fact, I may say that I have known her since her birth. You have? Cried Silas Rocket, hugely surprised. Who is she, then? Dr. Hackensaw paused a moment, then said, The mysterious veiled lady who plundered the Paris jewelers and who started the panic at the Opera House last night and made off with the jewels is... Here he hesitated. Go on, Doctor, please, begged Silas. Who is this mysterious personage? The doctor's eyes twinkled. She is known, said he, only under the name of Variola Hackensaw. Variola Hackensaw? Repeated the reporter, gazing earnestly at the doctor to see if he had gone crazy. What do you mean? I mean that this veiled lady is not a real girl at all. She's a mechanical girl I constructed in my workshop, and she has worked by wireless just as my dog was. She is my tele-automatic girl, and the real criminal is Dope Peters, the man who formerly worked for me and who stole this automatic lady from me. It was he who had nicknamed her Variola Hackensaw. Is it possible? Yes. When I first heard of these diamond robberies in Paris, and especially when I heard of the speed of the mysterious lady and her extensible arms and legs, I knew that Variola must be at the bottom of the mischief. She, too, is knife-proof and bulletproof, and she alone could pass through dense smoke unharmed, since she does not breathe. I knew that she was back in town last night, for I caught on my radio set certain signals that were used only in the machine I made for controlling her motions. Unfortunately, I had no apparatus left that would inform me what she was doing. The thief, of course, took the controlling mechanism when he took the girl. But, Doctor, you don't mean to tell me that all these thefts were accomplished by a mechanical girl who walks the streets like an ordinary woman, but whose movements are really controlled by a master criminal who sits at a typewriter and moves her artificial muscles by wireless waves? Precisely! You have hit the nail on the head. This girl, whom I had designed to help mankind, has been used by Dope Peters to plunder men and women. I'd made the girl with extensible arms and legs so she could scrub a ceiling or paint a house without having to climb a ladder. I gave her a speed of 100 miles an hour and the strength of 20 horses so she could plow a field or draw a carriage at will. Yet so delicate is her mechanism that she can walk a baby in her arms all night and sing it to sleep. But doctor, how can Dope Peters know how to steer her unless he is walking beside her? The girl has 6 eyes and the same number of ears, explained the doctor. You see, the operator, working at a distance of a mile or more, must know everything that is taking place in front of the girl, behind her, and on each side, as well as above and below her. Hence she has an eye and an ear on top of her hat, 1 below her knee, in front of her, and 4 others around her waist. By radio telephone and television apparatus, the operator sees and hears all that is taking place around the girl, and hence knows how to steer her properly. Then this tele-automatic girl, as you call her, has everything but brains. She has brains, too, replied the doctor. In fact, she had very good ones when first constructed. She had mine. Now she has only Dope Peters' brains to work her. You say she sings? Yes, and speaks too. Like my tele-automatic dog, she is provided with a phonographic record containing short phrases such as "excuse me," "certainly," "thank you," etc., and a few songs. A touch of the proper key in the controlling instrument makes her say the phrase desired. Then she is an improvement on the everyday flapper. Yes, because her talking is extremely limited. In other respects, she is absolutely noiseless, even when running at full speed. But come, we have no time to lose if we hope to catch the girl. Call a taxi. A few minutes later, Silas and the doctor descended from the cab at a vacant store in Union Square. "Why in the world have you come here?" asked Silas. "Because Dope Peters worked his apparatus from here last night. My one hope is that he has not yet left town, and yet I should not like to find him here now, as he would not hesitate an instant to put a bullet into me." So saying, Dr. Hackensaw inserted a bent wire into the lock of the door and had it open in a jiffy. "How did you manage to learn the fellow's address?" asked Silas. "I located him by means of his wireless signals. I have very delicate instruments for determining the direction and distance from its origin of any wireless wave. With these, and with an accurate real estate map of New York City, I can locate the spot from which any wireless call proceeds. This apparatus scientists call the radio compass. Dope Peters worked his apparatus from here." The 2 men cautiously made their way through the vacant building and ascended to the 3rd story. Here another locked door faced them, which the doctor carefully opened as before. Then he uttered a cry of joy. No one was present in the room, but in one corner reposed the coffin-like box in which the tele-automatic girl was kept, and near it on a table was the wireless apparatus with a keyboard that controlled the motions of the automaton. "Hurrah!" cried Dr. Hackensaw, and sitting down at the instrument, he pressed one of the keys. As he did so, the cover of the box slowly opened, and out stepped what appeared like a beautiful young lady, richly but modestly dressed, a veil over her face completely concealing that it was of tinted rubber, not of flesh and blood. "Silas," cried the doctor, "let me introduce you to Variola Hackensaw. However, as we haven't a moment to spare, I'll proceed to business at once. I want to give Dope Peters a taste of his own medicine, so I'll station the girl in the store downstairs to meet him when he returns." Uttering these words, the doctor played a tune on the keyboard, the girl responding promptly to every touch of the keys. She walked slowly across the room, put out her hand at the proper moment, turned the knob, opened the door, and a moment later her steps could be heard descending the stairs. Dr. Hackensaw and Silas, by looking in the 6 mirrors attached to the machine, each receiving impulses by wireless from one of the girl's 6 eyes, could see every object around her, while the 6 ears transmitted any sounds. The doctor steered the girl into a dark corner of the store, and then the ears transmitted by wireless amplifier the sound of the turning of a key in the lock. "There's our man, Silas," whispered the doctor. "We've arrived just in time." A moment's pause ensued as the 2 men watched in the mirrors the entrance of Dope Peters into the store. The doctor worked feverishly at the keys of the instrument for a moment, and then jumping from the instrument bounded downstairs, crying, "Come along, Silas, quick, she's got him." The 2 men hastened downstairs, and as they arrived in the store, an astonishing sight met their eyes. The tele-automatic lady was holding Dope Peters clasped in her arms as tightly as if held in a vice. He was a powerful man and was struggling desperately, but he was no match for the girl, who was squeezing him with a deadly grip. By the time Dr. Hackensaw managed to press the button that released the girl's grasp, the villain fell from her arms to the floor unconscious. "Now, Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw, "I have one more job to finish. I know you will condemn me for letting the fellow go, but if, as he promised, he gives up all his booty, the amount is so enormous that its restitution is worth something. Besides, I shall keep an eye on the fellow and see that he earns an honest living hereafter. As for you, Variola," he continued, turning to the tell-automatic figure, "I am sorry to say there is too much risk in leaving you in existence. When I think of what an unscrupulous criminal might make you do in the way of committing murders, incendiarism, bomb outrages, and thefts, I cannot consent to let you live for a single hour. You are more dangerous than a carload of dynamite, or even than a really, truly flesh-and-blood girl." And seizing a fireman's axe that hung on the wall, the doctor chopped off the head of the tell-automatic lady and then proceeded to dismember the body. 5 minutes later, the wonderful piece of mechanism, over which he had toiled for years, was but a mass of broken springs, wires, and splinters. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Laurie Wilson. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fezende. The Secret of Life. Author's note. Our chemists today are able to produce many organic substances synthetically. Is it too much to expect that in the not very remote future we shall find the means of endowing this organic matter with life, and producing the one-celled animals and plants that are the lowest forms of life known? And once we have produced these unicellular types, what is it to prevent us from going further and grouping these into more and more complex forms, until we are at last able to reproduce forms similar to those of our higher animals, which are, after all, but a collection of organs and tissues built up out of the simple cells? "Silas," said Dr. Hackensaw impressively, "I am going to show you today the greatest invention that has ever been made by man." "Good gracious, Doctor!" cried Silas Rocket. "What in the world can it possibly be?" "Silas," continued the doctor solemnly, "I have invented life." "Invented life?" echoed Silas, puzzled. "I suppose it would have been better to say that I have discovered life, though that would scarcely express the idea. I have discovered the secret of life, and have invented means for infusing life into inert organic matter." "You mean that you have discovered spontaneous generation?" "You may call it that if you wish. If you recollect, it was Pasteur's attempts to produce spontaneous generation that led him to the study of ferments and of hydrophobia. But he never succeeded in producing life, and I have." "Is it possible?" "Yes. I began with the lowest forms of life, the one-celled animals and plants that are so much alike that scientists are not yet agreed which to call animals and which to call plants. It is here that life evidently originated on our planet, and from these low forms it split up into the two great kingdoms. One branch evolved into plants, the other into animals. From the very start I realized that I was faced with 3 problems, not one. First, I must analyze protoplasm, and after learning its chemical constituents, I must learn to manufacture inert protoplasm. Second, I must learn how to confer on this inert protoplasm the properties of irritability and contraction which constitute life. "What?" cried Silas Rocket in amazement. "Is life nothing but the irritability of our cells and their power of contracting?" "Practically, yes. Herbert Spencer has given a long definition of life, which you will find in the dictionaries. But as a matter of fact, the basis of life is the irritability of the cells and their power of contraction. Of course, for growth it is necessary that the cells should feed, that is, that they should absorb and assimilate nourishment. They must also reproduce themselves. One cell must grow larger, then split into two or more cells. This is the way all increase takes place in plants and animals. Well, what about the third problem? The third problem, after producing living cells, is to build them up into complex tissues and organs. In other words, to produce higher forms of life from the lower. And you have succeeded? Yes, but only after years of experimenting. Of course, I did not wait to solve the first problem before I tried the others. I carried on all three sets of experiments at once, and curiously enough, I solved the third and most complex problem first. And here, too, contrary to my expectations, I found it easier to work with animal substances than with plants. The sap in plants is less complex than the blood of animals. But the protoplasm in the plant is surrounded by woody cells that make my work more difficult. From simple unicellular animals, I was soon able to build up tissues and organs to suit me, and to make reptiles and animals of any pattern I desired, long before I discovered how to produce protoplasm or to give it life. Starch is the basis of both animal and vegetable life, and must be converted into sugar before it can be utilized. I will not weary you with an account of my experiments. My failures would fill volumes. But at last I succeeded in producing chemically a protoplasm that was capable of receiving life. Meanwhile, I was experimenting on the problem of giving life to inert protoplasm. How could you do that when you had no inert protoplasm to work on? Simple enough. I experimented with protoplasm taken from plants and animals. By various means I would stop life in this protoplasm, and then try to start it going again. In every way possible I tried to discover what was the basis of the irritability of the protoplasm and its power of contraction, and what would stop it or increase it. Success finally crowned my efforts. If you will step into the next room, I will show you some samples. What? You really have some living specimens here? Cried the reporter eagerly. Dr. Hackensaw smiled a peculiar smile. Certainly, said he. If you will look through this microscope, you will see some of my work. Silas Rocket took a long look through the instrument, and then turned to the doctor with a disappointed air. Is that all you have produced? He exclaimed contemptuously. Why, that's nothing but slime, such as you will find in any kitchen sink. You have struck the nail on the head, Silas, replied the doctor. This, the life I have produced, is what is known as the amoeba or slime mold. It may seem nothing to you to be able to produce this mold, but to me it meant victory. The power of manufacturing these little spots of slime gave me the key to creating life in any form I please. Of course, much patient work was needed, and many difficult problems had to be solved, constant experiments made, and obstacles overcome. I met with numberless failures, but today I am triumphant. I can form at will out of my chemicals practically any form of plant or animal that I wish. Silas Rocket looked puzzled. I understand you, doctor, said he. But what I do not comprehend is how you can manage to produce from the same substance animals as different as a fish, a chicken, or a cow. Dr. Hackensaw gave a snort of contempt. I can do that, said he, just as easily as an architect from a given pile of bricks can build either a chimney, a house, or a palace. Nature does what I do every day. Take a glass of milk. If you drink it, it will manufacture human tissue. If a puppy drinks it, it will manufacture dog meat. Besides, there is not so much difference as you might imagine between a fish, a chicken, and a cow. The scales of a fish, the feathers of a chicken, and the hairs of the cow are really one and the same thing. The feathers in the hair are nothing but transformed scales. Once I had learned how to cause my artificial tissues to form external skin, I had no trouble whatever to produce scales, feathers, or fur at will. So with the bones. Each bone, as you may perhaps know, is manufactured by what is known as its periosteum, or outer skin. When a surgeon is obliged to cut off a portion of a bone, he is always careful to first turn back the periosteum, so as to be able to use the flap to cover the excised portion and grow new bone. By using living periosteum taken from animals, I found it easy to produce bones of any size and shape I desired for my creations, so that when I succeeded in artificially making the periosteum from cells, from living cells first, and afterwards from my artificial cells, I had no trouble whatever. But I see I weary you with all this philosophical dissertation. My method was simply to go one step at a time, and a very small step at that. If you will come into my nursery, I will show you some living specimens of my work, such as you never in your life expected to see. "Some trees you have produced artificially?" said Silas, inquiringly. "Not exactly," laughed Dr. Hackensaw. "This is a different kind of nursery. I want to show you my little girl, Hoochie. You saw her already when she was a baby." "What? The little baby that was born from a cow?" "Precisely. She is now 8 years old, and the dearest little girl in the world." "You call her Hoochie? What a queer name!" "I call her that because she is the most precious thing I have. I hunted through Europe and America to find perfect parents for her, and if she is not perfection, she is very close to it." As he said the words, the doctor opened the door of the nursery quietly and motioned to Silas to look in. There sat Hoochie on a low chair, surrounded by living toys of the most wonderful kind. In her lap she held a miniature elephant the size of a kitten. By the side of her chair stood a 3-headed dragon, coming like a dog to be patted by its mistress. On her shoulder stood a fairy queen, while a boy fairy was flying toward her through the air. In a glass globe on the table was a living mermaid, while near by stood a miniature centaur, making eyes at the tiny creature. There were several potted plants in the room of most curious shape. In one of them the flowers were living butterflies. In another they were hummingbirds. In still another each flower was a perfect hippocampus, or seahorse, while one flower pot bore a plant with a single flower, at the center of which, on a stalk, grew a living human baby of tiny size. Silas Rocket could not repress an exclamation of delight and astonishment at the sight, and the noise caused Hoochie to look up. At sight of Dr. Hackensaw she gave a glad cry and came and threw herself into his arms. "Well, dearie," said the doctor, "how are Ethel and Methel this morning?" Then, turning toward Silas, he added, "Ethel and Methel are the 2 fairies. Ethel is the girl and Methel the boy. By the way, how do you like my handiwork?" "These living toys are wonderful, doctor. I cannot bring myself to believe that they are not real animals." "They are real animals," returned Dr. Hackensaw. "They are real living creatures. In only one respect do they differ from other animals." "And what is that, pray?" "They lack a soul. I have the power to create any form of animal life that I wish. I can make living cells from inert mineral matter, combinations of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. I can construct of these cells living creatures of fantastic shapes and kinds, such as were never before dreamt of. I can create a monster or a creature of exquisite beauty at will. But so far I have not yet succeeded in creating a soul." "Just what do you mean?" "I mean that these creatures, never having had any parents, cannot have any inherited instincts. A baby, when it comes into the world, possesses a host of instincts, inherited from ancestors from thousands of generations back. A baby can cry when it needs anything. The young of all mammals know how to obtain nourishment from their mother, and so forth. but ethyl and methyl knew absolutely nothing when first made. I had to feed them artificially while teaching them to suck milk from their bottles. They do not yet know how to cry. I never taught them that. Instead, when they wish anything, they tinkle a small bell attached to their dress. They are very slow in learning even the most elementary things. Their vocabulary is limited to about a dozen words. They are backward mentally, then? Not at all. They are really bright children, but until I had this proof before me, I did not realize how much we are indebted to our inherited instincts. The reason an ordinary child can learn so much in so short a time is due to the fact that its parents have used their brains and transmit some of the power to their children. Take two babies, one the descendant of well-to-do and educated persons for several generations back, and the other the child of illiterate parents for several generations, and you will find that the former, if placed in favorable conditions, will rapidly outstrip the latter, though placed in the same conditions. Heredity does it. Now my creations have no instincts, no inherited cravings or traits. You might think this an advantage, and it is in a way, but it makes things very hard for me. My artificial animals have no safeguards to keep them out of danger. They need constant watching, for they are as helpless as babies. They would step out of a 7th-story window without the slightest hesitation, or walk out into deep water and be drowned. Teaching them is no sinecure, believe me. Then, too, they possess no inherited immunity to disease. When I first began my experiments, I could not understand how it was that all my animals would sicken and die, without apparent cause. It was only when I sterilized the air in my laboratory and made everything germ-proof that I could succeed in keeping my animals alive. And even then a short trip out of doors was fatal to them. You see, the bodies of men and animals are provided by nature with a wonderful arsenal for fighting diseases. There are first the phagocytes, which devour the disease germs that enter the body. Then there are the opsonins, which help the phagocytes by dissolving the tissue of the harmful bacteria. There are also the agglutinins, which tie up the bacteria into masses, and so hinder their free passage through our bodies, and the antitoxins, which destroy the poisons produced by the bacteria. And the list does not end there. Well, I started out to produce these antibodies, as they are called, but found the task so complex and difficult that I was in despair until a bright idea struck me. I resolved to improve upon nature. Instead of using a number of inefficient agents to fight disease, why not use one really effective agent and carry an ample supply of it at all times? By patient experimenting, I found that a weak solution of carbolic acid added to the blood was sufficient to destroy any disease germs, and yet would not harm the body cells or tissues. To keep the body supplied with this special carbolic acid solution, I constructed a special organ composed of phenol-producing glands, and I placed one of these organs near the heart of each of the animals I manufacture. My creatures are therefore more immune to disease than any animals formed by nature. Is it possible? By talking about glands, how about the other glands of the body? I found little trouble in making these. What gave me the most trouble were the special organs of sense. In the higher animals, an organ like the eye or ear is so highly specialized that there was no hope of manufacturing either artificially. Then what do you do? I use what I may call buds of eyes and ears, which buds I take from a fetus raised artificially in a glass jar. These buds, taken from a fetus a few days old, I insert in the proper position in the creature I am forming. There they grow into perfect eyes and ears. I can stunt or stimulate the growth of these organs until I get them to the exact size and shape I desire. I see, Doctor. But now, frankly speaking, will you please tell me whether your invention has any practical use or not? It is too early yet to say. Besides, we never know what the future of an invention will be. The first man who found that a bit of rubbed amber would attract small objects could not foresee that this electricity would some day prove one of the greatest powers in the world. So with my creation of life. Although I believe it has untold possibilities before it, so far I have scarcely attempted turning it to a practical use. Still, I have experimented in manufacturing meat and vegetables artificially. When done on a large scale, the process should be cheaper as well as more rapid than our present methods. In medicine and surgery, too, I can secure wonderful results, beautifying faces, replacing lost or diseased organs, etc. Then there are special uses. Here, for instance, is a marconigram from a European monarch asking me how soon and at what price I could furnish him an army of artificial soldiers. I have refused the order, although I could produce excellent soldiers without any bad habits and who would obey every command implicitly. But possibly the most curious use I have yet made of my power has been the production of a life-size 7-headed dragon for Mr. Lyons, the circus manager whom you once met here. He wanted a dragon that would belch forth fire and smoke. He wished to use the creature in his circus for exhibition purposes. I drew the line at the fire, though I made a dragon for him that would breathe out smoke. But I expressly stipulated that I would only rent it to him for 1 week. He is to return it today, and if I am not mistaken, I hear Mr. Lyons step in the hall now. Dr. Hackensaw was right, for the door burst open, and in shot Mr. Lyons like a bomb. "Dr. Hackensaw!" he cried in great excitement. "The dragon! The 7-headed dragon!" "Well?" "Well, he got away from me and must now be ravaging the country. I don't know what to do, doctor, but can't you do something?" Dr. Hackensaw quietly drew his watch from his pocket and looked at the time. "Calm yourself, Mr. Lyons," said he. "Everything is all right. I don't believe the dragon did any damage, but if so, it will do no more. It has been dead now for 5 minutes." "Dead?" "Yes, my experience with my telautomatic lady made me resolve never again to run the risk of turning a dangerous monster loose in the world. For this reason I would not sell you the dragon, but only rent it to you for a week. Moreover, to guard against accidents, I resolved to limit the animal's life. 1 week and 3 hours after it left my hands it was to die. To this end I placed a small alarm clock inside the monster near its heart. At the proper moment the unwinding of the alarm would explode a small cartridge that would kill the heart instantly without injuring either the skeleton or skin of the dragon, as I thought you might wish these to exhibit in your circus. At the present moment your dragon must be lying dead somewhere. Buy an evening paper and you will learn where the body lies. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fezandi. The Secret of Electrical Transmission. Author's Note. The problem of sending bodies from one place to another by electricity is one that is certain to be solved at no distant date. We can at present send bodies a few feet in this manner, for in the process of silver plating, the ions or particles of silver travel several feet through the electrolytic liquid. The atomic or ionic slowness of their progress is too great for a long journey. But some future genius will undoubtedly find electrolytes offering less resistance to the quick passage of the particles. To send the particles by wireless is a much more difficult problem. Undirected wireless would, of course, be out of the question, as the particles would be scattered in all directions. But why might not the ions be transmitted by directed wireless? If we admit the corpuscular theory of light, and in my opinion this is the only real theory offered, there seems no possibility in our being able someday to send a solid body from one spot to another by wireless. Well, doctor, "What new invention are you working on now?" asked Silas Rocket as he entered the laboratory one fine spring morning. Dr. Hackensaw removed his spectacles and carefully wiped them as he answered, "I am working upon one of the most important of the electrical problems that still remains to be solved, the electrical transmission of bodies." "You mean the sending of objects from one place to another by electricity?" "Precisely. Ever since, as a boy, I read Faraday's account of his electrical researches, I became convinced that the conveyance of bodies from place to place by means of the electrical current was not only a possibility, but had even been accomplished already." "What?" "Certainly. When we silver plate an object, we put the object to be plated at one end of a tub and a bar of silver at the other end. The electrical current carries the particles of silver from one end of the tub to the other. In other words, we have an actual transmission of matter from place to place by electricity. It was Faraday who suggested the name of ions for the particles that are thus carried." "Yes, but in silver plating, the silver particles have only a few feet to travel." "Electrical transmission would be useless unless you could send bodies a considerable distance." "True, but the question is only one of degree. Hertz sent wireless waves a few feet, and Marconi, who came afterward, had little trouble in sending them thousands of miles. My problem was similar to Marconi's. The first step was already made. I had merely to increase the distance the ions should travel. I realized at once the importance of the subject, for transportation charges form an important item in the price of almost every article of merchandise, and anything that would cheapen transportation would help reduce prices." "But is not electrical transmission expensive?" "Not if we use the waves of the ocean for generating our electrical power. We have there a practically inexhaustible source of energy. Besides, some goods are wanted in a hurry, and think of the time that would be saved in sending an object from New York to San Francisco by telegraph instead of train." My first attempts, however, were not directed towards sending solid bodies by wire. I chose a simpler problem, namely that of sending electrical impulses. You know how the stock ticker works. One man sends a message, and it is printed simultaneously in all the stock tickers in the city. Now, it struck me as curious that no one had ever yet realized how easy it would be to save transportation charges and valuable time by having newspapers and books printed in a like manner. I accordingly made arrangements with a newspaper syndicate. A linotype operator here in New York sets up his type, but his motions are duplicated by telegraph in various cities throughout the United States, where duplicate linotype machines automatically set up the type in unison. The newspaper is thus set up in many cities at once, and copies may be run off distant presses at the same time as in New York, saving much valuable time and heavy transportation expenses. Books and magazines may of course be printed in a like manner. From this came the idea of printing one copy of the paper in New York in special ink. By placing this copy on a machine here using Edison's telautograph, the original will reproduce thousands of copies at once in different cities. In Edison's machine, a single stylus travels across the page and makes connection when it passes over the ink, which is a conductor of electricity. I have improved on the machine by using a comb containing several hundred independent styluses, which pass over the paper, so that an entire newspaper page may be printed in a second or less, the result being not one copy, but thousands of copies, one at each instrument in the circuit. My next step was to extend the process to manufacturing merchandise in quantities. It is foolish to have a workman spend an hour making a pair of shoes or assembling the parts of a watch when electricity can be made to repeat his motions in thousands of different places at once. This time I was obliged to use, as in the linotype machine, the principle of a telautograph, Gray's instrument, which, unlike Edison's, causes a motion at one end of the instrument to be repeated at the other end. At each station, the various parts of a watch are fed automatically to an assembling machine, just as matrices are in the linotype machine. An expert in New York works his machine, and when he is through, has assembled not only his own watch, but 1,000 other watches in different cities, and so with all other manufacturers. 100,000 duplicates can be made at the same time as the original. Even artwork can be thus duplicated. An artist paints one picture and his motions transmitted by the electrical current can produce as many duplicates as desired. For sculpture, I followed a different plan, and one which I afterward found very useful for all kinds of manufactured goods. I took a finished statue, and by making a metal finger travel around its contours and transmitting the motion to a carving tool traveling over a block of marble at another place, this block is cut to the exact size and shape of the original model, or, if desired, could be automatically enlarged or reduced. Hundreds of statues may thus be carved at the same time in different shops. So with other objects. I place a coupling in the sending apparatus, and at the receiving stations 100,000 similar couplings are reproduced automatically. My success was phenomenal and induced me to attack the real problem, the transmission of solid bodies by electricity. Dr. Hackensaw paused a moment and then continued, I suppose you know what an electrolyte is? Not guilty, cried Silas Rocket with a laugh. Never mind, you know at least that when an electrical current is sent through water with salt or acid in solution, it decomposes some of the water and sends the oxygen atoms to one pole and the hydrogen atoms to another. These traveling particles of matter are called ions, and my problem was to arrange matter so that after decomposing the water or other object in one spot, I could make both the positive and the negative ions travel to some other spot and there combine again. The problem looked very simple, but it took years of experimenting to solve it. Evidently, 2 wires would be necessary since ions travel in opposite directions, but these 2 wires could easily be brought together again when the oxygen and hydrogen were to be reunited. Here is a rough diagram of the wires. Of course, I used hollow wires at first, and in the wires kept an acidulated solution through which the ions could pass. By this method, when I had discovered an electrolyte or solution that would offer but slight resistance to the passage of the ions, I was able to silver plate an object several miles away. In other words, I sent particles of silver several miles by means of the electrical current. Then I turned my attention to sending the bodies by wireless. Undirected wireless would, of course, be out of the question, for the particles of silver would be scattered in all directions, and only an infinitesimal portion would reach the desired spot. The wireless waves must evidently be directed. To accomplish this, I first used a wire for directing the radio waves, wired wireless as it is called, and you may imagine my gratification when I sent my first object, a metal coin, through the air to a receiving instrument a mile away, and had it arrive in perfect condition. Later, I was able to do away with the wire altogether, having found means of directing my wireless waves, and now I can transmit practically any body whatever from one of my stations to any other. Have you put your invention to any practical use? Yes, indeed. I have my machines installed in a number of mines, copper and iron mines especially, and I transmit thousands of tons of metal daily by wireless. Isn't that rather expensive? It is less expensive than freight, for my electrical power derived from the waves of the Atlantic costs me very little. But I do not confine myself to mining operations. I am now able to send plants by wireless and even living animals. Surely, Doctor, you are joking. How could you transport the particles of an animal from one point to another without destroying the animal? Simply enough. The trip requires but a small fraction of a second. I first make the animal unconscious so that in its struggles it will not displace any of its organs. The current itself does not injure any of the tissues but transmits each particle instantaneously in its proper position. The animal hasn't time to know it is dead before it has arrived at its destination, and there a suitable electric shock brings it to life again. The entire process only occupies a few seconds, and you probably know, Silas, that your heart could cease beating for a few seconds and then be restarted again without any trouble. Silas Rocket was nonplussed. I believe you, Doctor, said he, but could you not give me a practical demonstration? Certainly, with pleasure, and on yourself, too. The reporter backed off precipitately. No, said he, I'd rather see the experiment performed on some less valuable animal. Very well, and I will show you at the same time some of the improvements I have introduced into my process, for I am no longer satisfied to transmit objects in their original shapes, but have found means of altering the shape at will. By using suitable molds at the receiving station, or by having an artist move the electrodes, I can transmit my metals in the form of blocks, statues, vases, all instead of their natural shape. I am experimenting now on animals, seeking to change their shape as they travel through the air from place to place. So far, I have only been partially successful. I find I can make minor changes, but any great change renders it impossible to start life again after the animal has reached its destination. But I find to my joy that I shall be able to make changes that will have considerable practical value. For example, I can transmit by wireless a child with deformed arms and legs and have it arrive at the other end with normal limbs. I can also take a homely girl, start her from this end, and have her appear at the receiving station a perfect beauty. Then, too, I am using my method for the cure of disease. I noticed that a body after transmission was almost always in better health than before. I attribute this to the effect of the electrical current in killing some of the disease germs. So by using suitable methods, I am able to place a sick person at one end of the room, transmit him to the other end, and have him arrive there full of health and vigor. What do you say to that, Silas? It is too good to be true, replied Silas. At this juncture, the door opened and the servant ushered in a young man about 30. Well, doctor, cried the young man as he bustled into the room, have you any news yet of that scoundrel for me? Not much, I confess, replied the doctor, but enough to lead me to believe that Marty Moorcash is coming to New York today. But allow me to present you to Mr. Silas Rocket, reporter for the New York Daily Growl. Silas, this gentleman is Mr. Ches Bixby, and he has asked me to find his fiancée for him, the young lady having been kidnapped by an unprincipled fellow named Moorcash. I know the man, for he was formerly foreman in an important copper mine, and he ran away with a large sum of the firm's money and several of my transmission apparatus. The police are after him, but he always manages to escape them by means of the apparatus. He has at least 3 stations, one in San Francisco, one in Chicago, and one in New York. And whenever the police are too close upon his heels, he sends his body by wireless from one station to the other, and so escapes them. Here the young man interrupted impatiently. That's all very well, doctor, said he, but what about the girl? Have you any news of Elma West? Dr. Hackensaw shook his head. No, said he, I have no news of her, but I caught Marty Moorcash's signals this morning as he aimed his wireless transmission wave toward New York. I think it likely that he is about to transmit his body to New York. If so, I have a little surprise in store for him. But listen, there goes my alarm now. Come, boys, and I'll show you something interesting. I have found means of deflecting Marty's waves and bringing them here. It may be only some stolen property that the fellow is sending here by radio, but even so, I can promise you that you will see something that you never saw before. So saying, the doctor hastily tuned up his instrument, little dreaming what it was that was on its way through the ether. All 3 men gazed intently at the receiving terminal, which was entirely encased in glass so as to prevent the slightest current of air that might prevent the proper reuniting of the ions with the transmitted body. As they peered intensely at the immense vacuum tube that served as a receiver, a dim mist could be seen. Gradually this mist came denser in spots and little by little began to assume a definite form. Great heavens! Exclaimed Dr. Hackensaw as he gazed open-mouthed at the object which was gradually taking shape in the receiver. Great heavens, it's a human leg that's coming over by wireless. It was a human leg, and the delicacy of the tissue showed without doubt that it belonged to one of the fair sex, and a very young person at that. This was further confirmed by the beautiful silk hose and the delicate Venetian point lace that encircled the limb. Gradually, before the astonished eyes of the spectators, the trunk and arms appeared, and finally the head, the face being that of a beautiful young girl of 20. There was no need of asking Ches Bixby if this was his fiancée, Elma West. The thing was patent at a glance. Ches was leaning breathless over the instrument, watching dazedly as the young girl was created before their eyes, apparently out of nothing. When the instrument ceased working, the maiden lay extended before them as in a trance, perfect in every respect, clothing and all. Dr. Hackensaw disconnected the vacuum tube and inserted a new one in its place. Then he set about resuscitating the girl. The glass tube was opened, and electric current passed through the girl, and she awoke with a start. At this moment, all were startled by a cry from Silas Rocket. "Look, look," he cried, "there is something else coming over the wire." Surely enough, while the trio had been busy resuscitating the girl, a new object had come into the receiving instrument. "Great snakes!" cried Silas. "If it isn't a man's leg this time, I'll eat my hat." "Yes, it's Marty Morecash's leg that's coming over this time," said Ches Bixby, gritting his teeth. "And when I'm done with him, there won't be much left of Marty or that check suit of his." And then something happened. When the body was about half over, a short circuit must have occurred somewhere, for there was a violent explosion, the vacuum tube was shivered into fragments, and the almost completed body it contained was disrupted and sent flying in the air in all directions. Marty Morecash would never more trouble anyone with his villainous schemes. End of section 8. Section 9 of Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Kristen Hand. Dr. Hackensaw's Secrets by Clement Fazandi. The Secret of Television. Author's note. One of the inventions of the near future is the telephotograph, or television apparatus, which attached to the telephone will enable us to see the sender of a message at the same time that we hear him, or will enable us to view a theatrical performance at home. Something has already been done in this line, but nothing satisfactory will probably be accomplished until we discard the selenium cell and use some radically different method. Well, Doctor, busy as usual, I see. Dr. Hackensaw looked up from the peculiar instrument he was adjusting as he answered. Yes, indeed, Silas. Busier than usual, in fact, if such a thing were possible. What's that new device you have there? I don't remember ever seeing it before. No, Silas, I haven't made it public yet, though I expect to do so very shortly, for I have the instrument pretty well perfected. What is it for? Asked Silas Rocket, gazing at the instrument with unfeigned curiosity, for every visit he made to the doctor's laboratory seemed to disclose some unique invention. This is a television apparatus. It does for images what the telephone does for sounds, carries them hundreds of miles and even further if desired. By means of electrical waves, the image of an object in Chicago or even in San Francisco is brought to me here in my laboratory in New York. Nor is it a motionless photograph in black and white that I receive. The object in motion, in its natural colors, is thrown upon this screen here enlarged to any size I desire. I really have a moving picture in colors of whatever scene is thrown upon the receiver of the apparatus at the sending station. You will perceive, by the way, that my screen, instead of being the usual impervious screen used in the movies, is a large plate glass mirror, thus ensuring a perfect reproduction. Sit down in this chair and you will see for yourself. To begin with, here is an Oriental dance being given at this moment at the Knickerbocker Theater by the pupils of a celebrated dancer. See how perfectly every graceful movement and every harmony of color is reflected in the mirror. I get a better view of the performance here than if I were sitting in the orchestra behind some lady's tall coiffure. The reporter gazed at the picture on the screen with interest. He had seen movies in color, either hand-painted negatives or photographs taken by the three-color process, but never had he seen any reproduction so perfect as this. The images were as lifelike as if the dancers were in the very room and he were looking at their reflection in the mirror. By means of a telephone amplifier, the sound of the music could be heard at the same time, thus adding greatly to the effect of the rhythmic movements. When the dance ceased, the applause of the audience in the theater was distinctly heard. "It's wonderful, Doctor! Really wonderful!" cried Silas enthusiastically. "Pshaw!" exclaimed Dr. Hackensaw. "This is nothing. The idea of transmitting images by telegraph is not new by any manner of means. I am not speaking now of the telautograph for transmitting pictures. Both Gray and Edison perfected practical forms of the telautograph. In Edison's machine, a picture drawn in special ink will reproduce itself at the other end of the telegraph. In Gray's machine, the artist draws the picture at one end of the line, and the stylus at the other end traces the same picture, but neither of these is real television. But, objected Silas, it seems to me that I have seen accounts of real television apparatus. Yes, replied Dr. Hackensaw contemptuously, but all those that you have seen depend upon the action of selenium cells, and selenium will never give the real solution of the problem. Light and sound are both vibrations, and as soon as the telephone was invented for transmitting sound vibrations, it was patent to every thinker that an instrument for transmitting images in the same way was also a possibility. Many men have worked on the problem, but they have chosen the wrong road. By the use of selenium cells, they have succeeded in transmitting the photograph of an object point by point, and in black and white, but this is not what is wanted. Selenium cells will never send the continuous image of a moving object in its natural colors, or at least will never do so satisfactorily. The real solution is to be sought in another direction. Indeed? Yes, and it seemed to me that the solution was simple. Light and sound being both vibrations, and differing also in the number of vibrations per second, I saw at once that all I required was a perfected telephone. A telephone of extreme delicacy which would transmit the light waves without too much distortion. Our telephones now transmit sounds very clearly, but something far more delicate would be required for transmitting the light waves. I saw at once that I must discard the clumsy microphone at both the receiving and sending end of the line, and use something less mechanical. And you found a satisfactory substitute? Yes, I suppose you have heard of the telegraphone? Vaguely. Well, the telegraphone is a phonograph in which sounds are recorded by magnetizing an iron wire. This is a far more delicate method for making records than a wax sheet and a cutting stylus. Now, it struck me that I could use the same method in my television apparatus. Instead of a microphone transmitter and receiver, I use a traveling wire at each end. Speak into one end, and the sound waves magnetize the wire as it passes, and the wire in the receiver is magnetized in like manner, and the sound heard there far more clearly than with the usual telephone. The message is also recorded and can be reproduced at will. Having accomplished this for sounds, I was ready to turn my attention to the transmission of images. Many experiments were necessary before I accomplished anything, and I was obliged to invent a new form of audion for amplifying the light waves before I achieved any real results. You can judge of my success by the dance you yourself have just seen. And please remember that I not only receive the pictures transmitted from a distance, but that my traveling wires carry a permanent record of the picture in the varying magnetization of the different parts of the wire. I can hence throw a picture over and over on the screen, just as a phonograph record can be played a number of times. Better yet, I can combine the phonographic and the chromographic records on the same wire, thus solving the problem of having motion pictures in their natural colors, either of past events or of occurrences taking place at the present moment in some distant place. And remember, please, that these pictures are continuous. In the movies, you have only about 16 distinct pictures of an object in a second. The pictures are not and cannot be continuous. But in my apparatus, you see a continuous picture of an object just as you would see it in a mirror. Every phase of the motion is there, and we can slow up the reproduction to any degree desired and still obtain an absolutely correct picture. This feature alone is invaluable and will enable us to solve many scientific problems, especially in physiology and pathology. True, said Silas, but how about the freak movies? These will be impossible if the pictures are continuous. They depend on the intermission between the pictures, which enabled the photographer to show people run over by automobiles, carriages with their occupants hurled down precipices, etc. Dr. Hackensaw smiled. The freak motion pictures are the least of my worries, he said. Besides, means will always be found for making them. Is your instrument now ready to be put on the market? Well, yes, in a way. And yet, would you believe it? I am not yet altogether satisfied with it. What? Cried Silas. Isn't it enough for you to be able to send images in color from place to place and make permanent records of them that can be used over and over again? No, replied the doctor. It is not enough, and I did not stop there. If I could send these pictures by wire, there was no reason why I should not transmit them by wireless, and experiment showed that I was right. I began by using wired wireless so as to be better able to study the new problems involved, and then I discarded the wire altogether, using wireless waves, either directed waves if I wished the picture to go in one direction only, or undirected waves if I wished to broadcast the picture to different receiving stations. Here, Dr. Hackensaw paused a minute, then continued. You would imagine, Silas, that this last triumph would satisfy me, but not a bit of it. It only whetted my appetite for fresh conquests. I resolved to carry the thing one step further and do away with the sending station altogether. When we look at an object with one eye, or when we take a photograph of it, we do not need a sending station to send the image to us, even though the object is a star millions of miles away. Now, if the image of a star comes millions of miles to the retina of my eye without the need of an operator to send it, why could not my television apparatus do as much? Here was a new problem, far more difficult than those which had preceded it, and many times I was tempted to give up work in despair. But step by step I overcame the obstacles, and you can imagine my joy when one day I found I could see objects in the next room through the walls, even though that room contained no apparatus or operator. The natural, ever-present electrical waves that accompany light were there, and they did their own transmitting. Now I can receive images of objects many miles away without any sending station at the other end of the wire. My receiver is provided with adjustable diaphragms and micrometer screws, and by turning it in the desired direction and tuning it to receive the waves at the desired distance, I can receive on my mirror here the image of any object I desire to see, even though it may be miles away, and even though houses and other obstacles intervene. In order to help me in focusing the instrument for the desired point, I used special finders similar to those used on large telescopes. They aid in finding the object desired because they cover a larger area of vision. But, objected Silas, perplexed, it seems to me you took a lot of trouble just for the sake of saving the cost of an operator at the other end of the line. Dr. Hackensaw looked at the reporter with scorn. Why, man alive, said he, don't you realize what a marvelous achievement my invention really is? What almost supernatural power it gives me? It is not the saving of an operator's salary that is important. It is the power I have obtained of seeing anything I wish within a radius of 100 miles or more, even if the object is inside of a house, or even under the ground, for my teleopticon, as I call my television apparatus, will show me things several thousand feet below the surface of the earth. How can it do that when there is no light under the earth? Asked Silas, more and more perplexed. True, said the doctor, there are no light waves, but there are electrical waves, and these suffice. You know that photographs can be taken with X-rays without light. It is less commonly known that photographs may also be taken by heat rays in the dark. Even ordinary photographs depend more upon the invisible actinic rays than on the light rays. Every substance existing is traversed by electrical waves, and it is these waves that I amplify and catch with my apparatus, even though the object itself be in absolute darkness. Then, said Silas, you mean to say that not only you can, from your laboratory here, look into the rooms of all the people in the city, see who is present, what they are doing, and— Pshaw, interrupted the doctor. I could do that if it were worthwhile. But I did not spend years in perfecting this apparatus merely to satisfy an idle curiosity by prying into my neighbors' affairs. I have confined my researches to practical purposes. And of what practical use is your invention? To begin with, there is the location of mines. Gold mines? Humph. When you speak to the average man of a profitable mine, he always thinks of a gold mine, when, as a rule, the gold mine is not the real gold producer. However, I have located all kinds of mines with my apparatus. Gold, silver, copper, tin, lead, etc., to say nothing of coal mines. But I have given special attention to locating petroleum deposits, for oil wells are in great demand nowadays with the increasing consumption of gasoline in automobiles, aeroplanes, etc. But I see I weary you. Sit down in front of the screen here, I mean the mirror, and I will take you for a stroll through New York City. It will be the old fairy tale of the Beauty and the Beast come true. You remember the beauty could look into the magic mirror and see all that was taking place at home. Yes, assented Silas. And the Hindu fakirs can spread ink on a boy's hand and see reflected there not only what is taking place elsewhere, but also what took place in the past and what will take place in the future. Dr. Hackensaw laughed. I haven't got so far as that yet, said he, but I think I can show you a few views of New York that will interest you. First of all, I shall show you Broadway near Fulton Street. See, I adjust my instrument, and there you are. 40 years ago, in the crowds that passed this point, you would have seen only men. You might have stood on this busy corner all day without seeing a single woman pass. But the invention of the typewriter has changed all that. Now, as you see, there are nearly as many girls, and pretty girls too, let me add, as there are men. Next, I switch my apparatus to the Brooklyn Bridge. You can see the cars and the automobiles passing. Next, here is the Statue of Liberty in the bay. Now we shall take a peep into the Bronx Park and look at the wild animals. Then into the Metropolitan Museum of Art and see some of the pictures. That is Rosa Bonheur's Horse Fair, and here is the little Psyche. Then I switch down to the Battery and show you the fish in the aquarium. Now we switch to Park Place, nearer to the Hudson River, and there, why yes, there is Mr. H. Gernsback himself in his private office busy editing Science and Invention. And here are his able assistants. You can see them one after the other as I turn the machine. Now we shall try the theaters. There is the matinee crowd at the Metropolitan Opera House, and here is the stage. You see they are playing Faust, but I could go on all day. Let me instead show you one of my optographic records. Here is one that I am sure will interest you. Taking a spool of wire from a cabinet, the doctor placed the spool in his instrument, and as the wire unwound from the spool, the variations in magnetism imprisoned in the steel thread reproduced the original light vibrations that had caused them, and there appeared in the mirror a moving picture in natural colors. Good gracious, cried Silas Rocket, gazing at the mirror in wonder. Why, that's my own dining room, and there I am myself coming in at the door. Now I sit down at the table and take up the newspaper while awaiting breakfast. When did you take this picture, Doctor? I took it this morning, my boy, for your special benefit. Now I've finished breakfast, continued Silas. Here I am in the street. I'm stopping at a flower stand and buying a bunch of roses. Silas stopped and blushed furiously. That's not fair, Doctor, said he. You have no business following me around in my private life with an instrument that will look through walls into a man's room and see all his most secret actions. If people knew that you possessed this power, you would be mobbed. Don't get angry, Silas, said Dr. Hackensaw with a laugh. When I saw you buy the roses, I switched off the instrument. I knew you were going to give them to your invisible mermaid, Gloria Mundi, and I thought you would rather not have me see the meeting between you and the young lady. Could I have a look at Gloria now? Asked Silas Rocket eagerly. Dr. Hackensaw laughed. Perhaps, said he. But I must take a peep first to make sure that the young lady wouldn't object to your looking in on her. Oh, it's all right. She is only washing her hair, so I don't think she would much mind your having a look. But I must be careful not to allow my instruments to fall into improper hands. A criminal could use them not only for blackmailing purposes, but to ascertain the disposition of the rooms of a house, and the whereabouts of the owners, and the exact location of valuables in bureau drawers, safes, etc. The best hiding places would be of no avail against him. But look, Silas, there goes my alarm bell. Watch now, and you will see how my instrument can be used to prevent crimes. I have had my eye on a jealous young fellow for some time, as I fear he is meditating mischief. A selenium cell attached to the apparatus serves as an alarm to warn me when the door of his room opens. See, there he is coming out. And look at that loaded revolver he has put into his pocket. Quick, I must find a telephone. Dr. Hackensaw switched around the finder of his apparatus until he located a drugstore in the street the young man had entered, and a few words to the druggist explained the situation. The porter of the drugstore, with a volunteer to assist him, followed the jealous man to his lady love's door, just in time to see him enter and to hear a woman's shrieks. The men arrived barely in time to prevent a tragedy, but one of them tripped up the fellow, and the bullet from the weapon crashed through the window pane. To disarm the young man was the work of an instant, and he was securely tied up until the police could be summoned. You see, Silas, said the doctor, it is just the old story of 2 men and a girl. But what do you think of my instrument? Do you begin to realize its immense practical value as a crime preventer? Silas Rocket shook his head. "It's a wonderful instrument, Doctor," said he. "I'll grant you that. And it may prove very useful. But remember, when I am married to Gloria Monday, I'll never forgive you if you allow her to look into that instrument to see what I am doing." End of section 9.